Alrighty. So at the very end of last stream, we got to level 6 tailoring. That's going to affect our order of operations today. The trunk of the ambulance is empty, so we're going to get it out of here. Spent a long time building a chicken pen yesterday. Apparently the stove is not lit anymore. So we got plenty of denim and leather to continue leveling our tailoring up with. But before we do that, we got a book to read. So, starting off nice and easy here. Nothing particularly compelling just yet. Wow, 6,345 zombies killed. I actually think that's more than my previous Longplay character. More than Barb, and more than Annie Mae's previous life in 42.7. Interesting. Ammo is going in the second crate here. Okay, so something important I learned last time. I don't have any live viewers right now, so I'm kind of just talking to myself, but anybody who watches the VOD, of course. Something I learned last time is that steel, um, you don't have to pack it into ingots for it to be, um, for it to be very easy to transport. You don't have to do that. And what I mean by you don't have to is you don't, that's actually not like the most, a steel sheet, for example. Okay, got a visitor. Unexpected. Away from that. Right this way, ma'am. Basically, what I was trying to say is the, lost my train of thought. If you want to move large quantities of steel from one location to another, you don't have to smelt them into ingots to make it more efficient if there is no, I mean, if they're already large steel items. And that is like, so if it's already a steel bar or a steel sheet, steel bars and steel sheets are already more or less at their maximum efficiency for travel. Doesn't need to be there. I like it. It's pretty. Is it necessary? Of course not. But I'm the only reason I'm putting it back down is because I'm actually not 100% sure if I want to bother bringing it back to Riverside, because I'm pretty sure I can find the black speaker cabinets in Riverside. I know that for sure, but I only know for sure of 2. So if I wanted to get more than 2 to make like a surround sound sort of thing, I would need to bring these back with me. So that's a factor of consideration. That's why I'm not like packing it up just yet. Leave it in I'll leave it over here as something to mull over. See, right now back in Riverside, I've got brown speakers instead of black speakers. So if I want them all to match, then I got to either find more brown speakers or bring these 2 black ones back with me, and then I have the other ones that are black back in the sports bar back at Riverside. So check on the chickens real quick. I'm probably going way beyond my remit trying to get them to lay eggs and keep the eggs from freezing. I mean, I'm keeping this wood stove heated for them. And I'm not seeing any fertilized eggs being laid. If an egg is fertilized, it'll say it is. Like, you'll see a little bit of green text underneath it that says fertilized. There is one rooster in there, and he is going around doing his business. A lot of the hens say that they're fertilized, but I'm not seeing any fertilized eggs actually being laid, so I don't really know what's going on with that. There's something inconsistent at best with chickens at the moment. Now, speaking of chickens, I need to make myself something to eat, and it needs to have protein in it, because I'm down to about 60 proteins. So, I'm going to take some of this rabbit meat out of the freezer here. And I suppose I'll start reading the tailoring book while that thaws. Alright, it's just about done thawing, so I will take... What else for this thing I'm going to make here? Chicken wing, chicken leg, chicken fillet. And how about eggs and... I've got 2 jars of leeks here, so I'm going to open one of these jars of leeks. I want to actually start using up these jars because I want them all to be empty so that I can start using them when spring comes around. So I am going to start using the jars with that in mind. Alright, stew time. That's one hell of a good stew. It's got 6 different ingredients in it. That makes your character very happy when there's that many different ingredients. So while that's cooking up, I'm gonna make I guess I'll make a roast with the leftovers. And the reason I'm going from roast to, instead of a stew, I'm doing a roast instead of a stew because the specific reason I'm making a stew is so I can divide it into bowls because it's going to be so chunky. But I'm not going to have the same problem here because this is mostly leftovers. Okay, that is all of the rabbit meat. So I'll put this jar of leeks back in here. And continue reading some tailoring while this cooks. Okay, so that is a 100 stew. So I would divide that into 2 bowls, most likely. Let's put the stir fry in the fridge. The roast is probably the first thing I'm going to eat. Oh yeah, that's going to give me a lot of proteins. That's part of the reason I need to divide this stew. And I only have one bowl, so I can't even divide it. Well, that's unfortunate. It's alright, I got the roast and the, You know, I can actually make my own bowls. I have all the infrastructure for it. It seems silly, but I haven't found any other bowls in the area, so let me take a look at the fire really quick here. Probably needs a couple of logs. Yeah, get some logs on it. Okay, back up to 7 hours, 54 minutes of fuel. Yeah, it's already 1900. I'll go ahead and continue reading the tailoring book for a bit. Just still getting warmed up here. Alright, 1900, 7 hours. That means I need to check it before I go to sleep the second time tonight. That's a lot of fuel this thing is eating up. I don't actually think this is worth it, to be honest. It's not that No, it's really not worth it. See, the whole goal of having the stove in there is in case the chickens want to lay a fertilized egg, to keep the fertilized egg from freezing, so that it will actually hatch. But honestly, with how often I have to refuel that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work just for some chickens that I honestly am not... I've already put a little bit more effort into them than I really should have. anybody joining, as a quick recap, we're still getting warmed up here. I am reading the next tailoring book, which is Tailoring Volume 4, as I just hit level 6 at the end of last stream. And I brought the next book with me, so we are reading through that now. I am a slow reader, so we're doing a lot of fast forwarding while we read here. But we are coming up on the finish line here. We should be done with it in a few moments, and then we will use up all of the denim strips that I've picked up from random zombie genes and whatnot thus far. Alright. Griddle pan put away. Let's get some more food here. Speaking of food, I made myself a very hefty stew here. And I'd rather split it into bowls, but I only have one bowl. So I'm actually going to make another bowl, because I have a little bit of clay right now. And I have all the other infrastructure necessary for it, I think. Let's double check that. I think I need to put down a pottery wheel, which I should still have a couple of leftover planks somewhere here. What did I do with those? I've got one plank. I might need a few more. So I'm going to run outside and grab a log really quick. A fire axe will work for that. So one plank left over, and then 3 from this log I'm about to saw up. And I just need some nails. And I can now make a pottery wheel. See, I already have a hand-operated press. I put it in storage. Now I have a pottery wheel. Pottery wheel makes stuff that's a little bit different from a hand-operated press, including clay bowls. Now for clay bowls, I'm going to need water. Just last night, I put a couple buckets of water, empty buckets out on the ground, and they are now full. So we've got a couple of buckets of tainted water to bring inside and leave next to the pottery bench there. Oh, well, it has to actually be in your inventory. Because of reasons, I guess. It's one of the few things that it will not use from nearby items. So, we're going to sculpt ourselves 2 bowls. There's 1, and then I need 2 more clay. I have already read the pottery book recently, so that is no issue there. And now all I got to do is fire the clay bowls in the kiln. For that I need charcoal, which I'm getting out of the truck, out of the back of the truck here. That's where I carry around my charcoal. And there we have 2 clay bowls. So I now should be able to make 2 bowls of stew here, theoretically. Let's see if the recipe works with these bowls. Looks like it worked. Okay, excellent. I think it turned them from clay bowls into regular bowls. I mean, I'm not okay with that. That's fine. I just wanted to split them up. Not necessarily for any specific reason other than the proteins. There's a big helping of rabbit in here, so I want to split up my protein intake on that. So I've got enough room. I can eat about half of this. This is a bowl of about 50. There we go. Alright, tailoring book is done. I have a cooking book to read next, but I'm not going to... That's just for cosmic background reading, really. I'm not going to go cover to cover on that. So what I'm doing now, I'm picking up all of the denim strips that I left on the floor here. This is from shortening and then ripping up a bunch of zombie genes. I think there are still a couple shorts left to rip up here. For a total of 109 denim strips. I still have plenty of thread, so basically what I'm just going to start doing here is making the highest level thing that I can make with nothing but rags and or denim strips, which is going to be a neck guard. It's just a level 1 thing, but it's the thing that is probably the easiest to make without using rare or valuable resources, right? You can get denim strips and thread from many, many places, so those are not hard to get. And I'm getting 39 experience for each of these. Let's do some quick math. I need a total of 4,500 experience. I have a total of 97.11 right now. So that's how much I need, 4,402. Let's just divide that by a straight 49. So I would need to do this 90 more times. I definitely don't have the resources for that, but that just gives you an idea of how much experience we're getting each time we do this. I think if we get to the next level, that will be tailoring level 7. I think that's the point where you can start patching holes in clothing permanently. Like just permanently fixing your clothes. I think level 7. I cannot remember that for sure. We're just going to keep doing this till we run out of materials. Now, unfortunately, I cannot rip up these neck guards and then reuse the resources. I can't do that. Oh, this is full. Okay. Now, the reason I kept the leather strips over here is to just make sure that none of them accidentally got used when I was making those other things, because I do not want to waste leather strips on just really low-level throwaway stuff. Leather strips are more valuable for other things, other than just grinding tailoring. So I can use a few of these skulls that I have to make a necklace. Not very much experience, but a little bit. I can't do too much else with the bird skulls, so... Okay, that is all the tailoring I can do down here for now. Because anything else I wanted to make would require airman thread or sinew thread, and I do not have any of that right now. And I cannot get any of that. Sinew thread would require me to butcher a large animal. Aramid thread would require me to sacrifice some of these bulletproof vests. I'm not doing that because the bulletproof vests are a valuable reagent for crafting a level 6 armor recipe. So basically what that means is we're done with tailoring for the moment. And I am now gearing up with my heavy weapons here. We're going to go out and get started on the prime objective here. Looks like my sword could use a reforge. It's down to half condition. I'm going to go ahead and reforge the sword. To reforge it, swords are easy to reforge because you don't have to do too much special. All you got to do is dismantle it so that you have the sword, or just the blade, and then you can use the blade itself as an ingredient to reforge a new blade. So all it really costs, basically, to repair a sword from whatever condition to back to max is to, it basically just costs a small handle and then a 8 charcoal at the forge here. So I've got a new handle, put that back together, and then I just got to sharpen it, and I've got a brand new sword. It's glorious, I love it. Swords are great as a recyclable weapon. So I don't have a lot of time left in the day today. So I am actually going to go ahead and read the cooking book for the rest of tonight. Tomorrow morning we will get started with our storage unit rating. Looks like I'm going to finish the cookbook. Excellent. My lighter is empty, so I need to replace it with a different fire source really quick here. Alright, as my... for the rest of the night here, I'm going to go ahead and visit the lake, get myself cleaned up. Alrighty. No live viewers at the moment, so I'm a little quiet at the moment. But I'm sure some folks will drop by at some point. We're going to currently focus on spears because we're pretty close to level 3. I think this is a biker zombie. Tell me those are intact. Those are intact leather pants. Skinny leather pants. Oh, I'm so happy about it. I think skinny leather pants look nicer than the baggy ones. Oh, I'm so happy about it. It shows off my ankle holster, too. Many thanks to this random biker zombie who happens to have mostly intact clothing. Of course, the irony being, I would have been able... I've found many skinny leather pants already, but that is the first fully intact pair. Now, of course, the irony is I would have been able to start repairing them pretty soon here, because I'm making my way towards level 7 tailoring. I think it's level 7. I can't remember if it was 7 or 8. I want to say it's 7. At which point you can just arbitrarily fix holes in clothing. Now, something over here that piqued my interest that I haven't really thought about before. The bank. The bank in Riverside has been looted and trashed, so I don't think it's going to have anything interesting in its vault. However, this bank is fully intact. Hello. Right this way. Let the fast one get to me here. Okay, so that zombie that broke that window probably broke it, but then never came outside. Is it coming outside now? I have no idea where it is. I didn't see it. Come on. There you are. Come on out, would you? Close quarters combat. Gonna switch to my hatchet. This counts as a light? That's okay, that's interesting. I want to see what that looks like. I'm gonna take this back to my base. Maple drawers with mirror, and it looks like it's got a light too. Whole bunch of bowls of stuff here. Somebody was having a dinner. I wasn't actually intending on looting a residential POI, but that's kind of how the cards fell here. Sometimes you just go with the flow. Some of the art in this house is pretty neat, too. Several paintings that I don't recognize as being common in Riverside. I may come back for those lower priority items. You had another bowl. Like, it's like earlier I was like, oh, I ain't got no bowls, and I haven't seen any around here, so maybe, no, there's yet another one. I'm coming home with 6 bowls. Previously, I only had, like, 1. Front door is locked. Looking around for any open windows. Probably not. I mean, it's a bank. Banks usually have pretty secure premises. Here's somebody hitting something. Suppose we'll find out soon what. Definitely sounds like it's upstairs. Okay. Now the way to the vault is right here. So I'm gonna go upstairs first. Lots of cubicles. If I need more cubicles, I know exactly where to go. Alright, looks like it's this door right here. Looking around for a key to the bank, that would make things easier if I could actually find one. Box of paper clips, hell yeah. I mean, would I ever actually use one? Probably not, but it's one of those things that's just nice to have. Coffee. Okay. We are starting an, whatchamacallit, another bag here. Okay, we were unable to locate a key to the bank. That's fine. That's what we bring the sledgehammer for. First thing I'm going to do is get all of the... I'm going to start a couple of garbage bags of loot in the trunk here. I did remove the garbage bags from my backpack, which is why I need to start using the garbage bags in the trunk, or the glove compartment here. Oops, getting the sledgehammer now that everything in my bags are sorted. Just making that easier on myself there. I don't know what's going to be downstairs, so I'm putting the sledgehammer back on my back, getting my axe out. Alright, there's the pallet of gold. Because that's what banks have, right? Pallets of gold. I'll take them. I'll absolutely take them. Alright, need the sledgehammer for those two things then. So these little vault things are just decorative. You can't actually do anything with them. That being said, you can pick up the gold bar pallets. Really heavy object. So heavy, in fact, that I cannot pull out my military backpack unless I drop something here. It is 30 encumbrance, so I can actually fit the gold bar pallet by itself in this backpack. Okay, so we got the pallet. These also are just decorative. There's literally nothing in them. I'm a little bit mad about that. I really think there should be there should be something in those things. Okay, we are done down here. Right? What is in here? Just a janitor closet. I'll take a saw blade. I can melt that down, actually. Saw blades are not really as useful to me anymore, but I can still melt them down if I want to. Also, a bank with no cash in it. Okay, Andy Stone, whatever. Little weird, I suppose. Wait, what the hell? Ah, swimsuit, neat. It looked like bright white when it was in the garbage bag. By picking up all that, I think we will possibly still have room for one of the storage units. Long overdue to clear a couple roadblocks in this area since I've already cleared the zombies. Couple of zombies beyond this house as well. The spear thirsts.
Hey!
Looks like there's several around the corner. Yeah. One of them's hitting the fence. Really? Alright. Not bad. Sometimes I feel a little nervous about using the spear when they are getting as close in as those guys did, but in that case I gotta push, handle it out. Alright, so we've hit this storage unit. We're really kind of just moving through the heart of Muldraugh to the west here. Working our way west to the next storage unit. Range of. Odessa Workman. That's a hell of a name right there. Shell suit pants cannot be fixed. Cramping my my open road style here, pal. Logging Co. Vehicle, possibly a good source of axes and or hatchets. Alright, somebody coming out of a window to the south. A gas can. I'm not sure I'll be able to open this door. Nope. Not worried about it then. There could be more than one on that door, actually. Not sure. The cadence sounds a little weird. Whoever was in that house didn't really have a lot of willpower to get out of it. And here I thought this was one of the roads I had cleared. If I had, it has been uncleared. In fact, it's been rather aggressively uncleared. I'd like to have a clean angle approach, so I'm moving it back up a little bit. Yeah, so this is the school area. The school area is like... this is like more than half repopulated here. I'm just gonna start from the top and work my way back down. see how many that brings. See, there's some to the north. I'd rather focus on them first. How far to the north? We got a couple. So I'm actually going to displace a little bit to... I want to see how many are in this parking lot so I can get this parking lot cleared. Hey, spear level 3. Alright, what am I doing next? Let's do axe for a bit. Get rid of this bone hatchet. I'm tired of carrying it around. Alright, I see another from the north there. Officer with a nightstick here. Alright, I do hear one to my left. She is inside the fence. This is why I never base permanently in Muldraugh. Those are all respawns. Every single zombie I just went around killing was all respawns. Far denser of respawns than Riverside. Well, okay, maybe around the school in Riverside I'll see similar volume. Okay, that's actually possibly the case. I'll just tow some of these out of the way. Yeah, I do see a few slowpokes down there. Kind of a bad parking job, but whatever. It's out of the way. As fate would have it, I still have a sleeping spot right here in the school. So once I'm ready to sleep in a minute or two here, well, a minute or two, a little bit of time will pass, I'll continue working my way down the main highway. Got about 3 fatigue left to work with, so that actually is about, I don't know, 5 minutes maybe. Alright, this clusterfuck in front of the school is now nice and cleaned up. I'm go ahead and leave the van parked in front of the school, since that's where my sleeping spot is for tonight. And for the rest of the evening here, I will work my way down the road till I get tired. Do I have a little bit of stew left? I'll eat this. And I'm basically going to keep using this hatchet until it breaks. It is just a bone war hatchet that I found on a zombie. I'm kind of working on short blade too. Hatchet and short blade have not been given much attention to lately. I hate it when I push them back on accident. Alright. There's a vagrant over there. Alright, I'm not interested in somebody that's that far away from the roads. The goal is to clean the roads up so that I can traverse them easily during my expedition here. Now, I don't have any books to pass the time by reading, so what I actually am going to do is, now that I've cleared some of this area, I'm going to explore one of these basements as a activity before winding down tonight. Looks like this is one of those under construction basements. Another wood stove if I need it. There's some paint. The only paint that I care about immediately would be black, and green is one of those colors I don't have very much of. I hear a zombie. I'm going to assume that there's one potentially upstairs. So I'm not going to be over-encumbered when I run out of here. Well, not too over-encumbered. Not sure if this is the one I heard, but this is the one that's dying. Stage 1 fatigue. It kind of hits. Alright, that is a local basement explored. And for the rest of the evening, I will probably tailor from some of these corpse piles. Alright, that's my inventory sorted. And I got a little bit of time before it is sleep time, so we will cut up some of these leather coats. And I will go seek out some toilet water to clean the dirty strips from it. Lots of toilets upstairs in here. My full toilet is 20 liters of water. That is 5 leather strips. So I wash 3 over there, and then I can wash all the rest in here. A little bit of silly math there. Alright, just about time for sleep. I'll go ahead and sleep now. I usually go to sleep at 22:30, but of course I don't have any live viewers, so anybody who would be watching the VOD would probably know that by now. Alright, so if I want to tailor from corpse piles, I need a crafting surface. Probably plenty of things in here I can steal for a crafting surface. These big forced tile tables are probably a viable candidate. In fact, they are probably the best candidate, because all I got to do is pick up like a quarter of them. I've had my eye on this a couple times now. It looks like a pristine survivor car. Parts are good, and it's got... Well, okay, the engine's not that good. Tires are probably not very good either, but... Got to get a little bit of gas, and I got a key, so that means I'm using it for ghetto headlights. Or for just, you know, lighting purposes. Alright, mask on. duct tape I found out in the field. I'm gonna go ahead and fix the handle on this, or why would I do that? Why would I use duct tape on that when I can use it for something else? I'm gonna chop a tree really quick, get a sapling. Because I need a new handle for my spear. Again, I think this is the second time. That's actually pretty good. I'm not seeing any really big trees in the immediate vicinity, though. Nearest really big tree is up on this side. I don't know if you're guaranteed to get a sapling from anything but a big tree. A garbage bag that has all of the jeans and shorts in it. I'll take it inside with me and do a little bit of tailoring in here. So I've got a couple of crates I can use as a crafting surface. Oops, not that. Okay, that should be everything. I'll leave the rest out here and I will deal with it tomorrow. Alrighty. Alright, spear taken apart and reassembled with a new handle. And that's all of the crafting that I needed to do taken care of. I already made our about a quarter of the way into tailoring level 4, or sorry, tailoring level 7. I 4 was on my mind, so I need 4,500 experience. I believe another storage unit is a little further down this road. We got a lot right here. Wow. Okay. Pull some of them out with the sound of the engine. Back up to where I've got a little more room out here. Got the engine, and we are doing hatchets until things get dicey. When things get dicey, I'll switch back to sword. Ooh, there's a bunny. We got a, whatchamacallit, a kinky party over here. Our rabbit here is a fast shambler, so I'll deal with her next. Those bunny ears before I forget about them. And a bunny tail, a bunny suit. Matchy on the brawn panties. Nasty first, right this way, sir. Some of them seem to be like migrating further north through that forest back there. Don't understand that movement very much, but maybe a yell or two will convince them to come back. One of the reasons I haven't been using firearms too much lately is because, well, multiple reasons really. With my mouse broke a couple streams ago in part 12. Or not 12, it was, I don't remember exactly when. But I'm using a different mouse with much fewer buttons. I don't actually have a thumb grid on this one, so I do not have quick and easy access to the 7 button. I have to, think about moving my left index finger across the keyboard, and the mere fact that I have to think about it for like 0.2 seconds, that just makes me less comfortable trying to do it. And then there's the other factor of, like, up there you see someone coming from the north. I could not guarantee that neighborhood was clear. So now we have somebody coming from the north. That's another, and yeah, now we got someone coming from the right here. And this is all because I discharged the firearm a few times. Well, 6 times total. Let's do a magazine check really quick. 5 left in my primary. Three left in my primary. So I got a fast from the right, 2 fast from the left, and 1 fast from the north, but is not aggroed. Backing up. I do not like this situation. Too many fast at once. I'm switching to spear. That was a gas and go hat. Special looking one. Give me that. Oh no, United Shipping Logistics. I can't remember if I have one of those or not.
Hey.
Yeah, we're bringing them from all over the map at this point. Muldraugh, after there's been a few months of wilderness growth, is really hard to say that you've cleared an area. Because there's going to be groups of zombies in the trees, and the trees are going to be so dense that you're going to not be able to see them, except for, like, you know, a couple of very few specific angles. Okay. Well, everybody else in this area is slow.
Hey.
One of the reasons I'm using this bone war hatchet, I mean, aside from the fact that I just, you know, found it and it's a convenient thing to use, it is an axe that does not have sharpness. So I can continue using it without having to stop and do a sharpness check all the damn time. Necessary? No, but it's alright. I already checked the trunk of that truck. There's the jaw stab. Now, I don't normally want to ever go for that, but I was feeling comfortable enough to go for it there because I had done a check around me to make sure that it was clear. See, for example, if there's ever more than one zombie locked onto me, I'm not going to go for something like that. The animation lock from the jaw stab makes it almost inconceivable for me to, like, intentionally go for it, unless I'm just trying to level, you know, short blade like I am now. I want this young lady's hat. I think that's also a Western canteen with a different appearance. And there's one more here. At least one more, possibly two. Okay, there goes the hatchet. I can stop thinking about that for now. Treva O'Neill, thank you for your things. Okay. Strap shoes, but they got holes in them, so I need to get rid of those. Shoes with holes in them cannot be fixed. Alright, so further down this road, I do believe is another one of the targets of our stream today. Several to the north there. Yes. Okay. So there's one of our targets. I just punched forward a little bit to verify that we're on the correct route, because some parts of this map look very unfamiliar to me. So I'm backing up quite a ways here because I want to have a nice and clean angle of approach now. Something that could very, very significantly muck with my angle of approach is the other side of this tree line, this residential area. See multiple in that house, at least one to the south, and two to the south, another outside of the house to the right. I want the area with these two houses, I want this clear before I consider that I have a solid angle of approach. Let's get the guys outside before we're worried about inside. Okay, I see one from the north. I'm not interested in getting surrounded. I'm going to back up a little bit and check the other side of this tree line. Okay, looking good. Okay, over here for the moment. Start us some kills right here. Alright, one's on the window. Window's coming on out. Door should take another moment. Door's locked. Do another check in the backyard here, because there was a group here. It is possible there's one in these trees, but I'm not sure. Okay, not in the trees, but around it, definitely. Oh, wow, look at all that. Okay. I'm getting some distance. House behind me looks okay for at least a few seconds. Both of the doors in this house are being covered right now. That's annoying. Chances that this is the key to the house right in front of me. Shit. Nope. Okay. Before I go into that house, I want to kind of make sure that the other houses in the area are not going to have anybody spill out at me. Okay. There's somebody inside the house to the left. Not worried about them just yet. Alright, sword out for close quarters. Oh, hello. Yeah, he clocked me. Come on out. The other one has not clocked me. He's still on the back door, so I need to prepare for an unspecified number inside the house here. Okay, I think I'm alright for this guy. Okay, this house of horrors is done. Ooh, a sewing kit. That is important. That means that this house has... if there's one sewing kit, there's often more in the same house. So it is worth it to take a quick peek at the other containers in this house, because it is possible that they will spawn some more tailoring. Not guaranteed, but possible. I mean, not like there's very many containers in this house. Okay, done with that house. There is a group in the yard out over here. Taking these guys next. I'm getting a little hungry here, so we're gonna have, how about some chips? I feel like there's potentially somebody to the north on the other side of that tree line, but I can't be sure. So I'm just going to keep checking it periodically. Closet, bedroom, or bathroom. Several in the backyard. Not the bedroom. Alright, most of these guys are aggroed. I'm going to pull them up this way. This way I can be somewhat reasonable that I won't be flanked from the north while dealing with these guys. Several people were wearing aprons for some reason. little bit more than I would expect from a residential area. That is a very pretty green beret. I gotta make sure not to forget about that. Ooh, that's close. I'll check that later. I feel like that's the closet. Why'd they just stop? Anybody else besides this one to the south? Doesn't look like it. Alright, sword out for close quarters. I'm gonna peek in the bedroom window real quick. Okay, no, the bedroom door is open too, so every door except for the closet door is open. So the zombie is in the closet. Okay, so these two houses are cleared. These two houses and their backyard. So what that means is I can have a much higher confidence about approaching from this road up here. Because, I mean, look at how many zombies could have potentially heard me fighting in that road and come up behind to bite me in the ass while I'm trying to push down this road. That is quite a few. Now, I do recall there being a group that my engine pulled, but I don't know how many of them may have actually just filtered down in there and joined those groups. We're going to just kind of foot travel down this road, see what happens. You know, I'm going to do something I probably normally would not do. What if I got 3 rounds left in my magazine? I'm going to discharge a firearm at this street corner here. Okay, see, there was a whole group behind this tree line that I did not notice. So I should have 2 shots left, I think. Double check. Yeah, 2 shots in the magazine. I'm gonna fuck these guys here. I hear somebody left, I'm running out. I hear multiple somebody's left, so yeah, backing up a little bit. So just hearing 2 different mouth breathers in my left speaker was like, yeah, I'm moving out of that situation. No live viewers. I guess today I'm not getting much traffic. It's Saturday night, but that could mean anything really. Ah, birthday party. Still 1-2 from the south. So I was talking some shit when I said that I could say that the south in this area was clear. Now that said, the 2 plus that are coming south doesn't look like they've actually noticed me. They're just going in the direction of where they last heard my gunshot. So I'm gonna cut them off from behind here. Cut the group. Hit this way, please. Oh, you know what? A lot of the groups we just dealt with were probably people who came north from the, this is one of the last mega clusters here in this shopping center area. North of the, in fact, I actually mentioned this in the video description. I wasn't expecting to get to this point at this juncture, like I was thinking later on, but, I mean, if I'm here, it really looks like I pulled most people out of this area just by making noise up to the north. So what I was clearing was not just a, you know, an outsized residential group, it was the mega cluster, or just, you know, slivers of the mega cluster. Plenty went inside there. All three of those are fast shamblers. Ah, chickens. I did not know that Walter White had any. That is Walter White's house to the north there. It's a meth lab in it. Hey! Now there could still potentially be quite a number up against this fence right here. Because people who want to come get me from in that back area on the other side of the long wooden fence, they would have to go around there. I really don't care for this situation, but we'll see how it plays out. By the power of spears. Get over here, ma'am. Just come over that fence, huh? Okay, I really like the push poke with spears. I mean, obviously, just the weapon length makes it really good. For short blunt, if you want to do a push slap, you actually gotta reposition yourself a little bit. Hey. Now, I think a lot of the zombies we're actually seeing right now are actually people who are coming over from the group that otherwise would have been around the storage units that we are targeting here. So we're not just clearing a neighborhood for approach, we're also clearing the main group. You know what? That'll pull everybody from Walter White and from the left. It'll also kind of get most of them to congregate there if they have not clocked me yet. An unknown number to the north, because the tree line for this house is really ugly. I cannot see what is in the yard behind it. So yeah, as you can see, the ones who have not clocked me are just going to where my gunshot was. The ones who actually clocked me seem relatively few. See, look at that. There's still a couple from the south. It's rather tiresome. And there is another, yet another from the tree line. It's probably people with really sensitive hearing from quite a ways out that heard my gunshot. Alright, I'm backing off a bit, having a bite to eat. When I come back, I'm going to have the bandana on, because that's a lot of corpses. Yet another in that tree line that I didn't notice before. Alright, bandana on face. Hopefully won't get quite as sick quite as fast. Gonna do exactly what I just did. Discharge the firearm, but not directly over where I plan to fight, because I want to kind of just draw them into a little group there north of where I want to fight, so then I can pull them down here at my own pace. Doesn't look like there's too many left, but I do need to be wary about people with good hearing from far away. Somebody, I think, dropped a pair of glasses here I wanted to look at. Cheap sunglasses, not prescription. Now, these cat-eye prescription glasses, I think, are purple, so I'm holding on to those. Why was he trying to break that as if it was a standing obstacle? I don't know. Don't really care. But most of them have run out of the zone. Hen, and hen, so no roosters. Always keeping an eye out for that. Not sure what's going on here with this young lady. You know what I'm gonna do? I don't think those chickens are going to be savable at this point because they have heard so many gunshot discharges and have been around so many zombies. They're probably going to be perma-stressed. Bulletproof vest. Do not have room for it. Leaving it on the floor. Somebody's inside Walter White's house here. Perimeter check before I go in there. Sword for close quarters. Outside? No, chickens. Okay, so some of them are no longer running around. That means that probably no zombies in the immediate vicinity just yet. Ooh, vinegar. Hell yes. Very important resource. Vinegar is your one-stop, or basically vinegar is the only ingredient you cannot make it yourself that you need if you want to can stuff or jar stuff. So I've got some stuff in my backpack that I can get rid of if I do some tailoring work, because there's some stuff I picked up that I only really care about tailoring. Now, I saw this this chicken started running for no reason. She was in the north. Potentially, that means there is a zombie to the north. Can't see anything out this window. I'm not immediately concerned. The only way in or out of this house at the moment is this window here, right in front of me. So, do a couple tailoring things real quick to get rid of some stuff that's in my inventory. Now, the birds are making stressed noises, but that's just because they're stressed. It's not until you see them running around that you can start thinking, okay, there's definitely a zombie. Oh, I ran out of light. Oops. Zombie to the south. Potentially directly outside this window, or this door, actually. Yep. Now, how did I know that? The sound was coming from my right surround speaker, and it was muffled. So that tells me that there was a zombie in this area. And the mufflement meant that it was outside. Surround sound saves lives, kids. Always a big advocate of surround sound if you can afford it. It's one of those things that is more expensive than it really should be. We're at a point in technology where it doesn't actually cost very much to make a surround sound receiver. speakers and speaker wire are like extremely cheap, relatively speaking. What are we doing? We're just ripping these mini skirts and condensing the rags into a couple of bundles here. I'm like very briefly getting freaked out by the sound of the rustling, but it's just chickens. Alright, so that saved us a lot of room in our, well, a bit of room in our backpack. What else? We can, yeah, we can rip this sheet, actually. That's why I picked it up, so I can rip it. Sheets equals 10 rags. 10 rags is a bunch of stuff you can use for tailoring. Okay, we're getting a bit hungry. Milk it is. I don't actually... So this is... as you can see, it's a meth lab. This is Walter White's house. I don't think there's actually a bed in it. Like, I think this is just a place they go to cook and then leave. Yeah, if there was a bed, it would be in there. Now, because the windows are already boarded up, this would make a decent safe house. I would just have to actually put a bed in it for it to be considered a safe house. I've got enough cookware back at base. So all I care about is grabbing a couple of food items there. And it is coming up on my bedtime, so I'm actually going to go ahead and do exactly what I just described. I'm going to steal one of my neighbor's beds, toss it in there where it's protected, and sleep there. This is the mega corpse pile that I'm probably going to do some tailoring from overnight. One or more in here. That was the one. I'm not seeing any more. Bedroom in here has the window busted. Bedroom in here has an intact window and a bed with a pillow. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and sleep here. As long as there's an intact window, I feel safe sleeping, because if a zombie happens to wander up on the window in the middle of the night, they'll hit the window and break it, and that will wake me up before they come inside and nom me. As a recap, we are in the heart of Muldraugh, the beating, festering heart, and we are just outside of one of our primary targets from the video thumbnail there. There is a storage facility right here, and we are right here at this little red dot in the dead center. So I'm going to move this bed that I just slept in over to Walter White's house. Alright, so I'm extremely vulnerable at the moment. I should not have done that. I didn't hurt myself, did I? No, I'm good. If you try to vault over something like I just did when you're carrying a lot of stuff at once, that's like very easy chance to hurt yourself. Alright, so this bedroom right here, or formerly a bedroom, has 3 boards on the window already. So I just dropped the second part of the bed, unequip the first, rebuild it here, put the... Shit, what was that? I accidentally clicked on the door, freaked myself out. Alright, bed onto the pillow. Or pillow onto the bed, as it were. Just taking a quick peek for anything I can use as a crafting surface. Here it is, some of these crates here. Now, why do I need a crafting surface? I need to carry it outside and toss it on top of that corpse pile, so that I can use it. I can use all of the resources inside the zombies as tailoring material. Holy shit! A copy of Tailoring 5 in this random box in Walter White's house. I think I already have Tailoring 5, but let me double check. In my Alice kit, I have a list of books. I do not need Tailoring 5 yet. Or, I mean, like, I already have a copy back at Riverside. There are no other level 5s in here. Okay. So, false alarm, but I'm never going to say no to a copy of a level 5 copy. I will actually take it and carry it around with me. That and Pottery 3. I'm going to take both of those and toss them in the, book bin here in Muldraugh at my outpost. I do sincerely hope that I did not leave my van running this entire time. I'm 99% sure I didn't. I left my van all the way up here because I've been just kind of clearing on foot. And there go my live viewers. This is not high energy content. Highly unlikely to keep the attention span of anybody who wanders along looking for something interesting to focus on. One of the reasons I parked exactly this far away is because this will take me out of the smell range if I sit in the driver's seat here. Alright, so this garbage bag, I can just toss it right here so that I can tailor from it. And not just tailor at this point, I can do a lot of stuff from that. So, where is it safe to stand while I do this? Nowhere. There's nowhere safe to stand at the moment. I have to use my auditory reflexes to determine whether there's a zombie coming. So I'm never going to go faster than 2 times speed. So, because there are so many zombies here, I can start scrapping jewelry. I can do a run of silver jewelry and gold jewelry. Prerequisite for that is for there to be 20 gold or silver items within crafting radius. So there were enough zombies in this pile to take the stuff that I already had and add to it, combine it all together, and do a couple of those. So I've got 4 belts in the area. So belts are a guaranteed clean leather strip and a guaranteed buckle. So it looks like my spear is actually coming up on the end of its lifespan, finally. I've replaced its handle twice now. So that is, that's pretty good. That's pretty long-lived for any weapon. I don't think any weapon has ever lasted that long for me. Most of my other weapons, even the ones I'm really good at. Okay, girl needs to eat something. I'm going to take her out of the smell range, sit in the driver's seat, have a drink of something. She's not getting very sick, which is great. The bandana is doing wonders for how small it is. And it doesn't actually provide any discomfort, which is pretty novel among the masks in this game. 90% of the masks that will get rid of the bad smell will provide some discomfort as a trade-off. Bandana does not. Okay. So that constitutes all of the sleeves we could have shortened and the everything else. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up my inventory and go back to sleep. Okay, yeah. Lights off in the van. And when I wake up tomorrow morning, we will resume tailoring out the rest of that pile, and then finally we will hit the storage units as advertised. Not safe? What? So this one's clocked me. Let's find out who else has clocked me. I feel like there's more than just this one. Several to the north. But they have not clocked me. Would you come on over there, take a seat. She has a skirt and some socks. One of the chickens got out. Or, I don't know if I even care about saving these, but I will go through the effort of putting this one back in the zone. I've already got about 15 chickens back at my main base, so let's see if the game will let me sleep now. Okay, I can sleep now. I'm pretty sure that the game will say not safe to sleep only if a zombie is directly aggroed onto you. I have not actually had it happen where the zombie, a zombie aggroes onto me while I'm asleep. I don't think I've ever had that happen. But I always work towards securing my sleep zones in the event that it theoretically could happen, even if it can't. See the corpse up there? I've already killed a zombie in this area, but these are all folks from a different region. So what I'm doing is I'm backing out of range, out of lunge range. And while they're in the middle of the getting up animation, that's when I charge them. If they are not in the middle of the getting up animation when I get to them, then I should not be charging them. Okay, this spear is about to break. I would rather not lose the spearhead. Bloody, worn, dull. So the handle has one more point of condition before it breaks. And then the head has 3 more, I think. Just judging based on color. Hello. Okay, so while I'm at this crate here, which is a crafting surface, I will also dismantle my spear. See, if you dismantle it yourself before it breaks, then you have a much more likelihood of actually recovering the metal from the spearhead. I don't care about the handle. I just toss that on the ground. I am a level 10 carver. I can make handles for days. Alright, we are doing some socks. And we are doing a skirt. Several skirts, actually. Tailored them down to mini skirts, drop the mini skirts on the ground, make a bundle from the rags. Bundle of rags into my garbage bag here. Now we do trousers. That should be the highest quantity of things here. Drop the shorts. Make a bundle. Denim strips bundle. I'm out of room in the trash bag for a bundle. Alright, this trash bag is now completely full. So I'm going to grab it, toss it back into the trunk. Not the best strategy to be starting my my arrival at the whatchamacallit, at the arrival at the storage unit. So that's our destination, is right over there. My truck is already 3/4 of the way full, but that's okay. I'm not expecting to find too much stuff in this particular set of units, because half of it is just going to be warehouse loot, which I've already got literal billions of. I don't need more. I don't need more warehouse loot right now. Okay, since I broke the spear, Mace is replacing it on my back. And I need 1 reload of an M9 from the trunk. Okay, so we've got just about enough room for 1 more garbage bag of loot in the trunk. Not a very ideal situation for coming up on a intended destination here full of loot, but there's also about 106 that I can hand carry. Worst case scenario, I'll just stage a bunch of garbage bags to do a couple of trips. We have tailored everything we can possibly tailor in this area. At this point, we are just going to cut up some leather coats now. I'm going to use the toilet in this house. Oh, there's a bathtub. Never mind. I'm going to use the bathtub to just wash all of the leather strips and denim strips I just got that were dirty. Ooh, somehow, this lady that I just happened to glance at has a key to the storage unit. So that means I might not need the sledgehammer to open any of the doors. Maybe. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case. I think I've seen cases where the key to the storage unit did not, in fact, give us access to any storage units. So, yeah, TBA on that, but we've got a key. We'll see what it does. Just taking a couple of food while I'm here. It's right in front of me. I'll take it. This house has 2 premium tech radios. I think I've already got quite a few pristine condition ones. But I mean, just put them right in front of me. Sure, I'll take a couple more. Alright, we should be done with this place after we check this. I don't need a hacksaw right now. Should be nothing else to do here. Nope, nothing else to do here. So now that I no longer have a spear to work on leveling, I'm going to stick to my short blunt for the most part, go for the push kill if I can, and if I get a push kill, I'll use short blade. Checking all around these trees here. Alright, perimeter check around the warehouse side of the building. Warehouse side of the building is clear. Now I got a zombie on the other side of this fence. Can't quite poke her. There we go. I'm poking her with the knife, because the knife can go through the fence. I don't see anybody else on the outside of the fence immediately. A couple people to the north, but they have not been aggroed. Alright, so we are now clearing the parking lot. This taxi right here might be a guaranteed spawn. I do not think I have ever been to this particular part of the map without seeing one there. Not sure if that really means anything. I mean, it's not hard to find a taxi in this game. And furthermore, it is not a pristine taxi. As you can see, there is some damage on it. It is a thoroughly mid vehicle. think somebody over there is aggroed. Let us have a drink of milk. Bandana is not necessary at the moment since I don't have any large corpse piles here. And nobody here was aggroed, but let's kill them anyway. Alright, let's see if that key to the storage unit... Hey, it actually means something. Alright, I hear somebody walking on gravel. That is going to be outside. What? Outside, quote-unquote. Are we sure that that's outside? Not taking any chances here. Okay, yeah, that's outside. I don't think she was sure whether she was inside or outside, but she was definitively outside as far as the game's concerned. Bambi Tubbs, that was the woman's name. We call her In and Out Tubbs. What color is her beret? That's a nice black color. I already have one, but I'm always down for another black beret. Just in case, I mean, berets are something you could theoretically lose if you do something stupid and drop it. So having a backup in the perfect color is an objectively good thing. I hear mouth breathing, so nobody's walking yet. We just cleared the exterior, so that's definitely somebody inside one of these units to the left. That's something I can. I'm gonna do this. Just gonna knock on the doors. It'll get their attention, most likely. Well, okay, yeah, there we go. See. So now I know exactly where it is. Clear. Ooh, he was defending a maroon die. Very nice. So another chest freezer here. I believe I already have 2 back at my outpost. Padded pants and padded jacket. I always take those if they're intact. They're rare enough on zombies, and if you find them on zombies, they probably have holes in them. They're intact. That's a nice find. I am always annoyed about padded coats because they block your... You can't wear an Alice kit with a padded coat. I actually kind of don't like that. It's annoying. Spare elbow pads, engine parts, bar quarter. Don't care about the rest of that. Plenty of it back at the outpost. All of that I have plenty of back at the outpost. Oh, look at that. Got some toys in here. I do collect the toy cars because they're they have a random color generation. That is just something I do ongoing. There's something that has random generation color, and it's not a color I already have in my collection. I'll steal it just for the funsies. A teddy bear. I don't have the room to carry that around. Teddy bears weigh 5.0 encumbrance. A heavy duty teddy bear in this game. Apparently this particular long sleeve shirt cannot be shortened. But I can shorten the skirt that was in my inventory. Now I got a little bit more inventory room. Not a very good storage unit experience here. I mean, yeah, sure, we got some magazines here. I've got the vast majority of magazines in this game already. Magazines are kind of, there's no particular magazine that I am looking for anymore that I can think of. I mean, I know there's a couple I'm missing, but I don't even know. Like, they're that obscure. I don't know exactly what they are. So, that's the entirety of the interior. We've got 3 exterior. And then the storage unit up here is just a warehouse with just tools and materials and stuff. So it is not something interesting like these, which these can have all sorts of stuff inside of them. When I say all sorts of stuff, it's still kind of a bit of an open question as to whether any of it's useful. Pair of socks that I can shorten. Always on the lookout for tailoring experience. Pristine pair of long gloves, sure. That's something I don't know if I have yet. Ooh. Banjo and guitar. So I already have 3 banjos back at Riverside. I don't care about another banjo. I will take another guitar. I only have 1. Okay, we're starting a new garbage bag of loot in the trunk of our van, which is now, it's safe to bring the van up. I could have brought it up a while ago, but I'm bringing it up now. I think I'm just barely going to be able to fit through these trees. Look at this. A spawn camper on my van. Did I leave it running? I left it running. I'm a doofus. Absolute, literal doofus. Tis a silly thing there, but we got through it. Alright, cutting the engine and doing a little bit of loot sorting here. Looks like we do have a garbage bag that is got plenty of room for stuff. I'm going to consider that one full. Okay, so we've got about like 10 encumbrance left in the trunk. Not enough to fill the whole thing up. So I'm going to try something here. Let's do that. Let's fill the food. Let's see if I can fit the dye. Not quite. It's 25.14. Jewelry for the rest of it. Okay, that's closer to being full. I'm gonna consolidate some stuff here. Calculator I can dismantle. Heavy duty flashlight, got plenty of back at base. Dismantle, dismantle. Gas can full of gas. I will go ahead and just put that in the vehicle here. No need to have it in a can if I can put it in the tank. I only put 4 liters in. The tank was pretty full, so saved a little bit of space. I'm gonna leave the gas can stage as something to hand carry. Alright, that leaves us with a fair bit of room for almost another garbage bag, so give me a second here. More garbage bag in the glove here. Okay, all these other books need to come back with me. Alright, that is the trunk pretty much full. Everything else that I want to bring back with me is going to be hand-carried. Not too much, really. Not too much. Probably enough just to fit in my backpack. Several fishing rods, that's nice. Whole ass propane tank, yet another one. Always happy for that. For anybody joining, we are at the one of our first primary targets. That is the storage units in the dead center of Muldraugh here, of Maple Street and Perrienne. Most of the north we've taken, just in terms of clearing zombies and looting the primary targets. Ignore the A, that's just an ambulance that I've since recovered. All of these boxes are empty except for furniture. I believe we already finished in here, and the interior is already done. So I am going to go ahead and do a preliminary parse through the warehouse back here. The warehouse is the same kind of loot that I have literal thousands of in Mass Gen Fatco. So I'm not really too worried about the loot that I'm going to find in here. I'm just going to do a once-over to see if anything jumps out at me. I would be remiss not to at least do a once-over. Oh, hello. Just one, right? Yeah, I fast-forwarded for a second. For some reason, the warehouse bathroom has a hairdryer in it. I guess they had a particularly needy secretary. Nothing of interest there. Nothing there, okay. Door's unlocked. I no longer need the storage unit key, dropping it here. So what I'm doing first for this particular place is just emptying some of these boxes because they're blocking other boxes. Whole ass charcoal barbecue in there. This is a strategy you can use to deal with pretty much any warehouse in the game. Just if there's boxes blocking other boxes, empty the stuff that's in those boxes on the ground until you can pick the box up since it's empty. Okay, some of this stuff I kind of want. Do I really need more wheat when I have 700 back in Riverside? Need is a strong word, but I'll take it because it's 0.02 encumbrance. An old stove. Yeah, that's a third one I've seen in Muldraugh so far. Okay. Backpack primary is completely full. Pulling out secondary backpack. This is a pristine hatchet head, but I've got plenty of those. Long John bottoms. Definitely want a couple of those because during the summer, Long John bottoms, despite their high insulation, it actually does not bother your character too much to have high insulation on the legs. So Long John bottoms by themselves can be a platform to add more protection to, so that you don't have to have the upper body insulation during the summer. You would have a lot of upper body insulation during the summer if you chose to have that layer of protection stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at once while explaining that. But yeah, the TLDR is sometimes during the summer you want to have just shorts instead of a full set of long johns. So just these two boxes here. And I do always like steel sheets. Mason's chisel and Mason's trowel, just because they're not very common. Stone block, I can make a billion of those. I'm a mason. Okay, sure, I'll take a steel bar, nuts and bolts. I don't care about the half-mask respirator, but I'll steal the filters out of it. All right, lots of paint. I only really care about paint if it is in a color that I actively need or I don't have very many of. None of those colors jump out at me. Maybe I'll take a blue. Wire, light bulb with condition damage, fuck no. 4 sacks of gravel, that's tempting. That's actually tempting. I can fit a couple in my backpack. The third I'm going to go ahead and toss in the... I think I have room a little bit left in the trunk. There's almost no epoxy left in that tube, so I'm dropping it. Alright, trunk is almost completely full. I can put one more sack of gravel in it. Now it's completely full. This would not be a bad base location if you were the kind of person who would actually want to be in Muldraugh long term. I am not. Muldraugh has way too many respawns on vanilla for me to ever want to be in it long term. Most of these crates are already empty. Surprisingly, most of them. 4 bags of sand, yes please. And the reason I take bags of stuff like that without even a moment's hesitation is because they are sacks, basically. I don't necessarily need the sand or the gravel anywhere near as much as another sack. Always down for another sack. A whole ass Hector Lopez barbecue. I'm pretty sure these do not come with propane tanks in them already. No, okay. It was worth it to double check because I've never seen one in storage before. Okay, a bunch of plaster powder planks. I'll just toss the paint on the floor so I can readily see it if I ever feel like coming back for other paint. And we're done here. So that is one storage unit I can cross off on the map completely. Now, these blue arrows are supposed to indicate an angle of approach that I have rigorously cleared. So, the only roads in that I can actually apply that to is this one. I have not rigorously cleared Balsam Street. Franklin Street, I want to say I have. Yes, I have rigorously cleared that. Also, I need to X out. This is the other storage unit that I have hit. I don't need to manually mark the highway because the highway is just... if I'm in Muldraugh, I'm patrolling the highway. That is a given. But when it comes to the inner roads of Muldraugh, it is not a given that I've been patrolling them rigorously enough to consider them a safe angle of approach. So, we're looking good, but we are extremely over-encumbered. We're getting out of here. We're going to do a loot dump back at our outpost here. And we are just coming up on the tail end of all the supplies we brought with us. You know, I have a little bit of room left in my inventory. I'm going to take a quick peek to see if there's any guns in the trunk of this vehicle here. Not in the trunk, but in the glove. Sure, I'll take that. Pager is actually a very rare crafting ingredient for your bomb making as electrical. Okay, the trunk of that vehicle is now emptied. Pulled some electronics out of it, so I'm gonna dismantle that while I drive. As you can see from the corpse piles, I have very rigorously excoriated zombies from these streets that I've marked on the map. I just ran over a corpse. I usually prefer not to do that. There's a reason I kill them in piles on the side of the road instead of in the road. I prefer not to take damage to my tires and my suspension. But sometimes it happens anyway, like that. If you take a turn too quickly in your van, sometimes it'll just bottom out and you'll get a collision on the front. Just because of the fact that it bottomed out. Now, I would normally get out and kill these assholes for being on my highway, but I am extremely over-encumbered right now. That is not worth the risk. I'll come back and kill them. I'm going to be on the highway plenty of times, so I can come back and kill them later. Now, where did these fuckers come from? They were not here when I left just the other day. Respawns are annoying as fuck. Assholes to the north. Okay, so we're getting back to my base. This is my fucking base here. This is my base area, and we've got respawns in my base area now. God, I love vanilla Project Zomboid. Okay, fuck. I guess I'm dumping some of the loot I've picked up. And my handbag and my secondary hand. Alright, I'm now no longer over-encumbered to the point of it being a risk. Well, it's a minor risk. I'm also tired. However, I'm also short blunt level 9 with best in slot, so it's that would have been a combat situation I would have run away from if it was early game. But I have short blunt level 9 with best in slot. I can handle being stage 2 over encumbered with stage 1 fatigue. It just takes me 4 hits instead of 1 on average to kill a zombie with short blunt now. These guys are all way too close to my base to acquiesce their existence. So, I don't know where this fucking asshole is going, but he's about to be going in the ground. Right here, asshole. Do I have any soda? If I had some soda, this would be a time to drink it, because it would get rid of a couple points of fatigue. I do have caffeine pills. Now, if there was a bigger group than just these 3, because they're all slow shamblers. If there was a bigger group than them, or like they were all fast shamblers, yeah, I'd take some caffeine. All these fucking... Alright, yeah, I'm sick. See, caffeine pills are exceedingly rare. you'll find like 2 or 3 bottles in an entire town. Not including Louisville, but still. They're so rare that I'm not going to use it for this situation. I can piecemeal these guys, it's fine. I probably could have just ignored them, but they're way too close to my base. I don't feel like having them come up on me after I've forgotten about them. The last thing I want. Alright, so to deal with all of the rest of the crap that I'm trying to carry around, now that the zombies of the area have been removed, put my primary military backpack in my primary. Or, sorry, my third military backpack goes in my primary hand now. Now I have to do a perimeter check around my own base. See? Look at this. Look at this shit down here. Fuck. You know what? Normally I would never do this. And I'm not doing it with my primary vehicle. But this is one of those rare situations where it's actually it feels like the most prudent course of action is to just do that. And like I said, I would never do that with my primary vehicle. The ambulance here is a local use combat vehicle. Not when I say combat, what I really mean is getting out and going around and killing zombies, as opposed to what this pristine step van here is for, which is exclusively looting. I do not want a zombie touching this van. This is a beautiful, beautiful, pristine van. I will never intentionally touch a zombie with it. Go very far out of my way to avoid zombies with it. Because, remember, if the side or the back of your vehicle takes a hit from a zombie, you instantly lose anywhere between 3 and 12 storage space in your trunk. Okay, it is 2200. I'm just dropping these bags, going to sleep. We've had a long day. The birds are looking alright, they're not freaking out. If there was another zombie in the area, they would be freaking out. I'm going to take a quick look at their eggs, see if anybody has laid a fertilized one. Like, most of these hens have been fertilized, and yet, none of these fucking eggs are fertilized. I don't really understand it. And the only way to tell if it's been fertilized is to mouse over it. Yep, none of these are fertilized. So it will say with green text, fertilized, if the egg has been fertilized. You'll notice that some of them have 8 nutrition instead of 7. I guess that's the result of a fertilized hen laying an egg that just didn't become a chick. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea how it works with these birds, because, I mean, you know, I know how it works in nature. If the egg is fertilized, they fucking lay a chick. Outside my back door. Fuck. I cannot go out the back door because it could be right out in front of the door, so... It's on. It didn't even aggro onto the door, so... I was being overcautious, but that's fine. Fucking hate it when they approach from this angle, because I cannot see very clearly. Remember, if anybody is anywhere near your base, the generator is most likely going to bring them in eventually. Better to deal with them when you know they're there and remember that they're there than later on. Okay, it's past my bedtime. We going to sleep. We've got a lot of loot to sort. I'm probably going to procrastinate that just a little bit. Gonna make myself something to eat. While that cooks, make something with the leftovers here. Got a leftover fillet, leftover leg, leftover wing, and some leeks. Why not? The leeks just went stale too, so I need to be faster about using them after I open them. In fact, I'm going to use them now. I'm going to take another frying pan out, use the leeks until they're empty. Then add some egg. I do not, unfortunately, have anything to read while I'm doing this. So I now have 10 propane tanks. Every single propane tank in this area is full of propane. So we're eating good in terms of propane. Hank Hill would be very proud. I'm going to toss the magazines. That should be enough time. So this is going to be a... I'm naming the stew 40. Reason for that is I'm going to divide the food into 2 bowls. And then it's going to say bowl of 40, which is exactly accurate to what the hunger reduction is. And we are done cooking for now. I need a light for this corner. Because I destroyed the wall with the light switch, I cannot use the native lights. I didn't really want to, but now I can't. So we've got a 40 fry here. And this is a 20 fry, so I'm just going to eat the whole thing. And then the bowls of 40 into the fridge. Okay, so for tonight, just going to organize the contents of my backpack. We have got a lot of loot down here. We are up to 28 M9 magazines. I've emptied all of them, so now my current M9 has had a few rounds discharged, so I'm going to eject the magazine and top it off from the loose M9 that I have in here. No more weapons to sort. Some fishing gear, though. Where am I putting fishing gear these days? I had a specific destination for it, and I've already forgotten. I don't think it was with gardening. Well, while I'm looking at gardening, there go the seed packets. I have a tank of partially used can of gasoline. I'm going to go upstairs, check the generator. Yeah, it definitely needs a refuel. And I've got a few scrap parts right here. Fix the generator itself. It's been running non-stop for a couple weeks now. So the fact that it was only down to like 80% integrity and like 69% gas, that's pretty good. So there's the gas can up here for refueling. Still full. I have just a little bit left over in this can in my hand. I'm going to put the rest in my charcoal truck. And then we got another empty gas can for the collection over here. Certain things, pretty much if you see me putting something on the floor, it's either because it's way too bulky to stick into a container, like the the steel ingots over there, or it's just something that I need to visually try to keep track of how many I have, like the propane cans and the whatchamacallit, the water bottles. The water bottles are small enough that I could put them in a container, but I want to keep track of how many I've picked up. Still never found what I was doing with all the fishing stuff. Surely it wasn't in this bin. This is where I put all the really low priority stuff. I think I was putting it in here with the sports stuff. I think I just brought all of it back with me last time I went back to Riverside. And then all the jewelry up here, so scrap as well. And then most of the rest of this, I know where to go. As soon as I empty this, I go back to sleep since it is 4 a.m. Almost found enough rope down here to make another stack. Fire sources can into the trunk of the truck here because that is for fire starters for the kiln and whatnot. Okay, little over bedtime, but we are good. Oops, wrong button. Okay, so this, the trunk of the trailer here. I don't usually carry the trailer around because usually, for local looting operations, the trunk of the main vehicle is fine. What I'm putting in here now is sacks of gravel and sand. Now, if I determine that I would rather have more stuff in the trunk here, like I don't have enough room for a commute back to Riverside, I'll probably empty these sacks onto the ground outside so that I just have the sacks. Steel sheet, tarp, steel bar, those can go into local storage. Fishing nets with the fishing gear. One military backpack secured. I believe this one had a gun that I found. And the gun had a upgrade. So I removed the upgrade first. I always separate the upgrades from the guns before I put them into storage. Carrying way too much stuff to actually pick that up. I'm going to put my heavy weapons on the ground. Heavy weapons includes the M9s and the M38s. Sword and the mace. Much more light. I can pick up almost anything now. So I've actually, a little bit superfluous, but I brought a barbell and a dumbbell back with me. I have plenty of those in Riverside, but those are not for Riverside. Those are for here, just in case I go nuts with a strength regimen. I don't think I will, but I now have the option to. My strength experience is coming along nicely. We started with the strong trait, so we started at level 9 with a +3 to our experience. We are at 75,000 out of 150,000, so we actually just crested the 2/3 marker on our way to strength level 10. And I have not actually done hardly any strength workouts yet. I started for a little bit and then I stopped. I don't really need to, because honestly, as long as I keep my proteins in the good zone, you'll get strength experience randomly just from a lot of things that you do. Just playing the game. So all I got to do is make sure that I'm not gimping myself by being outside of the good zone of proteins, which is between 50 and 300. Firearms into the firearm bin. I'm probably not going to ever bother bringing these MSR 788s back to Riverside. I literally have entire boxes full of them in Riverside because I brought them all back from the Ekron hunting shop. So that is never going to be a concern. That does it for firearms. ID card. Keyring. I have no idea what factory that is a key to. I genuinely don't know. I'm pretty sure these two Chevalier Niala keys are local use. So I'll put those on the ground there. Replace it with a factory and a Chevalier D6. I have no idea where those keys would go. But I'll hold on to them and see what's up. We're very close to being full in the little keepsake collection here, so. More fishing gear. propane lantern bottle for over here. Surprisingly, not very many of those in Muldraugh. Bunch of electronics. Book. Magazine. Makeup. Respirator filters. I put those in first aid for now, right? Yeah. And then jewelry. Sleeping bag. I don't really have a designated purpose for it. It's staying here for local use. If I ever find a tent, then I'll put together a complete sleeping bag kit. Or I'm putting my masonry tools, all of them that I find over here, so that I know how many to bring back with me, how many to leave. Masonry tools, surprisingly rare. Like, of all the stuff that I found here, only a couple of them were actually masonry tools. So, I set those aside from everything else so that I know how many I've found. Even after I'm completely done with Muldraugh here, I'll still be passing through this area, for example, on my way to West Point or March Ridge. So this is a field outpost with purpose that goes beyond just Muldraugh. We are ready for some food. It's currently February 16th. I think there's only a couple of crops that I would want to plant in March. So that's my time constraint that's currently on my mind. Other than that, I don't really have any time constraints in my brain. This hoodie is also for local use, so I'm actually going to put it on the bed. Basically, the only time I would ever wear this hoodie would be if I wanted to sleep and it was like extremely cold and I didn't feel like lighting the space heater that I put right there. It's like right now, despite it being cold enough to snow outside, still 44 degrees inside, so that ain't no problem. Alright, that is all my military backpacks emptied. Now I am working on the main trunk. All of these books are books that need to go back to Riverside with me, because I brought them down from Riverside initially. So to ensure that my collection in Riverside stays as complete as it already is, I need to make sure all those go back. And then there's some unique furniture I picked up here. The gold bar pallet, 100%. And these sacks of gravel. Okay. Now we are doing individual backpacks, or individual garbage bags, rather. Which go all over the place. We're going to need to start filtering more stuff here. Shit. These are all books for local use here in this bin. Way too much stuff. Way too much stuff. I'm actually going to go get another crate. And this is going to be a clothing crate. Some of these crates are full of nothing but crates, because there were plenty more crates in here when I first came in here. This is going to be a clothing container. Literally just nothing but clothing, so that I can finally start separating it from the keepsake bin. And I need to, for the sake of getting those bags sorted, I need to start doing that separation now. So we're going to start with accessories. And then clothing. Okay. So clothing was the bulk, really, of that container. That's fine. Yeah, so 43 encumbrance, just exclusively of clothing that I want to bring back for my Riverside collection. Now everything that goes in this bin is just nothing but the keepsake stuff. Low priority keepsake stuff, so. Picked up a can of blue paint. Looks like I was wrong about blue being a necessity. I like to pick up paint only if it is something I don't have tons of. So I know I have green in one of the garbage bags. But other than that, I needed light blue more than I needed blue. I'll have to try to see if I can squeeze that in my memory bank somewhere. My memory banks are, trying to remember all the things you need to remember for this fucking game is, that's not good. Probably not good for my long-term memory. I would not be surprised in the slightest if God forbid, dementia has any correlation with how much shit you try to remember at any given time. Then, yeah, call me early onset. Or at least at risk thereof. Coffee is very important. I'm going to place it on the counter. Because most of the small form food is not particularly special, but coffee, something that reduces fatigue, yeah, that's pretty special. Beer can go in with the soda over here. Soda and or canned food. Alright, everything else, most everything else can go on the other side. Fountain cup and dispenser bottles. First aid, bandages that need to be washed. How much? Do I have puddles on the ground that are big enough to wash yet? Nah. How about buckets? Didn't I leave some buckets on the ground out here? I guess I forgot to. Oop. That's fine. I will actually put them in here because there's some dirty and bloody clothes in there that I'll probably want to wash. The electronics, let's do that next. Shotgun shells. I've almost picked up for enough for another box. Book for the book god. So we got 5 more garbage bags after that. This one is mostly furniture, as well as a can of black paint. Black paint I pretty much grab on site, because that is something that I actually have a surprisingly low amount of in Riverside. And then I got a maple drawer with mirrors. I wanted to actually put that here to see how it matched. Oh, look at that. You can only place it in this orientation. You cannot place it facing any other direction. That is goofy. I don't know why that's the case. I guess I'll put it over here in the corner then. That's cool. So it does light up. Let me turn off the lights. I just want to see what that looks like. Okay, it's a very small light. So not actually worth it most of the time. See, for some reason in this game, all lights consume the same amount of electricity. So, that tiny little collection of lights around that mirror and that furniture piece I just put down, same amount of electricity as the floor lights that cover like 80% of the floor space out here. Kinda wacky. Couple of magazines, and then we're done with this garbage bag. 4 more garbage bags. This one has the green paint that I found. And a little bottle of dye. And the, whatchamacallit, the, books that are in this garbage bag. I separated from the other books because they are for local use. So Pottery 3, Tailoring 5, and Tracking 1 are just, you know, books that I already have in Riverside, so I'm leaving them here in case I want to do some reading. Or in case I get to that point. This blue lamp is for local use as well, I believe. Whole bunch of tailoring stuff here. Electronics, first aid, skipped over small 4 materials here, goofy stuff, and a ring, and long john bottoms, clothing bin, onto the next garbage bag. Bunch of clothes in here. Okay. Hairspray. I think I should be keeping hairspray in the electronics. Reason being, hairspray is a ingredient for explosives. So hairspray and boxes of sparklers. Those go in electronics. So everything else, food, cooking, and just a saw blade here. Duct tape. At the beginning of this stream, I only had one bowl. I made a couple, and now after going out looting, I have like nine of the fucking things. Got a lot of bowls. Almost done. I think there's just one more garbage bag. 2 more. This one is like mostly tailoring materials, if I recall. It's a little bit of ID card and stuff. So some dirty stuff onto the floor. Alright, I'm going to move the bundles into this crate here. And the loose ones into the top here. Alright, last garbage bag. Looks like we got some clothes. One more rope and I'll have enough for an entire stack. For some reason, I got it stuck in my head that I did not have a copy of Blood in the Hood. And look at that, I did not have a copy of Blood in the Hood, despite having looted the entire VHS shop. That is a bit of a lull right there. The golf tee. And then everything else goes on this side somewhere. So I got some spare engine parts. Bunch of stuff for the tailoring. Clay sculpting tool. I'm going to leave that right here next to the pottery wheel. I don't even know what recipes require it, but if any of them do, they'll be right there. The leather gloves were also supposed to go in here, because they are tailoring materials. Okay, last garbage bag was a bit of a doozy, but we are done with the garbage bags of loot. The welding torch in here has been used, so I'm actually going to replace it with a fresh one, because why not? The difference between the welding torches on the floor here and the one in storage, the ones in storage are full or empty. The ones that are like partial are on the floor, because the ones that are partial, I want to use those up first. I have a binary approach to my welding torches. I prefer them either full or empty. There's the .1. There it is. Okay. Oops, wrong button. Okay, I am going to grab just something random to read here, because I need to step away briefly. What can I read? The thing that I'm immediately capable of reading, it looks like, is tracking. Whatever. I don't really care. Just something better than nothing. I'm going to chill here. My character is going to read, and then I'm going to go AFK for approximately 2 minutes, and then I shall be back, and we shall continue. Alrighty, I will be back less than 3 minutes, most likely. BRB. Alrighty, looks like we are back. All right. So the only thing left in the trunk here are the M9 magazines that I brought with me initially. These are still loaded. I forget exactly how many I brought, but it was a lot. I don't have too much on the docket for the rest of the day today because it's 1,600 hours already. So if I deploy now, I'll kind of just be needing to go straight to a place to sleep because I need to sleep at 22:30. So it's... I think I'm going to make a visit to the lake, clean up all of these strips, denim and leather, and myself. And also, because apparently, I mean, really? Really? I'm just baffled by this. Whatever, let's go, guys. You see, the thing that baffles me the most, why were they not pounding on my door? Why did the generator not draw them in? It's almost as if they all just materialized out of fucking nowhere. I'm not against the concept of respawns. I would just prefer it to be a little bit more natural. Just make it seem like they're coming from somewhere far away. Respawn them far away from where the player is and has been, and have the zombies migrate in that general direction. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that is what happened. Maybe they migrated there, and I'm just a doofus who never noticed it. I'm a little skeptical. I'm just a little skeptical. I mean, seeing a group there means that I don't think the forest here is going to be secure anymore. I don't feel like the forest is going to be secure. So I'm not going to use auto-pathing or anything like that. I'm going to just kind of run around here and check behind all these trees, because all these trees block my line of sight. I'm not going to run all the way into that neighborhood yet. That neighborhood, I'm guessing, is going to have some respawns, because it's been a while since I've been in there. Now, here, look at this. I saw one. I'm listening very carefully. I'm not hearing anything else. Really cute top. It's a shame it doesn't match the bottom. Now, as you can see, there's already a pile of corpses right here because I recently saw some respawns by the lake and killed them all. Just going to kind of do a little circle around the lake here. Look at this. Look at this. Good thing I decided to do a little circle around the lake. Alright, fuck balls. Let's go. I don't even think that these guys were here, like, initially. I'm pretty sure these are not even respawns. These are just spawns. I feel like this lake was quite clear. I don't know. I don't know that. I'm talking about out of my ass at this point. We've been with this character for about 150 hours. And to make matters worse, I have recent memories of this area from a different character too, so the runs blur together at some point once you've played this game enough. Okay. Good thing you can't get struck by lightning in this game. Better not give the devs any ideas. And yes, I am just talking to myself like an idiot right now because all my live viewers have peaced out. It's fine. I don't do this to be popular. I do this because I'm having fun, and there's a small chance that some other people might have fun with me. That's good enough for me for now. Okay, I'm actually very cold and wet now. Shit. That's not good. I might get sick now. Fuck. I passed the time a little too quickly. And you see, unfortunately, there is a form of sickness in this game that has absolutely nothing to do with your sickness bar meter. There's just a random chance, I think, once you're cold and wet at this point. Sprinting to bring my body heat up. I have some towels in the household bin. Let's use those first. Okay, bullet possibly dodged. We're gonna find out. We'll have an early warning if she is sick. The girl will start coughing, and then we'll see the debuff. column of boxes over here for furniture. Nice. I like it. Maybe I should move it one step closer. You know, they always say never sit too close to the television. But they're also not dealing with an entire warehouse of a base, most likely. I'm going to go check down the road before going to sleep here. Not just for a zombie patrol, but for, there might be a light that I'm thinking of that would fit very nicely in my kitchen. The light bar isn't exactly necessary, but it actually does provide some light. Pretty sure I've searched through here before, but... Okay, not in there. Not in there. Not in there. I'm going to replace the headlights on my ambulance since there's a couple of perfect condition light bulbs right in front of me here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. $22:30 is bedtime. Go to bed now. As a midnight activity, I am going to take a quick peek at B42map.com. Very lovely website. And I'm going to take a look to see if there are any of those lights that I want to find. That being said, B42map.com was last updated on build 42.8. So there's a possibility that if those lights exist, we might not even see them. Aha! That is what I'm looking for. It's going to be either inside or on the front of the building in front to the next to the school. This little, what is this, a food truck? I don't even know what that is. No, it's got fences attached to it. A bodega, like a permanent bodega, I guess. Kind of wacky looking. But yeah, that is... So I'm looking for these fluorescent lights. Those would actually go nice in my kitchen right here. As you can see, we got a really dark corner right in front of the stove. And that doesn't... That's no good. I want that to be illuminated. So that's our midnight activity. We're just going down the road to the school to grab a light. Now, in the process of doing so, we're also patrolling the highway. So any zombies we see, we get out, we murder them. Such as that one that almost escaped me. Wait. I kind of wish there was a way to turn the light bars to just a ambient setting. Like they don't need to be blinking right now. I just want them on so that I can see the vehicle easier when I zoom out. Hello, get out. Okay, we got two to the right. I believe they've clocked me. No, they have not. Yeah, that's right. Just come on over here, talk to Teddy Bear. Right is clear for the moment. I'll use the vehicle's headlights for illumination when and where I can, but sometimes I just gotta flick my flashlight on. I gotta be wary about respawns from the north coming out of the forest. Because it seems respawns are just happening everywhere at this point. I don't want corpses on my road, so I lead them out of it. Bring their own corpse out of the way so I don't have to drag it. I hate these signs. I hate these signs with a burning passion. Because they block everything behind them. See, if there was a zombie directly in front of me, how the fuck would I know? How the fuck would I know? This stupid thing blocks me completely. It should be like trees. It should occlude when the player gets near it. Whatever. Skill issue. Game design skill. Like this one. Why can't they all do that? Fucking annoying. Right this way, ma'am. Always taking jewelry and socks. Jeans, jackets, anything for leather or denim. Alright, this is the electronics store. You would think it would have electronics that I'm interested in. Surprisingly not. Something I have forgotten a few times. The electronics store has a bunch of grills in it. Gas grills. Floor models, display models, with propane tanks inside of them. So... all these have propane in them. Let's see how much. Various. Apparently the floor models have been used. I don't know who's doing grilling inside of the store during store hours, but whatever. I have room for another one in my backpack, so I pick it up and carry it in the offhand. These two also have propane tanks. Total of 5 propane tanks. Apparently all in variable condition. So this one fits in my backpack. This other one, I'll put it in my primary hand for the moment. Alright, so lots of cool looking furniture here. Nothing that really particularly interests me. One of these ovens... I thought one of these ovens was better than the other, but they all of those ovens had the same storage capacity. Except for the fryer, which is even smaller. So yeah, nothing particularly interesting here. Now these lamps here, the red one and the blue one, I will take their light bulbs. I'm always down for a red light and a blue light. And we're out of here. That was just something that I wanted to do because I knew if I trusted myself not to forget about it, I would forget about it. Now this school area we have cleared already very recently. So we should theoretically not have to worry about any respawns here. But emphasis on should, emphasis on theoretically. Look at that. I don't even know if it's a respawn or a migrant or what. Because it's on the other side of a fence, I get out my knife, poke my knife right through the fence. Wrong building. Slightly further down. Here she blows. Okay. See some zombies over there to the right. Or, I'm sorry, to the south. Not particularly worried about them. Just gonna grab this light and get moving. Alright, it's 3:40. I need to sleep. I could sleep at the school, but I think in 20 minutes I think is enough to get back to base. What do the brakes feel like on snowy ice? Well, it's still pretty good, all things considered. I'm sure the devs are hard at work. Shit. Slow shambler, not worried about it. I'm sure the devs are hard at work making an ice sliding mechanic so that we can't have fun anymore. I don't know if I have a red bandana yet. Thank you, ma'am. Another pair of skinny leather pants. I mean, at this point, I'll probably scrap some of them. I've got 4, an intact one that I'm wearing, and then like 3 with holes in it that I'm going to fix at some point as soon as I get to level 7 tailoring. Alright. Fluorescent light that I just picked up. Right in this pretty little corner here. Apparently I cannot put it over top of the fridge. That's fine. And look at that. We have a beautiful kitchen light. And it's right on time for bedtime. We're about halfway to level 10 short blunt. Making good progress. Good progress on that. Now the propane tanks we picked up are, I wonder. I have a couple of ideas here. So there are a lot of wrecked, burned cars between Muldraugh and West Point. I have so much propane right now that just taking a bunch of torches with me and busting up all of those cars is a feasible idea at the moment. I mean, I've got the welding book read, so I can work on that. TBA on whether I want to cut up the leather pants, because honestly, those are just so rare. Having four pairs already that just need to get fixed, honestly, they're that rare that I don't even. If I need more leather strips, there are literally infinite zombies to get them from. Honestly, I kind of hate how the music goes down when you go inside of a building. I mean, why stop it? It sounds so nice. It's because we gotta have the spooky, ooh, listen, is there a zombie? No, there's no fucking zombies. Cleared this place 10 times over. Whatever. I'm a little salty about it. Now, I've recently learned something very interesting. I only have one live viewer. I just feel like sharing this with anybody who's watching now or on the VOD. Apparently, there's 2 parts of the engine that you need to consider when you're looking at a vehicle. One of them is engine quality, the other is engine condition. thus far, I've only been paying attention to engine condition. So all my vehicles, they're at 100%. I feel good about that. I haven't cared about quality. I didn't even know quality was like a thing that went all over the place and was basically an innate thing about the vehicle. This one has 71% engine quality. Apparently, engine quality is what determines the starter, the random startup failures. So despite this having all of the best parts that I could ever put on a vehicle, it has a 71% quality in the engine, which is limiting its goodness. I'm going to have to start becoming a lot more aware of the quality. Only 72 in this one. That explains why both of those vehicles feel like they have a 30% chance to fail to start. $1,900 hours in this game, and I still only just learned that recently. Such obscure nonsense garbage. But not necessarily bad. I'm just mad about it. The more you know. Can't make anything of it. Just toss it up here. How long have I been at this? 4 hours, 30 minutes? I don't have any live viewers right now. I'm going to go ahead and close and reopen the game. The reason being, I think the stupid precipitation outside is glitched again, and we're doomed to be permanently walking around on wet water on the ground. So if I just close and reopen the game, that fixes that. So our last target in the area is this joint right here, this storage unit facility. We've got a safe house right here, so that's probably where we'll deploy to when we're ready to deploy. To this safe house here. 1, so that we can empty our stash in the safe house. 2, so that we can strike out to this area. Look at that. No snow on the ground, no water on the ground. It's like fucking magic. It's like fucking magic. It's almost as if that entire system is horrifically glitched and in desperate need of a rework. But what would I know? I'm not game dev. I just call it like I see it. I left this door open like a doofus. I'm gonna grab my axe and cut a little more wood because I wanna build a thing. Nine logs. An odd number. I hate it. I get 2 from this? Just 1. 12 logs would be a perfect number, because that's 3 full military backpacks worth of planks if I cut them. I'm basically doing a sharpen check after every tree. I honestly start to think that my deforestation efforts are better with regular axes than wood axes at the moment. So wood axes are faster for individual trees, but I just get so winded and so much muscle strain that fuck it. Hello, Hassan. We are currently still in Muldraugh. We're just doing some side activities because it's the weather's pretty nasty to be going out at the moment. I'm doing a bit of an upgrade here. We're gonna get some rain barrels up. And there, look at that. Just as I talked about rain barrels, it turns from snow to rain. Perfect timing. I was a little early to pick those up. Shit. So here's what I'm going to do. Get a sledgehammer. Put it on my back. Get a door handle and hinges. Bust a hole in the wall. Drop the sledgehammer because I no longer need it at the moment. Build a door frame. Oh, I don't have nails. Grabbing nails. And then we build a door frame. For anybody joining, we're just doing a quick upgrade to our outpost in Muldraugh. We do not have any rain barrel facilities in the area, so we're fixing that. Now, if a rain barrel is directly flush with a wall, it fills up a little bit less fast. So what I'm kind of doing here is making a walkabout. Alright, out of planks. Let's go get my other planks. 3 bags full of them. Now, what I need to think about is where to put them optimally for sink. I would ideally have my sink right here where this water bottle is currently acting as a de facto sink. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away from the top of the stairs. So to get my frame of reference for that, I go back upstairs. And now, here's the top of the stairs right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was right on the money. So this one, we can build one here and one here. And then basically, these 6 tiles right here should be covered with rain barrels, optimally. So in order to access them, how many planks? I got 5 left. Damn, that's not an even number. I'll just extend this a little bit. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Alright, now we have 12 planks in our other bag. That's exactly 2 rain barrels if we get the materials for them. So let's, I have a bunch of tarps that I brought. Let's use tarps before we resort to garbage bags, even though I do have, you know what? I have 10 times as many garbage bags as I do tarps. In fact, I have 2 literal boxes of garbage bags just chilling right here. Both of them completely full. So I'm going to excoriate all the garbage bags from this one. Each box of garbage bags, if it's full, equals 20 garbage bags. So that's more than enough to build our first 2 rain barrels here. Am I out of something? I'm out of nails. Opening another box. We got tons of nails here. Alright. I want the first two to be the most accessible to the rain, so those can go right there. Now I'm going to need another bunch of wood cut. So I'll drop the nails there. I'll drop the hinge and doorknob here in front of where I need to build the door. I'm actually, instead of lumber to build the door, I'm going to make it with metal like I did the other. Did you hurt yourself? Yeah. Got a scratch on the arm. Did we damage any of our clothing? We'll find out in a second. Let's clean this scratch. Alright. God, I really fucking hate the accidental vaulting. But it's a skill issue. It's a skill issue. I can avoid it. I just make stupid mistakes sometimes. So that's going to hamper our ability to cut trees. So that's even more incentive to use welding instead of... sledgehammer goes back into the van. Some more rods. I'm going to need, what do I need for a door? 3 sheets, and that's it. So I already got the hinges and knob upstairs. Honestly, I should have built floors out here with welding instead of carpentry. I mean, welding with building floors with welding gets you a lot of welding experience. So I don't believe there is anything I can weld. There's no equivalent of a rain barrel that you can weld. There are metal troughs you can build with welding. But I don't think... No, metal troughs are actually not very good at water storage when compared to a rain barrel. Because a rain barrel, it basically fits 600 liters on a single tile. A trough will fit 150 liters across 3 tiles, so there's no comparison there. If you want to gather rain, you're doing it with a rain barrel. I'm going to need need an axe. So we'll see how badly this scratch on the forearm is going to hamper our ability to cut wood. Let's get a bite to eat. I'll finish that off. Alright, I wanted to build 4 more rain barrels. That's 4 times 4, that's 16 more planks. So there is 12 planks from that tree. I would need 4 more after that, so let's cut a small one. Okay, yeah, 12 plus 4. That's 16. Yeah. I'm not going insane. I know how to math. I promise. This doesn't look like our wood cutting ability was set back too awful hard. Sharpen that axe, put it back. Still have the nails. I left them on the floor up here. I was wrong about the plank count. I would have been right if I was not off by a few. So I need 2 plus 6. I need 8 more planks. And then 4 more garbage bags. Tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and move all of my full welding torches back over here. So here's three planks from that one. And we should have a couple large branches for 2 more. For a total of 5, and now we cut this one and we'll have 8. That will get us a full complement of rain barrels. That was supposed to be placed, not dropped. My tools will look nice. Should have some more garbage bags in here. Yep. 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So now if we build a sink where I want to build it, it'll have access to all 6 of these. Welding goggles and a pawn shop in Louisville. Huh. Old welding goggles. And they made it so that the car broke down in 1 second. Fascinating. That, if only I had a pair of old welding goggles anywhere. I don't think I've ever seen them. So that might be a unique find. That, I've seen in the, craft menu for welding, recipes. I've seen old welding goggles as, like, a option in that list. but I've never seen them actually spawn before. So that is something that I might actually, well, I'll definitely be on the lookout for it. Let's see here. Refill my canteens. And then I need to get a sink on this tile here. So I'll move the water here. Do I have a sink that can go on a surface? I don't think I do. I do have a few sinks, but none of them are for tabletops. So I'm actually going to go steal one from one of my neighbors, assuming that it doesn't break. This is a good excuse to do a patrol down south here anyway. I have noticed there are some respawns in this area. I've already killed them to the north. I've already patrolled towards the lake that way. Huh. Very nice. Dude, that would be an amazing find for me right now, because one of my medium-term objectives is to take care of the roadblock between Muldraugh and West Point. And that's basically just a bunch of burned cars. Being able to instantly dismantle them, ooh, that would be awesome. Probably just a glitch, though. I don't usually chase glitches. If they're right in front of me, I'll abuse them, absolutely. But I'm not going to go out too far out of my way for them. And surprisingly, this neighborhood looks okay. I was expecting some respawns. Maybe they just haven't quite hit yet. I'm sure it'll be any minute now. We've had respawns surrounding our base just recently. Now all I need to do is get a pipe wrench to actually plumb it. I have exactly one. Did the chrome did it get plumbed to the wrong thing? Or is there really just no... Okay. I plumbed it, but now I can't right-click on it. Is that because of the light? I don't think it would be because of the light, but let me get it out of the way. No. No, the game is just acting like there's nothing in the sink. Which is odd. Okay, well. Oh, yeah. Now, my biggest gripe with the mask is the fact that I can't wear glasses with it. Because I am a nerd who has to wear prescription glasses. It's as if, in the 90s, there were 0 welders on the planet who had corrective lenses. Which, yeah, it's bullshit. I'm pretty sure you can fit glasses behind most welding masks, but not in this game, you can't. Covers the face, so it blocks your glasses slut. So what I'm willing to think is that the sink probably plumbed itself to this central rain barrel. To test that theory, transferring water from one rain barrel to the other. If only. I wish. Prescription welding glasses. That would take the cake. Yep. Okay. So that was the problem. For some reason, the sink plumbed itself to only the wooden barrel directly above it. Odd. Very odd. I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to automatically rotate from one to the next that's within range of a 3x3 zone above it. But if that's not going to be the case, then I will just gather up a bunch of water and dump it into the central one. Got some buckets out here. Alright, that's all of it that I got for the moment. That's more like it. 32 liters. And it'll just get bigger over time as we get more snow and rain. No idea if I'm going to need to put another sink in, but if I do, I'll leave the wrench here. Seeing as I only have one. Am I out of meals? I think I am. Completely out of meals. How's my protein? I can take another serving of rabbit meat now. So I'm going to thaw that. While it's thawing, I'll read a book. And 22:30 is bedtime. Going to sleep a little hungry, but that's alright. When that rabbit meat's done thawing, we will cook ourselves something hearty. Get this bandage replaced. Uh-oh. Something I never wanted to get a level in. First aid. Hi. Oh, so this right here, this is a barrel stove created with welding. It is a level 5 recipe, I believe. Double checking here. Metal barrel oven. Requires welding level 5. Does not require a recipe. So you get to welding level 5 and you just get 2 steel sheets, 2 small steel sheets, one scrap metal. You know, scrap metal, that thing that apparently no blacksmith on the planet here can produce. Fucking, I'm still mad about that. I'm never not going to be mad about that. Yeah. It's mostly just for aesthetics. There were just a couple of times in the dead of winter, we've already passed it, it's closer to spring now, in the dead of winter where I was cold enough to want to light something next to my bed while I slept. But that is long past now. We're cooking now. Now we were cook. I am now cook. Our only ingredients right now are rabbit and eggs. I don't feel like opening a jar at the moment. Maybe I should force myself to. I'm going to force myself to. The spring planting season is coming up soon here. So I need to start getting these jars emptied. So I've got... I mean, eventually I'll be able to make my own jars, but, you know. Let's open a jar of bell peppers and a jar of radishes. Why not? Yeah, I have not noticed, so I actually noticed a really weird thing with it when I first built it. It didn't work. Like, I right-clicked on it and I couldn't destroy things for fuel or light the fire or anything. But then I picked it up and moved it because I thought maybe it would just end up being a decoration. So I just picked it up and moved it, and after I put it back down, I could use it. So I don't know if that's a, yes, you can make jar lids of your own with blacksmithing. It is, I think, a level 4 recipe. I would have to double check that. But yeah, that is a very much a thing you can do, thankfully. can only add 3 at a time of these radishes. That's a little bit goofy. There's like 68 in that jar. Okay. I guess I'll make a couple stews like that then. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't accidentally put a piano somewhere where you don't want it to be. I had to go through a couple of hours of figuring out how to delete a piano because all of the traditional methods of deleting it, to include disassembly, picking up, sledgehammer, debug mode deletion, all the traditional methods of trying to remove a piano in the current build have failed. So be very careful with pianos. If you place it in the wrong spot, the number of ways to actually delete it are very limited. I did figure out one, but it takes a lot of steps and it's annoying. You have to enter debug mode and use the console and get player's tile and delete the object on the tile. It's wacky. Yeah. Okay, 3 stews just like that with a helping of rabbit. Starting the cook for that. While I wait for that to cook, we've got our forge right here. Lid. It is a level 5 metalworking recipe. It does require discovery of the skill. So I'm guessing there's a magazine that will teach you the recipe, but if you don't find a magazine, I think all you got to do is get to level 5 or level 4 or 5 of metalworking and then find a jar lid somewhere and then you can research it. So those are your 2 options. I'm pretty sure I probably learned it from a magazine because I just go nuts with magazines. I've probably got a copy of 80 to 90% of the magazines in the game. So let's see. One of these I'm just going to straight up eat because I am very hungry. This one right here. The other 2 I'm going to bowl up. They are both, these both are 60 stews. So what I'm going to do is rename them to 30. Bowl, so what'll happen is, because I'm renaming the stew to 30, when I separate it into 2 bowls, it will be called Bowl of 30. And it will reduce the 30 hunger every time I eat one. It's a wacky thing. And I only have to do that because you cannot rename the bowls once you've separated the stew. Okay, perfect timing, 4 a.m. We go to sleep again. The restless sleeper gets her second sleep in. Really, Longblade 1. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you how I leveled Longblade. Not on this character, but on a different character. I'm gonna show you a screenshot, and before I pull the screenshot up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you something that is forbidden secret knowledge. Animals give as much experience when you kill them as zombies do, and then I'm gonna tell you that rabbits multiply very quickly when you put a lot of males and females in a single pen. And I'm going to show you this screenshot. And I'm going to let you come to your own conclusion on what the best way to level Longblade might be. All I'm going to say is that the screams will give you nightmares after a little while. IRL, not in-game. But that is one way to level Longblade that got me through several levels before I ever touched a zombie with one. I don't know if that's always going to be a thing. The devs might nerf that. But as it currently stands, yeah. I mean, so like if I see a bunch of rabbits in the middle of the road, I don't want to damage my vehicle by running them over. I'll get out and just hit them with my nearest weapon that I want to level. That I will continue doing. I have no hesitation doing that. But anyway, I mean, like, so chickens right here. These guys don't multiply at all. I have not had a single chick. So I don't use them for anything else, for anything like weapon training. But rabbits, just because they breed so fast. What are we doing? We're getting ourselves a couple of bowls of 30 here. We just made, and then we're going to take some cow's milk and fountain cups once those get depleted. And I've still got so much of this jar of bell peppers and radishes. I'm going to make a couple salads. Yeah, I'm going to make a couple salads. So in order to make salads, what I'm going to do is cook these 10 eggs just straight up, hard boil them. And then get all my bowls out. I'm going to start by putting 2 eggs in each. All right, the rest of these eggs, just gonna eat them straight up. Oh, rats! I actually forgot about rats. I guess they do multiply pretty fast too. So yeah, that's Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. Right now I have one rooster, and it doesn't seem to be creating any fertilized eggs. I'm thinking it's probably the temperature. In fact, I tried to deal with that by creating a one of my old stoves. I moved the old stove in here, and I tried to keep it running so that the eggs would always be in a 70-degree temperature area. That turned out to be way too much work. I'm kind of mad this game doesn't have electric heaters. I mean, they are a thing, but there's no electric heaters in this universe, I guess. Yeah. I need to use up these jars somehow. So I'm making a bunch of small salads. It's one of the only feasible options to just constantly... I can only use these radishes 3 at a time. It's so wacky. On the flip side, I'm guessing this is a way to save a lot of radishes. I'm just going to eat the rest. There's one of the jars gone. Bell peppers for the rest. Okay. That got rid of those jars. Since I still got some room, I'll go ahead and open one of these jars of leeks. That's a lot. These are all 30 salads with some Quite a nice mixture of ingredients. That just means I have to eat the rest of these leeks. Where am I getting those eggs from? I have no idea where those eggs are even coming from. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Used up the jar of leeks. And I'll just cook these as is, I guess. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. I don't want to advertise too loudly the fact that you can grind massive amounts of experience just from cooking eggs, hard boiling them. I'm sure we'll see in the patch notes any day. Removed cooking experience gained from hard boiling eggs. Cannot. I'm sure that's any day now. Devs have been cooking the latest patch long enough that it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. That was a nice morning of cooking there. Alright, and we are now stocked up for a travel. We are going to go hit the last storage unit that is left in Muldraugh. But before I leave, I should make another spear. Spears are amazing in the latest patch. I am genuinely impressed with how good they are. I need myself a steel bar quarter. So when it comes to spears, my favorite, absolutely at the moment, metalworking level 5 long spearhead. I do not remember what magazine taught me that, but I was only able to get it from a magazine. I remember I got to level 10 metalworking. I still had not found the recipe. I could not make other types of spears and then research them. The only way to find the long metal spearhead recipe was to find a specific magazine that I found down here. Unfortunately, I already brought it back to Riverside, so I do not remember what the actual name of the magazine is. But long spears, fantastic. I'm sorry, long spearhead, the best, by far. I will be able to demonstrate very shortly here once I gotta carve this sapling into a long stick, assemble the spear from a long stick, put it on my back, then I just need to sharpen it. And it is sharpened. My mace needs to go into my backpack. Where did that go? Here it is. Mace into backpack for in case I get ambushed by a lot of zombies at once. Short blunt is my fallback expertise. Alright. Down the main highway towards the... We're going to go to our field base in the southwest side. After we kill anybody in the highway that's in our way. Yeah, long metal spearhead. I'm only level 3 with spears, and the whatchamacallit, I'm getting a lot of zombie one-shots, and not just with the insta-kill thing. That's a random chance for the spear to get an insta-kill. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just random hits, just like a swipe, and I'm still getting a one-shot. I'm 90% sure Indy Stone is going to nerf them. They've been experimenting with increasing spears' viability. They probably overcorrected. If they don't nerf them, then spears are the new meta, by far. Easily. Oh, very nice. In that case, that might actually be a good way to learn long blunt. If it's really good, despite not being high level in the skill. One of the reasons I don't have any long blunt skill is because I have not found a good weapon that I like, that I can make a lot of. So another question is, can we actually make metal bats? I don't think we can. As a carver, I can make wooden bats. I can make those indefinitely. But I don't know of a way to make metal bats. Those are a very finite resource on the map, to the extent of my knowledge. Here's the school. I believe if we take the next turn here at Pizza World. Yeah. I may have been slightly early on that. It was before we get to the PD area. Now this is an area I've not cleared, so I need to be careful. In fact, I'm gonna... You'll be careful. You'll be dead. Quick bite to eat. Get out. We kill anything in the area. In fact, I want to kill things in the area so much that I'm gonna pull everybody in the area. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, so we should be seeing some movement from the south to the north. Some people going around the fence there. Now what they're going to be doing is, if they don't get clocked onto me, they're going to go right past me and through the forest in that direction where I had the gunshot. Most of them thankfully seem to be slow shamblers. May have to keep their attention a little bit here. See, look at this asshole right here. He the devs have changed the way zombies react to sounds. They don't go exactly to where the sound was. They just go in the general direction of the sound. Can actually make trying to lure zombies with sound very annoying sometimes here. I'm just gonna do exactly what I just did. Down to 7 rounds in the magazine. I gotta be very wary of this forest. They're probably gonna be coming out of this. Yeah, look at that, look at that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna reposition the van. I don't like where it is right now. Keep it right here. Fucking amazing. Alright, one in the door behind me. I don't like the spear for close quarters, so I switched to the sword. Locked. I'm not worried about it for the moment. Glorious. The very general direction. Oh, you can fix metal bats with fiberglass and epoxy. I did not know that. That is good to know. All right, so the one on this door, I'm gonna flank it. Alright, still a couple left. I don't usually try range targets very far. Let's see how good I can do from this range. 3, 4, 5. So, not too good, but that's fine. Definitely somebody in the forest to the right. There he is. Nothing that I hear on the left yet. Alright, so I feel like if there was any other large groups in this area, they would have made themselves known by now. These look like stragglers with good hearing who have peeled away from other groups. Now look at this guy here. No idea where he came from. Somewhere off, way to the right. Okay. Yeah, thanks for joining, Professor. Yeah, absolutely. Likewise. Ay, no biting here. Biting no allowed. This hair dye. It is. Okay. So the tattoo shop, of all things, is a source of hair dye. Wasn't expecting that, but I'll take it. Gladly. 2 purple hair dyes from this place. Very, very nice. Dismantle the hair dryers. Okay. Was not expecting there to be a lot of hair dye in the tattoo shop, but there we go. Most excellent. Starting a garbage bag of loot in the trunk here. I can go separate. Carry around an eraser all the time, but for the moment, there's a couple things on my map I can get rid of here. That's not working. Apparently I can't get rid of the stuff I've drawn on my map without the mod. That's... okay, well, whatever. Not too worried about that. Ooh. Key to this office, I don't care about that. Key to that step fan out there. What is its engine condition, I wonder? Oh, I'm worried about the engine. I got a frickin' M9 out of that. No gas. Oh. Too worried about gas. What is the engine condition? Engine quality 43. Don't care about this van. This is a shit van and it always will be. Now X off everything here. I'll just head down this road and continue where I left off. Because that's exactly where I left off, was at the bottom of this road. That actually explains why there weren't as many zombies after I killed the initial group. Of course, I can't pick up the fountain. I would wish to pick up the fountain, but I can't. There are certain decorations that I would very much love to pick up, but alas. This ugly thing has been chilling here for quite a while. Imagine bothering to lock something after it's been that damaged. Engine quality 66. Not worth a fixer-upper. The entire trunk, one box of cereal. Thanks, Andy Stone. Fascinating. That one was so easy to tow that I accidentally smacked it against the wall. Wish I understood why some vehicles are so easy to tow. Others are not. I'm sure it has something to do with the wheels, but fuck. Alright, we got groups in every direction. Here's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm just going to back up. Quite a ways, actually. I can feel my blood pressure rising. Being surrounded from the north by low fences with trees behind them. Those are all the people who clocked me, so that we're good on that. Everybody slow? No, of course not. This is why I fall all the way back here, because you see this bitch back here behind this fence? Unacceptable. You're giving that fence a wide berth. I've seen what happened to fences when I stand next to them before. Never again. I don't have any live viewers right now, but I still sometimes just talk to myself. Before I started live streaming, I have hours and hours of footage of me recorded playing the game, talking to myself. I could think of it as practice, but I also thought maybe I would upload that someday, but no. People, if they're going to watch this, they're usually going to want to watch it live. There's a segment of this series that went over the YouTube time limit, so I had to manually cut it and re-upload it, just so that I can say that this series is complete. And like, it's gotten like 5 views. So that is how I know that the number of people who actually watch my VODs is pretty small. It's alright. Not too, I'm grateful for every one of y'all, because you're the only ones who would be hearing me right now. Alright, firefighter zombie. Needed to take both of his clothing parts. Don't care that they're damaged to high health. I need that airmed thread. SCBA, I'm going to remove the oxygen tank from it. The oxygen tank is at full capacity, so I'm taking that. I don't know why that takes so long to put in my bag. Give this asshole the runabout while I do. I don't know why I put that in my backpack. Just gonna go in the trunk here. See, I really hate how much they fucking scatter. They really scatter a lot. How many rounds do I have in this one? 2 rounds left. See, some of these guys don't seem to respond to anything but horn honks or gunshots. And that makes them kind of dangerous, because who knows what's going to prompt them to finally turn around and flank me. If it wasn't for the fact that spears are very good right now, I would definitely not be doing this. Definitely one to the south and to the right there. Alright, north and left are okay for the moment. Alright, 0, we got 2 left on our backup firearm. One left on our backup firearm. I mean, if we're not seeing a move up anymore, then I want to say that we've done good. Wow, one over in the church parking lot and one up here. Hello up here. Right this way, please. There's one. 2 reloads. For anybody joining, we are on our way to the third and final storage unit here in Muldraugh that we have not yet hit. Kind of gathering a large group of corpses here on our way there. I think all that's left of this group is just this guy here. Maybe a couple more, I don't know. Oh no, yeah, there's definitely more. I'm intentionally discharging the firearm to pull them out of the dense trees between the buildings. Alright, you don't want to fall? Fuck you. Right this way, sir. Don't kill him in the road if you don't have to. I'm expecting more from this general direction. Yeah, we got some in the house there. Got this side of the fence. One right here. Spears are amazing in this build, by the way. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, long metal spear a spear with a long metal spearhead right here. Level 5 metalworking. You do have to get very lucky to find the magazine to make it, though. There is no way to research it that I've seen. Taking jewelry at the moment. Well, that's pretty. I'll take that. That's sky blue. Lots of jewelry on these guys. Look at this. One guy was late to the party. Or gal, whatever the hell you are. One mullet was late to the party. Mullets don't even deserve to be gendered. He says as he styles his mullet. Left the van running like a bit of a doofus. At the time when I exited it, I was wondering if I would need to relocate quickly, but no. We're moving just a little further up here, and then here be our target. Looks like the zombies around it are pretty low in number. Let's get these 2 to the north. Alright, looking okay. I think I have already approached this place, but there's no way in if you don't have a key. So I'll have to make my own way in. I got a sledgehammer with me. But before I start breaking into the place itself, what I actually want to do really quick is make my own little road here. I'm going to need my sledgehammer for that. So in my weapons kit on my passenger seat, sledgehammer, equip in both hands. If I wanted to waste, propane, I could disassemble, but now because I'm going to need the sledgehammer again, most likely for these doors, I'm just going to drop the sledgehammer right here, because that's where I'm going to need it again. Now, about these trees that are in our way. In my passenger seat, I got me a wood axe. Equip that in both hands. Now that's a lot of muscle strain from cutting those trees and breaking the fence. I'm actually just going to chill for a second here, cut the engine, do some magazine sorting here. I should have... Yeah, I got room for 2 full magazines in my Alice kit. Empty magazines into my backpack. Sorted loot into the bag back here. Basically just passing a little bit of time at the moment so that the muscle strain has a chance to go away. And now just reading a book and eating some food. Get out, finish breaking our way through this we're making our own little road here. Because I'm tired of, there's another way around this. I don't want to use that road. Now all I gotta do is get the rest of those trees out of the way. Wood axe still in my hands. Before I start cutting those, quick check on the other side of the road. No zombies that I can see immediately. Left our bushes. Use the knife instead of the axe for these. And we have a road. A very ghetto road, but a road nonetheless. Our girl is really tired. Probably got some more muscle strain built up, but that's okay. Because one of the reasons I made this road was so that I can come out here nice and conveniently. I have a field site, or field base, just a little ways out here. You may notice there's a memorial right here. Rest in peace, Barb the Builder. 104 hours into her run, she met her match on that exact tile there. I'll probably every character I do in the future, I'm probably gonna put a memorial there. But here is our field base for the southwest Muldraugh right here. Already got this place boarded up. It's even got its own generator, just because Muldraugh has so many generators that there's no way I could bring them all back to my main base in Riverside, so I just left that one there. The bed with the pillow was right here. And we sleep. Yeah, oh man, the spear is absolutely OP. I love it so much right now. In fact, I'm going to make this base even a little bit more convenient. Just going to move the bed. It is my privilege as a level 10 carpenter to do whatever I want with beds. No chance of breaking them. I'm just going to put it right inside the door. Make it even more convenient. I don't think I'll need to be out here too much longer than a day or two, but I'm all about that optimization. So I left a bunch of small form food out here, and some large form food actually. I'm gonna go ahead and put most of it into a garbage bag and toss it into the trunk, because I don't need to have supplies out here anymore. There's not much stuff out here once you've gotten all of the storage units looted. There's pretty much nothing else out here but residential and warehouse. Warehouse loot is... I've got so much of it that I don't know if you could pay me to start stockpiling more of it. Ooh, I actually found some animal sinew out here. I could probably use that to make one item in tailoring. So the food, all of it's coming with me. The cookware, most of it, I'll leave here, because I've already got plenty elsewhere. Yeah, all this can stay here, that's fine. Girls ready to eat, we eat. Garbage bag into the trunk. So the trunk is not even halfway full yet. So we've still got plenty of wiggle room here. Now, as a midnight activity, I got a couple things. You know what? So I do apologize to my live viewers. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to close and restart the game. Thought I heard a mouth breather for a second there, but no, we're good. So I'm going to close and restart the game, and the reason being, you might have noticed there's water on the ground from like as if it just rained. It hasn't rained for 2 fucking days, but there's still water on the ground because this game is buggy and unstable, and water, once it collects on the ground, sometimes it just never fucking goes away. We're going to reboot the game, and when we reload it, it's all going to be magically gone. Reason I do that is because when there's water all over the ground, it reduces your frame rate just a little bit, so why would I deal with that if I don't have to? I'm just going to reboot the game. Just going to reboot the game. Look at that, no more water on the ground. What a shocker. That glitch has been around for a while. It makes me annoyed when I see it, but it is now gone. So, as a midnight activity, we are... Is there anything I want to do immediately? Not really. This is all local storage, because I don't need any of that back at... Yeah, I don't care about any of this. You know what? Actually, it's a midnight activity. I'm going to start taking the sledgehammer to some of the doors at the whatchamacallit, at our primary target, because it's going to take a while, because basically, fuck did you say to me? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of vagrants just sitting next to the fence here. Apparently they weren't there last night. They weren't there to start mouth breathing at me when I pulled up just earlier. Fucking respawns. They actually really... They irritate me because the respawns should not happen while the player is in the area. Like just earlier, I had some respawns just literally right outside my goddamn base in the area. You know, a place where I've built a bunch of stuff and slept there many times, and it's just... That kind of action should prevent respawns. Permanently. The player constantly is sleeping in the same area and building in the same area. I get it, that they don't want to do that mechanic too hard. You don't want players to just build one thing and then have it suppress respawns. No. But there's got to be a middle ground. You can't just have zombies popping up directly outside of a player's base. That needs to not happen. It's bullshit. The respawn mechanic... I mean, there's a lot of people who just fucking turn it off, and I don't blame them for a second. I try to play the game vanilla, as is, so that I can tell the devs exactly how bad it is, and how much it needs balance in certain places. Because, I mean, you know, if you just change the sandbox settings and you fix the problems that you see with the game with mods, then your feedback is not going to be very valuable to the devs, because they're going to look at what you're doing and be like, oh, he's got a billion mods. How can we make decisions based on his feedback if he's got a billion mods clouding the situation? Not that I actually expect the devs to take my feedback very seriously regardless, but I'm doing what I can here. I'm doing what I can. Somebody's got to do it. It's not like the devs have QA on staff. Speaking of QA, that was one completely empty. Let's loot this one, I guess. Why use my flashlight if I don't have to, right? I hear a mouth breather. It's to the left, most likely inside the joint. Actually, those pants, those look like a neat looking magenta. Sure, I'll take them. More garbage bags, always useful. An electric bass. I don't know if I have one in my conservatory yet. I do have plenty of drumsticks. I have 3. So if I get 4, that's 2 sets. That's good enough for me. Nothing else here that I really care about. There's a key to the storage unit. Is this a key to all the storage units? I'm skeptical of that. Why would there be a key to all storage units in just one? Don't know. Let's find out. A couple more boxes. I want to find that out now, actually. Holy shit! It is a key to all the units. I don't need the sledgehammer out no more. Put the sledgehammer away, boys. We're done with it. We found the winner somehow. I was not expecting that. Nice thing there. One of the reasons I was coming out here at night is because I was expecting to have to, like, you know, sledgehammer 2 doors, wait a bit for the muscle strain to go away, sledgehammer 2 more doors, wait for the muscle strain to go, sledgehammer 2. You know, the B42 cycle is what that bullshit is. I kind of like this this light blue skirt. Is that, how light is that? I don't think that's quite a match for my light blues. I'll take it though. I'll take it. I don't care about the rest of this. If I needed more steel, I could take the tools, but I don't need any more steel. I've got so much steel down here already. Black denim fabric roll. First time I've seen that. We've been at this, on this character, we've been at this for 150 hours or so, something like that. I would have to check. First time I've seen black denim fabric roll. Definitely taking that with me. That's because I've been trying to level tailoring for a while now, so yeah, that'll help. Ooh, premium technologies generator, the yellow one. Yellow generators are the best generators. They decay, the condition degrades the slowest. By comparison, we got a blue generator here. Blue generator, I believe their condition degrades the fastest. However, blue generators only weigh 30 encumbrance. So, you can actually fit them, if you're organized, if you have the organized trait, you can fit a blue generator inside of a military backpack. Just a fun fact about that. So, I'm going to drop the generator I just picked up right here. And drop the other one that I found in here, just so that I can see them. No, don't connect it. Pick it up, please. There we go. I mean, I've got so many generators. But, I will always make room for a yellow one. Just because they're good. Gotta play dominoes with the crates in these places sometimes. Spare engine parts, that's always a take. Steel bar, always. Epoxy, always. None of the rest of this I really care about. I believe that's everything in here. Yes, on that side at least. Balaclava, absolutely. So I need to, basically I need to come back to that tomorrow. It's about to be 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is my bedtime. I have 2 bedtimes as a restless sleeper. When you're a restless sleeper in Zomboid, you go to sleep, you fuck around for a bit, then you go to sleep again. So I'm about ready for my go to sleep again. And this is why I made my own little road there. That is the second and not the last time I'll be using it. See how convenient that is? I don't gotta go all the way back to the bedroom. Oh, look at that instant nightmare. Fuck you too, I guess. Alright, my fatigue is down to 25. That's not good. I don't want to be awake at 5 a.m. with 25 fatigue. No, I'm not doing that. So what I'm going to do is, as fate would have it, I actually have some reading material stored locally. Almost as if I prepared for this. Yeah, let's read some TV monthly. Why not? Get rid of the stress. Can I go back to sleep? Nope, not tired enough. So what I need to do is I need to fuck around for a little bit and then just go to sleep as soon as I'm at 30 fatigue. Inconvenient. I don't like it, but whatever. I'll do a little bit of loot sorting while I'm waiting for that to happen. Let's see here. How about a new garbage bag in the trunk? And how about I start putting clothes in it? Clothes, ideally, that I want to keep. About some of that. About some of the books, some of the ID cards, some of that. Alright, I'm at 28 fatigue. Like I said, I need to get to 30 fatigue in order to sleep. So I'll look for some oh, look at this. More spawns and or people from the local area. That's a pretty light purple there. The skirt, yes please. You know what? I'll even take the jeans. Reason being, that's what I'm going to spend my time doing. I'm just going to scrap some clothing for materials and or tailoring experience. So these assholes who spawned here can actually be of some use to me. 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'm still not even slightly cold at the moment. That's the power of body heat generation. So, do some sharpening. And let's do some sock shortening. And double check that I don't care about that skirt. We're going to shorten it a few times. Each time we do this, it's 8 tailoring experience. And then we're going to do the same thing, shorten these trousers. We just hit 30 fatigue. That got us a couple of dirty denim strips. I'm going to wash those, then we go to bed. Alright. We're technically sleeping in a little bit, but I could not be awake at 5 a.m. with 25 fatigue. That would result in me getting... Probably, I'm just, rough ballpark estimate. I would probably start getting tired around like 1600. That is way too early to be getting tired. So, I would sooner mess my sleep schedule up in the opposite direction. So now it's 10 a.m. I'm down to 19 fatigue. I'm going to be up very late tonight before I actually get tired, but that's fine because I can go to sleep without being tired. Can't do it the other way around, though. So... back to work, dismantling the storage units. Perfect somehow. So we got a full garbage bag in the trunk. Probably room for another, what are we looking at? Two more garbage bags that are full. And then maybe a partial. I don't know where this group down here came from, but I know where they're going.
Hey!
Fast one first. Get a little distance. Ears are way too overpowered right now. Alright, before I go inside, I want to do a full perimeter check. Everything looks good on this side, except for this ugly guy right here. Not really worried about this zombie right here, but I actually do want to take a quick look at the step van in the parking lot up there. Now, I never would have imagined that I would be on the lookout for a new van. But then I only recently learned about a little thing called engine quality. Not engine condition, engine quality. So let's pop the hood here, take a look at this. So, if you look at the engine, it is 43% condition. That's shit. I don't like 43% condition engines. However, you can repair the condition. What you cannot repair is the engine quality. This tiny little text right here in the top right corner at the bottom, it says engine quality 47%. So my primary van down there, all the way down there, is 100% engine condition, but the quality is only 71%. I only recently learned that quality is completely separate from condition. So, and quality is innate. You cannot change it. There's no way to fix it up to make it better. I hope that also means there's no way for it to get worse. I don't know, though. All I know is that I'm in the market to look around at nearby step vans. So look at this. The engine condition, 87%. That's neat. The quality is only 49. So, fuck both of the step vans in this area. Apparently I have the key to this one. Oh, because it's in the ignition. Okay. What I like to do is if I find a vehicle with the key in the ignition, I leave the key on the seat. Because, if you leave it in the ignition, it actually uses up a little bit of battery. Not that I particularly care about batteries of vehicles that I'm 99% unlikely to ever touch again, but you know what? I'm a completionist to a certain extent. This is a Chevalier Primani sports car, I believe, a 4-seat sports car. Engine quality is 60. Garbage. Like if I'm gonna go out of my way to recover a vehicle in Muldraugh, which is not my primary city, I need to be very wowed by the condition of an engine. Like we're talking above 90. Yeah, see? 50% condition, 50% quality. It seems like there's a correlation, but an imperfect one, to say the least. A pocket watch. Neat. Never seen that before. On this character. I've seen it on other characters. But fascinating. Okay, that was a fun little side quest, but I literally could not care less about the rest of the cars in that parking lot, so we are done with that little side activity. Now we are going to take a look through the interior of the storage units. Looks like all the doors are intact. I don't like to do spears for close quarters, so I'm switching to the sword. I hear a mouth breather. That tells me she's most likely in one of these. So what I'm going to do is, to confirm, I'm just going to hit the doors. It's most likely going to wake her up and bring her up to one of the doors, so she starts smacking it, and that tells us exactly where she is. So I don't got to play the guessing game. It was a male. There's the female. So there was more than one. It was also a male. Am I losing my ability to differentiate between genders? Or was there a third? Yeah, I'm losing my ability to... They're all fucking zombies to me. I can't... You can't pay me to not misgender them. Sorry. Gas cans. I am done with finding extra elbow pads. I've got like 6 pairs now. Alright, that's that one done. Banjo, I've already got lots of those. Harmonica, got several. Just collecting musical instruments for my conservatory back at my Riverside base. My other bases do not need their own conservatory, that's fine. They are just outposts. This is a janitor closet, not like a regular storage loot table. I will empty all of the shelves, though. And I will take these rags, thank you. Box of garbage bags. That's something I was on the lookout for. I will always take another box of garbage bags. Okay. Okay, so apparently the storage unit key that I found does not, in fact, unlock everything. So that means... yeah, the big garage door units I probably will have to come back with the sledge for. I need to have this sword out. If there's one directly in front of the door, yeah, sword's better. That's empty. Bandsaw. It's kind of cool. Useful if you're doing metalworking sometimes. But you can't move it, so not actually that useful. I am making my base here. So, if you happen to want to choose a base place that is on an existing POI, doesn't hurt to look around for a bandsaw, because you might someday do some metalworking, and bandsaw can make it easy. Very fast to cut bars and stuff like that. Ooh. I already got that. The only time I'll pick up those magazines is if they look like a title I don't usually see very often. Power bar right here. I'm just going to straight up dismantle that. Always grinding electrical. Always will be. Alright, drum kit. There's a lot of those. Already got one in Riverside. There's a second in Riverside if I wanted it. And speaking of already got, there is a yet another thing I've already got a lot of, but always will take, a generator. I'm just gonna toss this outside. Alright, so what we're looking at here is 40, 80, 110? Yes. These generators here are 110 storage. I don't know if I'm going to have enough room for that in my trunk, even if I start hand carrying stuff. We'll see. See, right now, yeah, there's no chance. No chance. That's okay. I'm not particularly worried about getting everything this trip, especially something as low priority as generators that I already have. That being said, I don't think there's too much else in terms of loot here. I might actually be able to take... We'll see. I'll come back to that. Hold that thought, I guess. $52 out of 205. So that means I have about 50 left in here. Now, how about this firefighter gear? If I think I can extract the aramid thread from it now. Yeah, I don't need anything special other than I've got a shears and a handy knife. Where the hell's my handy knife? There's a handy knife in. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Fate smiled on me just now. So basically, the only reason I picked up this firefighter jacket and pants full of holes is because it has aramid thread on it. Aramid thread is a very, very, very rare resource. You can only get it from scrapping bulletproof vests, firefighter gear, and I don't even know what else. Those are the only two that I know of, and those are pretty rare to find those. I mean, you'll see them on zombies, but I don't see that many of them. Okay. Okay. I ate, but I need something to drink. Is there a bathroom in this place? I don't actually think there is. That's fine, I guess. Actually, I know where there is a source of water nearby. There is a little trailer over here. And a flag. Give me that. Okay, all of the doors are open that I can possibly open with the key that I found, so key can go on the floor now. I don't need it anymore. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Take one of these generators, toss it into the trunk. How can I make another bit of room for that? Let's take that. Let's take that. Let's put those on the floor for the moment. That is enough room for another generator. That is just barely enough room there. Unpack that. I can fit exactly both of those fabric rolls into my main backpack. My main backpack is now completely full. A little bit of room in the trunk here. I'm going to put my mace in there. And my tracking book. I don't need to be hand carrying that right now. So the trunk of the van is now completely full. With like a tiny bit of room left. Well, it's... yeah, a little bit of this milk, whatever. Okay, now it's completely full. So, this generator right here, I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to equip one of my military backpacks in my offhand. Actually, no, I can't do it like that. What I got to do, drop the military backpack on the ground, take the generator again, because you see, the generator can never exist just directly in your inventory. However, right now it's in my hands. I put it in the garbage bag. Now I can pick, or I'm sorry, not the garbage bag, the military backpack. Now if I drop a few things, I can pick the military backpack up. It weighs 32, so I need to drop just one more. Make that 2 more. Now I can pick it up. Fuck. Fucking shit. Did I just glitch? I just glitched my inventory. God damn it. Okay. If you have 2 of the same item on your belt and you try to drop both of them, it'll drop one and then it'll fuck your character up. I think getting in the van might fix it. Yes. Okay, that fixed it. So don't ever try to... if you have 2 M9s on like a double holster, don't ever try to drop both of them at once. It'll fuck your character up. Alright, there we go. Alright, military backpack in the offhand. I can put this gear back on my person. Okay, now we continue looting because we've got room left in this offhand backpack, and then we have another backpack we put in our main hand, and that's when we're 100% full. So I believe I've already looted up to here. Shit. I shouldn't have actually... so here's what I need to do. I need to drop it again because of the stupid, I need to be able to grab my sledgehammer. This is what you do if you need to drop 2 items that are on your belt, the same name. You drop them separately. Okay. Good. So what I do now is I go back to my van, get the sledgehammer, break those 2 doors that for some reason the key never worked on. Then I can say that I've cleared this place out. You know what? You know what? You know what? Ah, look at that. There was nothing in there but a generator anyway. I genuinely don't... I don't think I'm going to have room for another one of those. But now I made a shortcut for myself anyway. It's my privilege as a sledgehammer owner to do dumb shit like that. Okay. So... here's an idea. Take the generator. Put my other military backpack on the ground. But instead of the generator, because that will cause problems, I'm going to put the stuff that's in my main backpack into the one that's on the ground. And then put the generator that's in my hands in my main backpack. Okay. Okay. Now I loot into this one. I've already hit that one. That one. So with this room, I gotta move this one box in the middle so that I can actually access all the boxes. Chairs in the corner, don't care about that. Bottle of dye, a pink formal shirt, yes please. That's pretty cute. I don't think I have very many pink. I don't have very many anything in formal shirt platform. Okay, so almost everything else in here is furniture. Anything in these garbage bags? Just a little bit. Silver trophy. Sure, why not? And the garbage bags, I will take those. The reason I will take them is because I want to start putting loot into a garbage bag in my primary hand as soon as the backpack in my secondary gets full. Alright, most of the rest of the crap here I don't care about. I mean, gray paint... I'll take it as a low priority item. I'll be very quick to toss it if it doesn't look like it's gonna fit. Ooh! We've got a level 5 book. Tracking 5, I think that's one of the ones I need. Checking my books list. Tracking 5 is one of the books I need. So I can finally cross off one of the books from my list. Tracking 5. So now we are down to, after I update that, we are down to aiming 5, reloading 5, first aid, glassmaking, pottery, welding, all those level 5s I need. And then, of course, napping and long blade because it's a stupid... Those are both stupidly obscure. I've almost grinded my way through the Volume 3 space of long blade anyway. And then I have the 4th book. So, really, if you think about it, what I really need more than anything right now is the level 5 of long blade. So 1 and 3 are pretty much just for the sake of completing the set. Yeah. So we're coming down the home stretch on the books that we need. We really are. Literally everything else in this box I don't need. I don't have time for fun books right now. Sure, fishing equipment, why not? Yeah, these are all nothing in there. Yeah, that for the bandsaw, okay. I just lost my flashlight. Do I have the spare battery in my kit? Skill issue, I do not. That's okay, thankfully I know where I'm at. Know where to get another battery. I carry around one in my glove compartment. Boom. Refilled the battery of my flashlight. Didn't realize it was about to go out. Like I said, skill issue. Always be wary of your battery lives. Usually I'm pretty on the ball about that, but... let's say I dropped it this time. Care about none of that. Already hit that. Have I already hit everything back here? I believe I have. Except for this is the meme unit here. The meme unit that is very poorly organized. Okay, here's an idea. I don't, like I said, gray paint. Gray paint is kind of a meme. I'm dropping that. This chest freezer into this garbage bag. This is a full garbage bag on the floor. Now, chest freezers are, it's questionable as to whether I actually need them. I'm kind of probably taking them just so that I can leave them in Muldraugh. Two more black denim fabric rolls. Now, here's the thing. These two, both of these two, are almost empty. So what I'm going to do, I have another one that's almost empty. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to consolidate them. So that's what I'm going to try to do next. What did I do with the other denim fabric rolls? They're in my main backpack? No, my side backpack. So we've got one here in my side backpack. Now, for some reason, the denim fabric rolls do not get lighter as they are closer to being emptied. Can I consolidate the... Yes, I can. Okay. So despite being only 5% full, they still weigh 10 encumbrance, which is ridiculous. The only reason I would ever consider taking something that is only 5% full, despite being 10 encumbrance, is just because it's so unique. I've never found it anywhere else. So I will take that. We're basically just back to square one, so that's fine. All that means is we have not missed the opportunity to get another unique item. Girl is thirsty. We give her some milk. She needs some milk. I'm literally to the point of optimizing my milk leftovers. As stupid as it sounds. Okay, none of this. Literally no book, except for those two forbidden categories. Do I need anything under level 5 in? So I can just drop all that. I always pick up padded pants, balaclava, scarf. I don't even know if I have ski goggles yet, so I'm taking those. Just gotta get this box out of the way now. And we can see these shelves that we couldn't see before. A crowbar. I can make my own at this point. The only reason I would ever take one that is not my own would be because it's blue. That's the only reason. The ones that I can make are black. So I'm just taking that because it's blue, really. For the sake of different colors. Okay. We have looted everything in this place? We have looted everything in this place. So now it is just a question of optimizing what we have over here. We will not be able to pick this bag up at any point in the current situation. Let me go back inside and get the stuff I left on the floor. I'm already baffled that we've picked up as much as we have. If I manage to pick everything up, I will be very proud of myself. Okay. I have enough room to pick up the... Shit. I don't. So here's what I gotta do. I'm gonna drop the fabric rolls. Put this backpack in my main hand. I'm now carrying 2 generators at once, by the way. I just feel like saying that out loud. I'm carrying 2 generators at once in 2 different backpacks. Vanilla Project Zomboid, completely unmodded, by the way. This is a feat of strength, if there ever was one for this game. Left, right. I had to drop all of my equipment because I would not have been able to pick this up if I did not. Okay, so we've got 6 room left in one of our backpacks. What we're basically going to do now is just start taking stuff from the garbage bag out front. Don't need that. Okay. Have hit everything here, right? Yes, I'm just doing a quick double check. All that's left is just these 2 garbage bags of low priority loot. Now, we'll not be able to just pick them up because the chest freezers in them weigh 20. I no longer have 20. That is not possible. I cannot pick up 20 encumbrance right now. So I want the dye. I want that magazine. I want the tennis ball. Take the photos because they're really light. Fishing line. Room for everything except for these chest freezers. Fuck. Well, that's fine. That just means that if I feel like I need more chest freezers, I know exactly where to find them. That's all that means. We are out of here. We're carrying, on our person, we're carrying 2 blue generators, and in the back of the van, we're carrying 2 yellow generators. We're coming home with 4 generators, folks. Again, we already have generators here, but we got even more now. So, we're out of here. Mission success with flying colors. There is nothing else out here that I care about right now. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I have a little bit of room left in my main inventory. I don't think I actually looked in this particular unit with the mannequins. I remember I did not look at the mannequins. Nothing but old newspapers there. Tools that I don't really care about here. A welding torch that's almost empty. But the mannequins themselves, do they have any clothes that I care about? No, doesn't look like it. No. Wait a minute, this hoodie is a dark green. I'm not even going to look to see if it's a potential match. I'm just going to take it. And now we're out of here. I'm carrying way more than I thought I'd be able to carry in a single go. So I'm pretty proud of myself at the moment. Yeah, we've done good things here. This is the other storage unit we've recently hit. We've already taken our loot back to the yeah. As you can see, we've done a lot of killing here. Done a lot of killing, so much that I had to do a field disassembly for the whatchamacallit, all the tailoring gear that's on their corpses. There's room to do a couple more of those. God damn it. Okay, so when the vehicle is so overloaded, there's actually a chance if you take a turn too hard that the vehicle bottoms out for a moment, and that counts as a hit to your hood. Threading the needle there. I'm intentionally taking the back roads back, just as a quick eyeballing of the zombie population that has respawned in those areas. Because we took the highway to get here, so we've already perceived that area. And here's the bank. I just hit the bank about 5 days ago in game. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Where did those guys come from? They didn't just spawn because they're just hiding behind the tree. Still, it's just that's trees for you. They Muldraugh, once the wilderness overgrowth has kicked in, very hard to see zombies. This is the neighborhood directly south of my base. Nothing as we get closer. Okay, we're good. So, Maston Fatco, lovely place for basing in Muldraugh. If you exist in Muldraugh, this is a very lovely place. I have already cleaned it up, made it home. I even got a little chicken coop over here in the corner. Turn those on so it's easier to navigate. Park the van right here for unloading. Got the engine, and we are getting the stuff that's in my handbags emptied. So we got a can of gray paint. Look at that. I had more gray paint than I thought. I didn't really need more. I sort my paints by shades, and then a Roy G. Biv bastardization here. I mean, you know, it starts with red on this side and ends with violet on this side, but then, you know, pink is not a real color in terms of spectrum, so I just put it at the end. We'll call pink ultraviolet, why not? Now this hoodie that I need to, I'll color test it later. I'll just drop it on the floor here. Everything else that I have, the generators. I think I can just straight up drop them here with the rest. As you can see, Muldraugh is generator city. I have a lot of generators. I'm about to have even more. So let's drop this one right here. And let's drop the other one right here. We just got a little fucking row of generators. You know what? I'm gonna move it because I don't want it to be in the road. I need to be able to drive on the road. Once again, paint of a color that I didn't really need more of, but now I have more of. Apparently I can't fit 9 on a single... Which one of those is on the wrong tile? You should be able to fit 9 on a tile, right? 9 times 5 is 45. What the fuck's going on there? This one must be in the wrong tile. Yes, I am autistically sorting my paint. What I do. I don't do this for the other warehouse. The other warehouse doesn't have quite enough paint for it. That's more like it. I got lazy with the last row. That's my problem. Okay, a bottle of dye. I have not found very many bottles of dye in Muldraugh, surprisingly. I have tons of dye back at Riverside, but in Muldraugh, not very much. Alright, so thus far I've been putting furniture directly into the trunk here. I'm going to take these denim fabric rolls and also just put them right into the trailer here. The trailer is for commuting back to Riverside with. Tracking 5, that's for the Riverside book collection. Definitely going back. Everything else is for local storage and sorting. So I got my... This is where I put clothes that I pick up that I do not want to use for tailoring. I'm just collapsing the bags now that I've gotten the bulky crap out of them. Alright, these leather gloves that I've picked up, usually the black leather gloves, I like to take a lot of spares. Gloves are one of the most likely things that you, as a character, can damage. That being said, I'm going to put one in here for tailoring, and one for the take-home. Because, you know, if you make bone gauntlets, that's actually a really, that's a really cheap way to level tailoring, bone gauntlets. If you're also good at carving, which I am. I'm level 10 carving, so it is a non-issue for me. Magazines. Skill magazines, actually. Entertainment magazines. Mementos over here. Tennis ball with the sports fishing stuff. And then I got a jewelry bin. This sheet needs to go over with the tailoring stuff. And then these seed packets. I've got a gardening bin. Where did I put it? There it is. Top row of the tool weapons. I've been at this for a while. It sounds like I'm getting tired, just a little bit. So sheet goes up here so that I can get more. You can cut a sheet up for like 10 rags, so that will be good for leveling tailoring. Crowbar for local use. You know what? I'm just going to toss it on the tool desk here. Y'all making noise for? They're just making noise because they're chickens, that's all. Plenty of food to eat here now that we're hungry. Okay, I am now sorting garbage bags of loot. Probably just got time to do one before I got to go to sleep. What else am I doing here? I've got this Coffee Express and all these bottles of hair dye. The bottles of hair dye, I'm going to put them over here with the other bottles of dye. And I'm going to separate them based on rarity. So we've got pink and red. These are very uncommon. So I'm going to put those over here. And then we just got a ton of... You know what? Orangish, light orange yellow is also kind of uncommon. I went through a lot of effort to mix the right hair dye to get this this ginger blonde we got going on here. Strawberry blonde, if you will. I'm a very big fan of that aesthetic. So I'll just separate the browns and regular blondes over there. Okay. And then we got a coffee machine for the kitchen. In fact, I just have to move the... put a dispenser here. Literally have coffee sitting there waiting for the coffee machine. Now I just got to move it a little bit because the coffee machine is blocking it. Beautiful. Do I actually plan on making coffee? Not right now. And you know the stupidest thing about coffee in this game? In terms of fatigue reduction, the more efficient thing is to just eat the grounds. It's so stupid. It's the stupidest thing in this game. One of the stupidest things in this game. For some reason, the devs have not fixed brewing coffee so that it's actually commensurate with the amount of coffee that it uses when you make it. So it is 22:30. We are now going to sleep. Cutting this light because it's just my kitchen light. Floor lights can stay on. I don't. Believe it or not, the kitchen light there and the floor lights they cost the same amount of electricity. It's a little silly. Okay, we are doing trash bags of loot now. If you're wondering why there is a truck here, it's because the truck has all of the materials I need to go in and outside to get for metalworking, to include, most often is wood charcoal. I go outside, I cut wood, I burn it, toss it into the trunk of that truck, drive it back in here, park it there, and then the inventory of the trunk is accessible from several different places where I can stand and access these workstations here. So highly recommend a setup like that if you can afford it. I built a custom base back in Riverside, so because it is a custom base, it does not have the luxury of garage doors that actually hold in the heat. Drop. Literally four generators of the best kind. And now I can even line them up just for the sake of lining them up. There is another premium tech generator on the roof. So I technically have 4 premium tech generators down here. This is why I always say Muldraugh is Generator City. You will find a lot of generators here if you know where to look. beautiful. I even have yet another car battery charger. I'm running out of places to put them. But it was in one of these garbage bags that I put a car battery charger. It would be near the bottom. There it is. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to separate the vehicle maintenance stuff out of these bags now, because those all go to a special spot over here. Am I going nuts, or is there a mouth breather nearby? I feel like there is one. I don't know, though. I'm going to do a perimeter check after I put this stuff down. No, there's no zombie nearby. I'm just going nuts. That's fine. Dropping a car battery charger here. I like to put them, you know, in my base area, but also in places where it would be easy to tow up a vehicle that has a dead battery. Tow it up and park it next to one of those spots. Alright, now we are doing just regular garbage bags of loot here. I have another oxygen tank. I ran out of room for oxygen tanks in the designated storage bins, so I've started putting them... Wait a minute. No, that's not true anymore. That's outdated information. There should still actually be some room now. Yes. And the reason for that is because I moved the propane tanks out of storage. Too many of them. Way too many propane tanks for storage. We actually picked up another firearm here. And some ammo. No jewelry right now. Keepsakes. Keepsakes. Some cooking, and now the appearance stuff. You know, the hair gel can go over here, but the hairspray is a bomb-making material, technically speaking. So I'm putting that in the electrical bin. Because electrical is the skill that you use to make bombs with. Copper scrap, that's what I was thinking of. That needs to go in jewelry. Because jewelry is also where I put the scraps and fragments of rare materials for metalworking. So gold fragments, silver fragments, precious gems, that kind of stuff. Adhesive tape and duct tape both go in the small form materials bin. And then cooking and food for the kitchen. Cooking over here. Food over here. On to the next garbage bag. Lots of food. In fact, 90% food. Some animal parts. Oh, bone pieces. Fantastic. So actually, I forgot. I ran into a fawn on accident. So dead deer. Killed it, butchered it. Now I've got some bone pieces. We can use those bone pieces along with these leather gloves, including leather gloves that have holes in them, to turn into bone gauntlets. That'll get us a very healthy return of tailoring experience without expending rare materials. Soda goes over here. And then everything else is small form material, small form food. Well, actually, I mean, I'm not separating small and large form food right now. Literally everything in here can just go in here. And on to the next. Lots of jewelry and clothing here. Jewelry for the jewelry god. Got a lot of business cards and ID cards, credit cards. Where the epitaph bin. Photographs. Entertainment reading material. We're getting pretty close to being full on entertainment reading material down here in Muldraugh. Wait a minute, that newspaper did not want to go in there. Newspaper goes in here. Got some musical instruments for this bin. Sports, armor, and musical instruments go in this bin. And fishing. It's a bit of a hybrid, but that's all. Those are all examples of stuff that I want to eventually bring back to Riverside on a low priority. So that I just kind of put that whole column of boxes as a low priority bin. Okay, I know where the rest of this goes. So we got small format here. We need magazines. Electronics. Tailoring, metalworking. Separate my iron and my steel over here. Epoxy. Empty bowls. And it is about to be 4 a.m. That's when I go to sleep for the second time. Rags and denims over here. Wait a minute, am I full over here? I'm full over here. Fuck. You know what? I want to separate the leather from the denim right now. Yeah, okay. So the garbage bag of tailoring materials here only has rags and denim. The one in my hand now has leather strips. I want to keep those separate because there's a couple of recipes that I'm going to craft in mass to get tailoring experience that I would rather expend not leather strips on, if that makes sense. One more garbage bag. I'm going to do that after I wake up. We're going to feed our girl something to eat, and then we are going to go to sleep. Jeez Louise, it's 4 a.m. local time. That's nice, okay. 4 a.m. IRL for me. My sleep schedule is very, very much shattered now. That's alright. Thought I saw a... I was wrong. Thought I saw a couple of bottles in there, but nope. So we've got some clothes. Pretty sure I already have a police deputy hat back in Riverside, but a police trooper hat, that is novel. Pocket watch, that's a rare thing. Put it over here. It's an accessory, so it can go with clothing. Jewelry? No. Reading material? Yes. Alright, reading material is now completely full. We're going to start by removing some duplicates. Not very many duplicates, unfortunately, but enough to get rid of a few. Tossing the duplicates, I'm just going to toss them in the, not in the trash, but close to it. These boxes that are right next to the trash are sort of like almost trash, if that makes sense. Things I'm almost guaranteed to never use, but I don't have the heart to delete. Okay, we do have some tailoring stuff to drop off while we're here. Rags, you know, a pristine pair of scissors. Just toss another one on the desk right here. Aramid thread. So glad I finally have some of that. Tossing it into the tailoring bag. I got that from pulling apart the firefighter equipment from a dead zombie. Thread. Everything else, with the exception of this beer in that empty bowl. Got some iron and steel. And then just some regular old materials here. Wood glue. Electrical. Fire source stuff. Fire source stuff I put in the truck so that it can be used for the kiln. Magazines at the top of this stack. Harmonica. That is my last harmonica. I don't need any more after that. Firearms magazines. Empty M9 magazines. I'm up to 30 empty M9 magazines. Probably about half of those are ones that I brought from Riverside after filling them up. And I've expended them all. So we now have 30 empty M9 magazines. And like, I don't know, just a few more are full. We've almost expended all of the magazines we brought with us. In fact, we've probably expended all of them at this point, because I've been constantly reloading them with loose M9 and any M9 magazines that I find on a zombie that is like close to being full. I'll top it off from the loose M9 and just add it to my stack of just a rolling stack of M9 magazines in the trunk here, which we're down to like 4 of. So that just basically means that, you know, we're almost done with Muldraugh. That's one way to put it, really. So these 3 garbage bags go into go in here. I'm a doofus. There's been a bandage on my forearm for days. I can take that off. Is a sterilized bandage. I already have a sterilized bandage in my Alice kit, so that can go in the first aid for now. Okay, that was a good sorting job. I am now processing a few things in my head. What can I do with this black denim fabric roll? I'm just going to do a search in the crafting menu for denim. And I'm going to go to required items. Okay, so all these silly looking fascinating. Okay, so all these recipes, like level 1 recipes, and level 2, level 3 that you can use leather for. It looks like you can also use black denim fabric from the rolls that we just found. So like if I wanted to make a sleeveless denim shirt, for example. What? You know what? That's something I'm going to make. I'm going to make that because I want to see what layer a sleeveless shirt covers. I'm not sure exactly what layer that covers. I could sew a denim dress. Sew a denim skirt. Fascinating. This is really fascinating. Okay. So yeah, these denim fabric rolls that I picked up, I'm going to toss them straight in my backpack because I'm going to use some of them for crafting. I'm going to use one for crafting, actually. That's because I have one that is full and then one that is, like, got a few uses left in it. I'm going to use the one that has a few uses left in it. I'm going to start with a sleeveless shirt. Yeah, and I actually... So buttons, I don't even know how to make buttons. I've just found buttons and I've been collecting them here. So this is one case where I actually need buttons. And I'm actually using them here. So here we go. We are crafting a sleeveless black denim shirt. And I want to see what slot that covers. It only got us 39 tailoring experience. That's not very much considering how rare the materials are that we expended. But this is a potential fashion thing. So I'm taking the jacket off. I'm taking the shirt and the Hawaiian shirt off. And you know what? I'm going to get the backpack and the Alice kit out of the way too. The scarf is in the way. The tie is in the way. I have a lot of layers of clothing on, honestly. Okay, so the denim bandeau is one of my base layers. So is this crop top. The crop top and the denim bandeau are like my lowest layers. So now I put on the denim shirt. It does not cover up either of those layers. And it has no scratch protection on it. So that's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping for there to be scratch protection. Ooh! Okay, so it's on the Hawaiian shirt layer. That actually means that a sleeveless denim shirt is not very good. And the reason I say that is because the Hawaiian shirt it has more coverage. As you can see, it covers not just the back, upper, and lower torso. It also covers the upper arms for left and right. So I'm thinking in terms of platforms to append padding to for more protection. So what I just made is inferior to a regular Hawaiian shirt, unfortunately. So we've learned something. That is nice, but yeah. Alright, so there's all my layers back on. Now I've got to redo all of my... You know what? I'm going to continue with the tailoring operations I've been doing. Just because I want to... In case I have to take stuff off again so that I can see what it looks like. So this crafted sleeveless denim shirt. I highly doubt I'll ever use it, but I suppose maybe a summer... dead heat of summer thing. I don't know. Do we have any more of that denim left, or did we use it all up? We have a couple uses left. Let's see if there's any more things we can make with what's left. Yes. We could sew a dress. And that's it. That's the only thing we could sew with it now. So you know what? I'm going to sew a knee-length dress as opposed to a full dress. Reason for that is a long dress has a movement speed debuff, so I would never wear it even just for fun. A knee-length dress, I think, does not have a movement speed debuff as significant, if any. So I'm going to go ahead and sew one of those. And just for the sake of I'm going to see what it looks like. It would replace my pants. Can't wear pants with a dress. I guess it's too tight. But whatever, I do want to see what it looks like. So it is not a perfect black, unfortunately. That kind of makes me sad. It's not bad, I don't hate it, but it's not good either. Yeah, I wouldn't even wear this as a summer thing, because remember, the Hawaiian shirt, if that layer gets blocked, then it's never something worth wearing. All right, let's put my normal layers back on. You know what? So what I'm going to do is that denim shirt and denim dress that I just made, I'll toss them in my clothing bin. I'll take them back with me. They're unique, might as well. But that is all of the denim that I want to spend right now. I don't want to spend any more while I have limited resources back here. So, what is next here? What's next? We are going to go ahead and remove the denim strips that we currently have in this area. I'm going to put them over here with the leather strips. And we're just going to spend rags to sew up a bunch of stuff. And one thing we're actually going to do is we're going to rip up this sheet on the ground. So now we have 34 rags to work with. We're going to start making... before we start using the rags, I'm going to drop my regular gloves, the one I'm working with, the one that I always wear, because I don't want those to be used up. So now I've got some gloves over here. I want to start by using the ones that have holes in them. So now any of the black gloves over here will have holes in them. So I'm going to start using up these bone pieces. I've got 8. That's enough to make 2 pairs of bone armored gloves. That's 117 tailoring experience to make those. That's why it's a great breakthrough for me to have a pair of gloves that I find and a bunch of bone pieces that I find. Okay, so that's my bone pieces used up. So now we got 3 pairs of bone armor gloves. I'm taking those back with me. Same with the bone chokers, because those are something that I actually would wear. Like I have pairs in my vehicles, like this vehicle right here in the passenger seat. I've got a riding helmet, a bone choker, and a bone fingerless gloves. Reason being, if I get into a fight with a lot of zombies at once, I'm putting those on because that'll patch up the gaps in my protection levels here. See, right now I got significant gaps on the hands, the head, and the neck. Those 3 items would cover all those gaps. The trade-off is they are very uncomfortable, so I do not wear them regularly. So what I'm doing now, actually, is I'm putting, Are you fucking kidding me? I don't even have my weapons right now. Fuck you. That's what I get for assuming that the area is clear. Let's grab my fucking spear. Let's go kill this bitch out here. You know what? At least she's wearing a leather jacket. Some more leather strips to work with. Sorry, ma'am. This area is closed. Alright, we got ourselves a leather coat and a skirt. And even a watch. Thank you, ma'am. That reminds me, these respawns here that I killed a while ago, can't remember if I... No, I did not take their stuff that I can use for tailoring. Normally I would never loot stuff like baggy jeans because there's very little use for it. But now I'll just bring them around the corner and rip them apart for denim strips. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, because these guys are going to despawn pretty soon. Probably same as this bitch over here. Ooh, corset in red frilly. I don't think I actually have a copy of that. Thank you, ma'am. You're helping complete my panty collection. You gotta have really stupid hobbies to enjoy this game to the fullest. So one of the reasons I went outside in the first place was to put a pair of these bone fingerless gloves and bone choker, one of each, into the van outside, the ambulance. It's a local use combat vehicle, so sure, I can put some armor there. Kind of funny how fast I move with all the normal stuff that I wear taken off. I forgot just how much of a compromise I'm currently making in terms of movement speed. But it's alright, I'll deal with it. Okay. It's not much, but it's a separate armor kit, just in case I ever take the ambulance out and I see a huge group that I want to rid the world of. So we came away from that encounter with some stuff that we can shorten, like the socks. A couple of skirts. Couple of jeans. And then just some stuff to scrap entirely. Are you telling me that without a knife? Oh, it doesn't count as a tailoring recipe. I was wondering why it wouldn't give me the option to rip things up. Ripping clothes is not a tailoring thing. Whatever. And then just the 2 mini skirts that I've tailored down. Now that should leave me with a few dirty strips. Thankfully that I have a large quantity of water upstairs now. Oh yeah, well, large. It's a bit of a stick. I don't even have enough water. That's yeah, we're not doing that. I'm gonna set aside these dirty strips for my next trip to the lake. I forgot exactly. It's expensive in terms of water to wash strips en masse. Socks can into the trash. A pair of scissors that I don't really need right now. Probably liable to break those down for the steel. Denim and leather into this bag. And then rags over here. Okay, so I have 4 animal bones from the fawn. What I'm going to do next is carve those bones into bone beads. So each bone is going to give me 4 bone beads. Each set of 4 bone beads is going to get me another choker. So basically, each of these animal bones is going to become another choker. Where is my carving here? I need a whetstone? Really? I did not know that. I've got like a billion whetstones. Normally I have one in my Alice kit. But I would like to have everything I would ever need over here at the tailoring station. So, whetstone goes on the table. So I now got 16 large bone beads. That is going to equal... Or am I out of twine? I need leather strips for that. I need 1 each. So that I just got to go pick up 4 leather strips. 2, 3, and 4. Each one of these should get me a fair bit of tailoring experience. 117 each. Hell yeah. So you can see, killing and gutting animals is really good for your tailoring. I should do it more often. Unfortunately, I've chased off all the local animals in this area. Okay, so I have some animal sinew here. Can I turn that into... I need a hammer? Apparently I don't have a hammer over here. Yeah, sure, let me go get a hammer. Normally I carry one around with me, so I'm not always aware of things that require a hammer that I don't actually have one for. I'm going for broke. I'll put both a hammer. I'll put a wooden and a club hammer over there. I just like having everything in my crafting stations. One thing I just really appreciate about this game, I know, I'm saying something positive for once. I really do appreciate that the devs give us the ability to just design our own workbench. Wow, that was a pitiful amount of sinew thread. Like, truly pitiful. Whatever. Whatever. Alright, so we are down to just sewing neck guards now. I do not want the game to automatically use aramid thread or sinew thread. For some godforsaken reason, it seems to use that by default when you're trying to sew a neck guard. So be very aware of that. Don't ever sew if you're trying to sew neck guards just to get tailoring experience, don't do it within range of your aramid and sinew thread. So here we go. Just neck guards is all we're doing now. 40 experience each. Great way to grind experience in this skill. Alright, that's almost all of the rags. We're now using denim for that. We're over the halfway point. We're at 3,100 out of 4,500. Let me do some quick math. 1,400 more experience we need, and we get 39 each one of those we make. We need to make 35 more of those. Let's up that to 36. So we need 36 more times, it's 6 cloth each, I think. Yeah, so we need 36 times 6 more cloth. We need 216 more cloth. So, that actually, it sounds like a lot of cloth, but when you start thinking about all the places you can get rags, that's actually doable, just with what we have around us here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to gear back up. Put my slots back on. The Alice belt goes on first. Ankle holster second. Double holster third. Military backpack last. That will open up all possible slots in vanilla Zomboid. So that just means I need to fill the slots once more. So that is my hammer, sword, hunting knife into the webbing right, flashlight into webbing left, M36 into ankle, weaker pistol in main, better pistol in backup. Okay, we are geared back up. So what we're doing now is we're going to go just down the road. The trunk of this vehicle has already got a lot of stuff in it. That's okay, I'm not really worried about that. We're not going to fill it up too much. What we're going to do, we're just going to go down the road and raid all of the local residences of their curtains. So, you want to get a lot of rags. Don't just rip up zombie clothing. That should be a backup for your rags. Your primary source of rags. Run inside, rip up some curtains. Fuck. Fuck. Why did I miss both of those? Whatever. Don't use zombies as a main source of rags unless you've depleted all local curtains. You take down curtains, you get a sheet. You rip the sheets, you get 10 rags. They're always clean, too. The only thing I'm taking from this zombie is its jacket. Leather jacket. Now, of course, also, if you're in the market for rags and you find clean clothes inside of residential things, sure, rip up the clothes and turn those into rags, because the clothing in these containers are always going to be clean. Wait a minute, what? I can rip up a rag neck guard? I had no idea. That's cool. I'm glad I didn't throw all of them out. I actually did not know that I could recover some denim by ripping up the neck guards. Cool. It appears to only be one strip. That's fine. That's still a return on investment. An ROI, if you will. Yeah, so each one of these sheets we rip up 10 rags. So we came away with 30 rags just from this one house. It's great. I love it. I'm bundling them up because that will make them easier to transport. Okay, that's all potential sources of rags and denim in the first house. Plenty more where that came from. Our girl's getting hungry. We didn't bring any food. Instead of sprinting back, I don't even think I ever excoriated food from most of these houses. Hey, why don't you not break my window? Fucking respawn, bitch. Only I break my windows. Yeah, of course I've excoriated the food from here. I see some losers over here. I'm just gonna kill them. Look at that, can opener and a can of peaches. That'll shut the hunger up. Alright, sheets. Gib sheets. Remove curtains. Remove curtains. Remove, please. Remove curtains. Remove curtains. Remove curtains. These are all rags, and these are all going to go to making neck guards, and then, like I said, we need a lot, but it's not as much as it looks like. 200 rags, like I said, 200 rags, it sounds like a lot. It's not actually that much. As long as we know where to look. Look at this, I'm about to get 60 more rags. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 5 more bundles right there. Literally just one more rag and I got another bundle. We got some dirty leather strips. Let's clean those in the toilet. What was that number? We needed 216, and we currently have 12 times 8. So 96. We're pretty much halfway there at this point. Just gotta... In fact, all we gotta do is go back the direction we came on the other side of the street. Excoriate the curtains from these houses. And there is what we need. I expect zombies in this area. Swords out. Close quarters in case I need it. Don't be fooled by these crops here. They look like they are potentially blooming. I'm expecting them all to be dead. Wait a minute, what the fuck? It's February 20th. How are some of these carrots ready to be harvested? There's something seriously wrong with the pre-existing crops in this game. I'm not going to question it. I'm gonna take them. I'm going to take them and, yeah, cool. 13 carrots. Wasn't expecting that. Even got a few seeds. Potatoes, blooming. Okay, sure. Threaten me with a good time, why don't you? See, this is what happens when crops have some stupid predefined growing season as opposed to just, you know, dying if the temperature is too cold. That's how it should be. But no, the devs have got to do fucking season checks. They built a weather system for this game, and now they're not fucking using it. I don't understand the devs of this game sometimes. Why would you do growing seasons just based on what month it is? Check the fucking temperature. Now I know I can hear some of the complaints, because if you check the temperature, then what you're gonna have cold snaps. Cold snaps are gonna roll through and kill player crops. Players are gonna get mad. They're gonna complain about it. But the devs want this game to be realistic. That's realistic right there. That's a lot more realistic than crops just dying for no fucking reason other than the fact that they're supposed to grow in September. I mean, sorry, do the crops know what fucking month it is? You would think, based on the way the Indie has programmed this game, you'd think the crops know what fucking month it is. Oh, September. Guess I'll die. It said no fucking crop ever. I mean, seriously, that's not how life works. Whatever. I'm a little salty about it. I'm a little salty about it because this stupid, this season-based bullshit that the devs have added to this game has resulted in a lot of stupid problems that shouldn't be there. Crops should just... Every plant in this game should just have an acceptable temperature range. That's all they fucking need. Acceptable temperature range. And then, okay, of course, beyond that, what we need is a way to shield our crops from, you know, frost coverings, for example. You know, like in real life, you can go out there and put tarps down to shield them from, to shield your garden from, I don't know why I'm ranting about this, you know. I don't need to explain amateur garden basics to the internet. The devs are never going to listen to me on this, so I'm just yelling into the void at this point. Curtains, remove. Curtains, remove. Curtains, remove. Now, as fate would have it, it's 2200 hours. I usually sleep at 2200 hours. So, yeah, there's a bed with a pillow right here. I think I'm asleep. I just have like 30 minutes of screwing around before I go to sleep. Alright, the girl's hungry, as fate would have it. Look at this. We picked up some tomatoes. We're just going to straight up eat a tomato. Maybe even a carrot. Let's straight up eat a carrot, too. Now the girl is full. She's happy. I can almost hear her smiling. Oh, yeah, maybe she's laughing at me. That's okay. Women laugh at me all the time. It's because I'm funny, right? Hardly. Alright, we've got 50 rags there. We can make another 5 bundles of rags. We now have 13 bundles of rags. So we need 206 rags. We have 12 times 13 rags. We have 156. So we're getting there. We're almost there. Just like I said before, on our way home, all we got to do is empty these bowls of soup and take the bowls, because why not? We have already collected all of the oh no, we haven't. Move curtains. Now we have collected all of the potential rags from this place. So I am, since I'm getting so full, put one of these backpacks in my offhand. And I'm even going to equip the mace in my main hand. Now I got plenty of bag space left. Okay, we continue. Hello. So whenever I'm jumping in windows, I gotta not be carrying a backpack. Okay, if she wants to go outside to remove these curtains, I'm not going to tell her not to. I'm curious how she's going to do this, but... Okay, you know what? In order to get to those curtains, because of where they're located, I actually have to do a thing. So, in order to not waste this sink, I'm going to use up all the water in it to clean up those denim strips I just cut up. Then I'm going to get rid of the sink by picking it up. Or not the light switch, not the light switch. God damn it. You know what? Fine, whatever. I didn't successfully pick it up. Never mind. Let's get all this crap out of the counter, because this is what we got to do if we want to get to that This is why I always have the field kit with lots and lots of equipment in it. Get up to all the weirdest things that I got to do what I want to do. Well, I didn't want to close it, I want to remove. There we go. Yet another sheet just chilling here. I would have run out of food a while ago if it wasn't for the random garden out there. I actually should have gone to sleep already. There's no pillow, but whatever. I'll just sleep here. Sleeping comfort is good. I only have 33 fatigue built up. It's fine. We've not been working ourselves too hard here. Okay, nothing in there. Is there anything dirty that I need to clean? Negative. Coming down the home stretch on how many rags we need. Gonna have to jump a window, drop the bag. Looks like a black hoodie, a pink suit jacket. That's yeah, I'm taking that. Absolutely, am I taking that? Need to keep all of my rag bundles together so I can easily count them. Alright, I have 19 now. I need a total of 256. That's 19 times 12. Okay, I've got more rags than I need now. This will get us to the next level of tailoring. Just these rags that we've picked up from the local houses. It's silly, it's stupid, but that's a way to level tailoring without using expensive materials that are much better saved for other more important things. in addition to what I've already looted, I've found some food here. So let's loot some of that, shall we? Oh no. Spooky sound. Okay, we're done here. I left the van running, and it brought all the boys to the yard. It's okay, I'm combat effective right now. Let's just... I shouldn't have left the van running, but I guess it served its purpose. That's pretty much all the zombies that could possibly be in the local area. Wait a minute, what's going on here? This is survivor zombie? I don't usually see zombies with sheet sling bags. Okay. Survivor zombies can spawn with sheet sling bags. Survivor zombies can spawn as a respawn. Okay. I can't believe I'm saying this. I hate respawns about 10% less now. Because if survivor zombies can spawn from them, then that means books can spawn from them. Okay, sure. Thanks, Cindy Stone. I hate it 10% less. I still hate it, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, why did a survivor zombie event literally spawn next to my ambulance? Questions we may never get an answer for. And I'm not really worried about it. It's fine. What that tells me is I didn't probably... Did I? Okay, I did leave the engine running, so stupid thing on my part. But I mean, you know, brought a survivor zombie out, so cool. That is a very weird thing that just happened. But that's also very good to know. Survivor zombies can spawn from respawns. That means that even when I'm completely done with a city, if I give it enough time and allow respawns to become a thing, I don't need to pull that in. That's fine. Just park it off to the side. I don't have anything in the trunk right now that I care about. The propane tanks are for a future activity. Let's start by getting these perishables that I was never expecting to find. Let's get them into the fridge, shall we? Bunch of fresh carrots. Bunch of fresh tomatoes. Bunch of fresh tomatoes and potatoes. And just a bunch of other random food that we picked up. And some cookware. Some clothing I want to take with me. The clothing bin is completely full. Fuck. Okay. This small backpack that is in the box. Shall put overflow in there. Okay, this gray hunting vest cannot be repaired, and it's got a hole in it. So that is actually going in the trash then. Whenever a clothing item cannot be repaired, and it's got a hole in it, fuck it, going in the trash. Don't care. If the game's gonna be so flippant about being some things just being impossible to repair, then I'll be flippant in return. I get how it is. And they don't want to be like that, then I'll be like that. It's okay. Particularly what I'm putting in these, this bag on top here is stuff that is in need of repair. Not actually very much that's in need of repair. The bunny suit does not cover any inventory slots that I'm currently wearing. Fascinating. I don't really care, but that's fascinating. Okay, everything that I have that needs to be fixed is now in the backpack there. So now I'm just going to put everything that needs to be washed. That'll fill it the rest of the way. Nothing particularly special about this skirt. It's going to be used for tailoring. All these rag bundles that I picked up, I'm just going to drop them on the floor for the moment. Since I don't want to be using denim or leather, can into here. I actually get the feeling this is going to use up the rest of my thread. That's okay. That's what it's there for. Sorting. Bunch of food still. The canned foods need to not be in this bin. The bin for canned foods over here. That's everything for over here? Yeah. Okay. Got some electronics. Some seeds. Seeds for the seed god. Speaking of seeds, it is now February 21st. I do have crops to plant in March. That is a factor of consideration for when I need to start transitioning stuff back to Riverside here. We are now shortening a skirt. We are now ripping the skirt. We are now unbundling a whole bunch of rags. We are now making a whole bunch of neck guards. We just do this until we get to the next level of tailoring, or until we run out of thread. Now, we don't technically have to stop there because that, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. We've still got a book read throughout the next level. However, we can now, I think, being level 7 tailoring, I think we can now repair clothing. I'm going to double check that in just a moment here. As fate would have it, I've just separated all of the clothing I picked up that I want to keep, that has holes in it, into this bag right here. So I'll put that in my secondary hand. And go over here and see if I can't start repairing it. Now, because this still uses the old tailoring menu, we need to manually pick up all of the materials for it. Yes, I can patch holes at tailoring level 7. So, this actually does get me tailoring experience to do this. I want to see exactly how much it gets me. I got a whole bunch of calculators open at once now. We are at 66.49 right now. So what I want to do is I'm going to patch another hole and see how much experience I get from it. $74.29. Okay, so we get about 7.8. That's the same as a level 1 crafting recipe. So basically, every time you patch a hole, once you get to level 7 tailoring and you patch holes in clothing that have holes in it, you're getting as much tailoring experience each time you do that as a level 1 recipe. Got to try to commit that to my long-term memory here. Wait a minute, no, not a patch. Hole. Wait, no, what the fuck? Okay, never mind. This is not... It's not repairing. It's not fully repairing it. I thought it was fully repairing it. Okay, I was wrong. We still got some good information because I think that's going to continue to be true. What I just found out, that we're going to get as much tailoring experience from patching holes, but we got to be level 8, I think. Okay, that's fine. As you can see, I have a lot more rags to work with. I'm going to expend the rest of them, and then we will reassess the situation. Yeah, we're just going to keep doing neck guards for now. What I do need to do, though, is I need to get rid of... where are the rest of these leather strips? Why do I have leather strips accessible right now? I don't. That goes in there. That goes in there. Now, I should not be using any... You know what? I also need to get this backpack out of my hand. I will place it over here, I guess. Out of range. Okay, we sit back down. We're going back to doing neck guards. Alright, that's all of the rags that we had available to us. What we're going to do now is just rip all those neck guards we just made. That got us 53 rags back, so we can actually make another round of them now. Very diminishing returns, because we're only getting back 1 rag for every 6 that we spend. So yeah, see, I can only make 2 more now. It's alright. I'm not in it for too much conservation here. Literally got all of those rags for the express purpose of leveling our tailoring. And now our tailoring has gotten some significant progress done. We are now hungry enough to eat a horse, as the kids would say. So let's eat one of those big old salads. That was fantastic. We do have a lot of bundles of denim strips. I don't really want to piss all of it away on neck guards right now. Because honestly, rags are just so much easier to get that it really doesn't make sense to burn all of that. Now, we are actually running surprisingly low on thread. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and sleep because it's time to sleep. I'm going to probably punch some thread overnight from rags. No, you know what? I'm not doing that. I'm not reducing myself to punching thread, because if I run out of thread while I'm down here and I still need a level tailoring, I'll just go back to Riverside. It's fine. It's honestly the amount of time and effort it takes to punch enough rags for thread. It's not worth it if I can just go back to Riverside and literally have infinite thread. Well, not infinite, but I got a couple of sheep. It might as well be infinite thread. In fact, that is most likely what I'm about to do. Because, yeah, if I go back to Riverside now, I can finish tailoring level 8 easily. I really want to do that. Like, that tailoring is kind of on the front of my mind right now for pretty good reason. I mean, you know, it's a very powerful thing to be able to patch holes in clothing. But even more powerful than that is padding that protects you. Armor protection. Very, very important thing. So, I'm going to start preparing for a journey back to Riverside. We've got so much loot down here that it's beyond time to start bringing some of it back with us. I mean, honestly, I could take nothing but generators and do a full run back to Riverside. You know, all my containers full, just by bringing generators. I'm not doing that, but you know, I could. That's how wacky our situation is right now. In fact, I know I said that I could. I probably will. I'm reverting my sentence already. So, but as a midnight activity, I'm gonna go do a cleanup at the lake. Kind of pretty how the trees are coming back to life. It's way too early. It's 16 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's February 22nd. We should not be seeing spring blooming just yet. Not just yet. But whatever. It's pretty. I'm not gonna complain about something that's pretty. Even though I just sort of did. Whatever. Shut up. Sleepy, all right? Okay, since I've decided that I am going back to Riverside, we are bundling up all of our potential material strips here. I do plan on coming back, because, I mean, you know, no matter how much we manage to bring with us, will not be room for everything. So I'm going to leave my full M9 magazines here. Gonna need more garbage bags, so we are... I put a lot in the... here. Okay. $15, $20, $25. All the loose tailoring stuff in there. Okay. So because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff, garbage bags, I need to excoriate the 16 from there soon. What I'm doing now, though, is I'm going back to sleep. I'm going to take off my heavy weapons. There's no need to bring my heavy weapons back to Riverside with me, so those can stay here. Alright, we're hungry, we eat. We sleep. Okay. I'm going to go visit the lake really quick. Wash all these clothes. Or, wait, will I? No. There's no need to. When I get back to Riverside, I have a laundry, I have a full laundry system there. I don't need to... I don't need to do that. Okay. I have no need for some of this stuff back at Riverside. The sinew thread and airman thread, that comes with me. Button, all, thimble, the needles can stay. Wait a minute, no, I have an all and a thimble back at Riverside. I don't even know what a thimble is used for. In this game. I know what it's used for in real life, but I don't know. This game. None of the stuff that's over here needs to come back to Riverside with me. Hair dye and dye. Stack. And you know what? How about the loose tailoring stuff? Not quite. Okay. The sacks of sand will stay here for my glass-making endeavors. Still not enough room? Gravel. Now there's enough room. Okay. 123 out of 130. So I have exactly 7 encumbrance left back here. We will use that for 6 of that for these denim strip bundles. And then 1 encumbrance left. Sure I can find 1 encumbrance of something. How about some copper scrap? Works for me. Okay, that is a completely full trailer. Now we've got a trunk of a vehicle here. There is not... I'm trying to optimize things, so I'm not going to try to bring back sacks of gravel. So I will empty these sacks by putting down gravel over here. I have 4 charges left. Perfect. Just pick up and put back down this gravel, because otherwise the seams look ugly. Alright, bunch of empty sacks now. That's what I want to bring back to Riverside with me. So, here's the deal with these generators. I believe I already have... At Riverside, I already have 2 yellow generators I'm not doing anything with. I want to set aside a couple of yellow generators for field bases in the south. Particularly, I have the field base that I want to establish in West Point. So if I visit here before going to West Point, pick up one of the generators. Additionally, leaving behind another generator for a future base in Louisville. So I'm going to take 2 generators with me, and then the blue ones. The blue ones I can always just... They're a lot easier to transport than the yellow ones. Alright, I want to take all these ingots. Ingots are so big that it's more efficient for me to just pull up like this, hop out the back, and bring them all back. So that's the trunk already pretty much halfway full there. I don't want to take all of these gas cans. I want to leave like 4 for local use. So I'll also take all the engine parts. So pull up just that far. So I'm going to take all but 4 of these. And all the engine parts. Right? Yeah, no, because if I need spare engine parts while I'm still down here, I have a whole parking lot full of vehicles that I can scrap. That's fine. Okay, 140. Dispenser bottles. Just gonna straight up carry those myself. Alright, 30 more space after that. Make this look pretty again. Premium tech radios. The welding torches I do not need to worry about. Those are for local use. Okay, propane tanks from here on out. And you know what? I'll combine this black floral wallpaper that I got here with one that I got back in Riverside. We'll use some wallpaper on the second floor of my base when I do that. 96. So take that. And then if I just remove 0.2, that's not happening. I would have to remove 3 gas cans. Get this back to an even number. 192 out of 205. That is another full propane tank. Why the fuck do I not have a... Why was there a propane tank over here that's not full? I feel like a fool now. .202 out of 205, so I just have 3 encumbrance left to fill. Now just 1. a little disorganized because we just filled up the space with garbage bags. It's fine. So I don't need any more garbage bags now because I'm hand carrying stuff. This can go there. I do not need to bring belt buckles back with me. Got a billion of those back at Riverside. So it turns out we're leaving a few more gas cans behind just because of what is convenient to carry and what is not. This mace is going to stay here for local use. I got plenty of maces back at base, so. Alright, that leaves room for another propane tank in my main backpack. What paint do I need, if any, back at Riverside? I have a lot of paint already. I'm not going to think about paint very much right now, because there's no need to. If and when I want more paint, I will go back. I'll take inventory before coming back here. That's how I'll go about the paint. Okay. I had been meaning to check this hoodie's color. You know what? I'm going to put the hood up so that I get a better sample of it. It looks a little too dark. It looks a little too dark even for the backpack darks. But I'm going to take a screenshot and let's open Photoshop in the background while that's launching. I guess I'll go ahead and wear it. I mean, yeah, it can't hurt to wear it back. Cheap sleeping bag stays here. Animal brains, chicken feathers, fawn skull, that can all stay here for local use. Before I leave, I will check for any fertilized eggs. I mean, of course there's no fucking fertilized eggs. There never are. I don't know what's wrong with the chickens in this game right now. They just don't seem to work right. We only have one chick right now, and this is one we brought with us, so. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these. None of them are laying fertilized eggs, so whatever. Alright, so we sample the hoodie, and we sample the dark. Wow, that's very similar, okay. So we sample the hoodie, sample the dark of the backpack here. That's really close. I can't even tell the difference. Now the problem is the darks of the backpack are not very close to the top there. I don't know how I feel about that. It's not a bad match. I mean, not a bad match at all. It's just that the darkest parts of the force camo is not the best thing to match to, because there's not very many. The darks are not very well represented throughout the entire piece. me going nuts thinking about random generated colors in Project Zomboid. Why do I have a bulletproof? Oh, that's an intact bulletproof vest, so that is gonna. Okay. Military backpacks in the hands. So that we can load for bear here. Taking this electric base. That leaves us with 0.5. .5 will be filled with a, oh, you know what? Drumstick. That leaves us with 2. That'll take up the keytar. Okay. Two entire military backpacks now. Let's take that. I don't know what these gators are, but I'm taking them. Elbow pads of several different colors. I'm taking all the elbow pads. Sorry, not much to say while I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want to bring here. I'm not quite ready to bring the entire Muldraugh epitaph up with me. Some of the goofy stuff, yes. I say some of the goofy stuff as I fill up a backpack full of goofy stuff. I think I actually will leave. I will leave one fishing rod down here because there's a lake. There's a lake right out there. Might as well. Okay, that is my military backpacks all filled up. I'm going to put these fresh, uncooked items in the freezer. Take the empty fountain cups back with me. I'll take these salads with me. And the fry and the plastic bottles. And then at this point I am loading up just my hands. Yeah, most of the food can stay here. Vinegar is coming back with me. I need to make a point to take the vinegar back. Water. That was one thing I almost forgot about. I need to drink some, and then I need to refill my canteen, and then we're out of here. Cut the lights. Pull forward, button up, get out of here. One of many trips we're going to need to make, so I didn't need to be too discerning about what I'm bringing, because, I mean, you know, we're coming back and forth several times, but we're not going to do it all at once, right? This is just a trip there and back again, and then once we're back, we've got a little bit more work to do in Muldraugh, and then we're done with Muldraugh. We'll do another convoy. I might do something along the lines of establishing a base in West Point, and then after I do so, coming back here and doing another loot run, and then going back to West Point again. Yeah, there's a couple of things I'm thinking about in that regard. As you can see, plenty of respawns, so I'm not expecting a smooth ride home, but we'll take it as it goes. At least the trees are pretty to look at. Do not want a zombie to ever touch this van, so... Alright, this should be our turn. This van has got some of my best parts, so I can afford to cruise control it all the way as high as 80, because as long as my reflexes are good, I can stop before hitting most obstacles. I don't know if I necessarily trust that my reflexes are that good at the moment. All the rabbit meat is still here. There were a bunch of rabbits on this road. I killed many of them. Tossed their meat onto the side of the road as a warning to other rabbits. Fuck all y'all. Don't you dare pollute my roads with your corpses. I'll butcher you and everybody you know. I wouldn't be so vicious towards animals normally, but these animals damage my hood when I run over them. This is a very valuable vehicle to me. So, yeah, I don't fuck around with rabbits. Rabbits spawn in the road, I kill the rabbits. think this is my turn. I'm double checking though. Yes. Also got to be careful about zooming too far out, because then it becomes harder to see fine detail. This is a 44-inch monitor. Still not quite big enough to make out some certain details at that scale. We're talking like 10 by 10 pixels when I zoom out that far. 10 by 10 pixels that kind of blends in a little bit with the road. Brown and light gray. Light brown, light gray, rather. And it's also, the hardest thing to differentiate is between the fucking rabbits and the grass. Is the grass that's out in the road here is a nice brown color. And the low frame rate is not helping. But there's nothing I can do about that. On RTX 4090, still not quite good enough for this game. I would say that these roads should be free of respawns, but no. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Respawns will show up wherever the fuck they want, and you will have nothing to say about it, because you have no autonomy over respawns. See, if I could get out and just shoot, I would, believe me. If this was a vehicle that I didn't care about very much, whap! I would do it in a heartbeat, because now bones are a very, very valuable tailoring resource. I think one of the reasons that tailoring was so easy to level for me previously is because I just focused on leveling it through nothing but carving recipes. And that gets you a lot of tailoring experience. Tailoring and carving has great synergy in terms of grinding experience. And I do have affinity for carving. I have a +2 to it for my traits. So, being a level 10 carver opens up a lot of options to level my tailoring. You know, in a future build, I'm very, very deeply considering this. If it is worth it to take another negative trait to take sower. Just the only reason I say that is just because it's so much effort to level tailoring. Sower could cut all of that by a huge portion. And it would free up so much of my action economy. However, I would have to take a claustrophobic or agoraphobic. Honestly, claustrophobic seems almost like something I could live with. Almost. I have in other characters. I've used it. But those characters never went too far for other reasons that did not directly correlate with claustrophobic. So that is something I might think about. So whenever I do a character, typically speaking, I stick with it for the very long term. I'm sticking with this character until the game updates and breaks the save. At that point, we will say that this character sails off into the sunset, survived the apocalypse. See, look at that. See how hard those might be to determine from the grass if you're zoomed all the way out? Especially the babies. The baby rabbits over there. I got opinions about baby rabbits in this game. But here we are, almost back to Riverside. Now, do I want to take the south entrance? I have a feeling it's going to be crawling with zombies and respawns. Like zombies that were there when we left, and more respawns on top of that. So, I'm probably not going to take the south entrance. If I was combat effective, if I could just get out and kill a few zombies, get back in, then I would do that. But I'm not... It would be complicated to do that in my current form. With all the hand carrying I'm doing. So I would have turned north there. No. No, we're going this way. The north entrance to Riverside is a lot... There's still respawns, potential for many. There's a lot more room to maneuver, though. There's not as many houses and fences and crap like that. I've almost been tempted to make my own road into Riverside from this road. It's possible. I would just have to... Okay. We bottomed out for a second there, but we managed to stop. I forgot completely about that wreck there. Bullet dodge for the most part. Yeah, see, look at this. There probably will be respawns in the fields to the north. Not worried about them, though. Not yet. It'll take them a while to shamble their way down to the... See, in terms of level and tailoring, I still got clothes all over the floor out here from previous cullings in the mass. But here we are back at Riverside. I do not want to take this road back to my base because there's respawns there. Now, I have seen zombies very close to my base in the respawn area. This is my garage here with all my vehicle parts. Okay, we're looking good. Animals still well fed. Probably some of the calves are dead. I'm willing to bet that some of the calves have keeled over and fucking died. Oh no. Still alive. For all I know, they could be dying as we speak. Reason I say that, reason I suspect the calves of just fucking dying, is because the mamas stop producing milk. When they stop producing milk, the babies just fucking die. Yes, the mamas that should be actively being nursed all the time, for some reason they stop producing milk. I don't know why it happens. I don't think the devs know why it happens. But it happens. In fact, that's actually the first thing I'm going to do now that I'm back. I'm going to go milk the cows, and whoever is not producing milk and their babies are suffering for it, I'll turn around and feed the babies myself. Have a Thanos moment on these fucking cows. Alright, who do we have here? Bass 2. Starving. She is starving. She's literally losing health. Who is producing milk? One of you fucking things have got to be producing milk. There we are. Cersei is still producing milk like a good cow. Alright, I got a couple fountain cups of milk out of her. I need to feed Taurus. No, I need to feed Bass 2. Here, quick, before you die. Okay, so even though she was starving, her health never left healthy, so she's still good. For anybody joining, we just returned back to base, and we're just assessing the status of our cows. Some of the calves, the baby cows, were at risk of dying because their mothers stopped producing milk because stupid problems with cows in this game. A mammal that is constantly being nursed by a baby is not going to stop producing milk unless something really, you know... Yeah, see, look at this. This Angus calf right here, She's not getting fed by her mother. Hello, right there. God damn it! I have to pick her up because she's not. Pick her up. I right click on her in my inventory. Feed. Well fed, not thirsty. The adults are fine. As you can see, we've got plenty of feeding troughs of food and water, and they can even drink straight out of the lake. So Alcoba here is still a juvenile. He cannot yet knock up the other cows, so our Seminoles are not breeding ready yet. I did not actually give this calf a name. Let me give this calf a name really quick. Is a female. Who is it the daughter of? Is it Beretta's daughter? It is Beretta's daughter. So this is Angus Beretta II. Okay. That's the babies accounted for. I don't think I have to worry about the sheep. I think the sheep are fine. The lamb over here, I have a lamb. The lamb is... Yeah, the sheep are not... They don't have the same problem. If they got a baby, they'll produce milk. It's just the fucking cows, for some reason. They forget how to produce milk every once in a while. Okay, we can fire up the generator. I'm going to fire both generators. So the way I do my base... for anybody joining, welcome. We just got back to Riverside. Just a quick description of my base setup. I have two separate generators. The one I just turned on is just powering the lights. The reason I do it separately like that is because that way when I'm ready to go to sleep, I can shut all the lights off at once by turning that generator off. The other generator is all the way over here because it only powers this wall right here with the fridge. So basically this is my fridge generator. As long as I got perishables in the fridge, this one stays on all the time. So that way, when I shut off the other generator to shut the lights off, I'm not shutting off the fridge, just the lights. And I've also got room for other things. And that's important because when the spring harvest comes around, which is not too awful far now, I'm going to need to put down more chest freezers. And I'm probably going to want to put those on their own generator. Reason for all that is if you have separate generators for things, the generators will have their fuel used up more slowly. By separating the lights from the fridge generator has its gas run out much slower. The amount of the speed at which the gas is used up is determined by how many things are plugged into it. So by separating them into separate generators, that is Alright, anyway. I am now emptying my bags. I've got a bunch of propane tanks that I'm going to have to start storing outside of boxes because most of my loot storage boxes here are pretty much full. And over here is our conservatory, which is where we're going to put the other keytar. And we've got another electric base. This one is blue instead of red. I'm going to put it over here next to this base. And then I got to use 3D placement to place it nicely. If you're not familiar with B42, it has added a thing called extended 3D placement, where it gives you a gizmo to translate, rotate, and whatnot, anything you place. So that's how that's how a lot of decorations are looking so fancy. I don't yet... This is probably not the final resting place for my conservatory, to be fully honest. So that's... Honestly, I've not put a lot of effort into putting the conservatory together, because I might just move the conservatory upstairs so that I have more room for a theater. Right now, this feels really constricted for a theater right here. I mean, the ham radio is not even a part of the theater. It's just I put it there because it was in the way. yeah, that's TBA on some of that. I have another drumstick for a total of 4 now, so that when I get a second drum kit, I can have enough room for 2 drummers. And, you know, with all the NPCs that are in this game, right? Anyway, now that I've fed the calves, I probably should go ahead and finish milking cows into these fountain cups. Fountain cups of cow's milk is how I portion my food. Right now I'm in what I call weight loss, which I actually need to revert at some point pretty soon here, because I'm down to 75.5 kilo. Below 75 kilo, you're considered underweight. So basically what I do is I eat a lot of food, put on weight until I'm around 85 kilo, and then all I drink after that is cow's milk. A fountain cup of cow's milk will shut the hunger up while I'm losing weight. So that's kind of my weight rhythm. I put on a lot of weight, and then I slowly lose it. Put it back on, lose it, put it back on, lose it. It enables me to think a lot less about having to constantly maintain a weight. Letting the weight cycle, it's like it's a burden on what I have to think about. Because I do not have the mental capacity to just constantly be thinking about, okay, how can I make the correct food item to ensure that I'm going to be maintaining my weight. No. Maintaining weight is a hell of a lot harder than just going into a cycles of weight loss and weight gain. That's my take on that. So all we milked was Cersei, and we came away with all of the 2 liters full and most of the... So another thing is I'll occasionally drink a 2 liter of milk. The reason I'll do that is milk can get, if you drink a whole 2 liter at once, it can give you a lot of calories and simultaneously give you a lot of proteins. If you just want calories and fats without proteins, what you can do is just churn it into butter instead. So it's a little window into my nutrition strategy. I'm going to... There's only 6 fountain cups left, so I'm going to go ahead and milk. I think Doris is producing milk, too. Yeah, Doris is producing milk. I have a bunch of cows who should be producing milk who aren't, particularly the ones who already have a calf. Athena has a calf. She should be producing milk. Bast has a calf. She should be producing milk. She's not. Neither of them are. It's stupid. It's really fucking stupid. But whatever. Whatever. You can only get so mad at it. The devs don't play their own game long enough in any given time to notice problems like this. And they don't have QA on staff. They just rely on community-submitted bug reports and ignore most of them. Like the ones I submit, they tend to ignore those. These leather gloves can be purposed for tailoring, so I put them here. This is my tailoring station here back at Riverside. As you can see, I've got a lot of everything. I've got thread for days. I got plenty of wool. In fact, before I go to bed, I'm gonna go shear the sheep, because the sheep, it looks like they're at pretty abundant capacity right now, so I can shear them now. I have a electric shear over here. We are gonna give our sheep a good shearing. $15 wool. I have Amanda there. We've got Alan, male. We've got Amanda Jr. I think she's producing milk. She's producing wool. The baby over there, I named it Kill Me because, well, I'll either need to kill him or kill the dad, because basically you cannot have more than 2 males of the same species. Now this bull right here, it looks like an adult, but it's not. It's actually just a juvenile. Um, yeah, I'm gonna keep Baratheon. And I guess I'm gonna kill me. And there's a reason I named him Kill Me. Alright, so we got ourselves a lot of wool. It takes a little while to spin the wool into something useful, but that's what you can do with the spinning wheel here. I've already got a lot of thread. I'm going to spin a little bit of yarn and then go to sleep, because I sleep at 2,230 hours. Alright, rest of the wool can go in here. 79 wool awaiting purpose. Okay, yeah. I go upstairs, shut off the lights, and we ready for sleep. Alright, it is February 23rd now. We have survived for 7 months, 19 days. The next thing that's on my agenda that I need to think about, like, no longer long term, it's like going from long term to medium term now, is spring planting. There are a couple of crops that you can plant as early as March. So March starts in 7 days. Well, actually, no. February has 28 days this year. I can't remember if 93 was a leap year. In fact, I'm going to check, because this is important. So I'm going to datecalc.com. So it is the it's February 23rd, 1993 right now. And we want to go to March 1st to 1993. It's 6 days, which means we do have... That means this is a leap year. Okay. Cool. Good to know. That means there's a February 29th, I think. Yeah. I didn't even need to bring this copy of Tracking 1 with me. I already have a copy of Tracking 1 up here. Alright, we got a bunch of steel sheets. I think we have a huge collection of those upstairs, because we're going to do... there's a lot of welding that's going to be done when we do our second floor of the base. So the steel sheets, I can just toss them up here. What did I put up here? I put literally nothing but oxygen tanks in these crates up here. Secondary backpack here. Mostly sports equipment. See, between the sports equipment and the whatchamacallit, the instruments. Brought a lot of low priority stuff up first, which that's all right. All right, fishing and bags go up top here. All right, there's an empty military backpack. Let's do the same with the other backpack here. This one has a lot more varied stuff in it. We've got some dirty clothing in here. I've already started a load of laundry in the washing machine here, so I'm just adding to it at this point. Alright, so that's all the dirty clothing from this bag. I've got another bag of dirty clothing, so I want to fill this... I'm going to fill the washing machine up entirely before I do a load of laundry. Looks like we got some CDs. We've got a nice big CD collection, and it's continually growing. Both of the CDs we found were unique. We found some hair gel and foundation makeup, eye makeup that goes to the salon back here. I really like how the salon is coming along. think I'm doing a cool job over here. I really like it. We've got furniture there, we've got that there, so all of this can go here. That does it for that. Now we've found a pouch of dice. I need to open that up, take the dice out. I'm gonna have a game room upstairs. It'll have a table. It'll have a lot of fun stuff. But that's for second floor. Because remember, second floor can have the fun stuff. The first floor needs to have the functional stuff. And it's a bit of a stretch to call the stuff that's in here functional, but you know, it is what it is. Pretty much, if you look at it, the base, the left, the top, and the right are mostly functional because they're mostly either storage or, you know, the kitchen, the workshop, and the wardrobe slash gun lockers all the way in the far corner there. These 12 rows of crates plus these two, that's basically all firearm storage. But yeah, I don't have to worry too much about that stuff now. I got elbow pads going here. Got some soft shin pads. These are both... One of them is blue. One of them is black. Or like black and white. The black and white can go here. The blue needs to go in the blues over here. Yeah, so I same with the... If you guys saw my base back in Muldraugh, the way I did the paints, where it was shades all the way to the left, and then like a sort of modified Roy G. Biv for the color spectrum. I'm doing the same with the clothing. So we start with the blacks, the whites, and then we start with reds over here. I do it slightly different for clothing. I have reds and pinks pushed together. Then I go to browns and oranges, yellows and golds, two for the greens, and then dark blues here, light blues here, and then finally purples. Yeah. Okay, bunch of fishing stuff for the top stack here. Camping and fishing stuff goes in the top here. Household in the second to this stack. Chess pieces, crayons, and dice can all go in here. This one's getting very close to being full. That is okay. This is the Epitaph or Riverside. Riverside and Brandenburg. Like all these dog tags, for example. Those are military zombies that I killed to get my military equipment. And then, of course, all the ID cards are a mix of Riverside and Brandenburg. When I bring back all of the ID cards and whatnot that I got from Muldraugh, I'll start another crate for those. Let's see, that can go there. Lockets. Lockets, I need to move to the... So all these lockets that I have in the epitaph over here, these can go into the yellows for the clothing, because they're gold, so they can fit over here. Lockets are equipable, so anything equipable can be put on a... well, anything equipable, with the exception of bags, can be put into these clothing storage things, the clothing racks. And the good thing about clothing racks, you can run right through them. So having them out in the middle of the floor there is not a problem. That's one of the reasons I have a whole wardrobe there. Shit, okay. I need to start thinking about removing some stuff from this. I think I'm going to move the electronics that I'm keeping for decoration out. So all these electronics I'm picking up here, these are all just for decoration. I've separated them from the electronics for breakdown and repurpose. I don't have a lot of good destinations for those. Shit. I need more boxes. I'll split the electronics for decoration between these bar ones over here, which currently contain some furniture. Okay, good. That saved us a little bit of space. We're coming down the home stretch on the space that we've got here. Sports in here. I don't have a good spot for this trophy, to be entirely honest. Yeah, just gonna put it as a decoration in the kitchen for a moment, for now at least. Same with this goblet. Yeah, that's right. My coffee cup is going to be a goblet. Shears can go back into tools. Same with the handy knife, I guess. Yeah. Okay, harmonicas for the conservatory. And now I no longer need to pick up harmonicas. 3 is more than enough. Garter and party hat both into the grays. Alright, I've finally sorted out my backpacks. We gonna have a bite to eat. We go to sleep. A little late getting to bed. That's alright. Yeah. Arcade machine. I literally just put the arcade machine in my bedroom because I ran out of boxes to store furniture in. Speaking thereof, actually the first thing I'm going to do now that I've gotten my bags emptied is, yeah, we're going to cut some trees. We're going to get some more storage crates built. Long overdue. I should have done that a while ago. As you can see, I've decimated the local forestry because we've had a lot of need for wood in the area. Oh, you know what? Speaking of long overdue, I should have switched to welded crates a long time ago. Can I make the best ones yet? No, I cannot make the best welding crates until I'm level 7. So never mind, I'm not going to make... Not going to do that. These gray lamps are ceiling lamps. I was going to put those in the... Oh, I was going to put a couple of those in the... Yeah, I was going to put a couple of those here in the infirmary. So that means, I mean, you know, am I ever going to have a patient for the infirmary? No. I mean, there's no NPCs in this game. But one of the reasons that I build as if there were NPCs, I mean, you know, if there were NPCs, this would be a bunk bed instead of a bed. And, I mean, you know, then we've got bathrooms, we've got showers, we've got everything. If there were NPCs, this would be a pretty decent base. I would just do 1 or 2 things differently. Yeah. If there were NPCs, you would need to have your own infirmary. Absolutely. That is, I foresee that being a thing because I mean, you know, when people get injured, you're going to want to assign them to just chill in a bed and not get themselves further more injured. Probably have your own base doctor, you know, somebody really good at first aid, so you don't have to build up the skill in it. I am very much looking forward to NPCs being implemented for real. Don't talk to me about the mods. The mods, no, the mods are memes. I'm not saying they're not fun. By all means, have fun with them. They're not NPCs. There's no mod that adds NPCs that actually is going to be what the game is like when when NPCs are actually added. They're all the mods out there are just half measures or memes. We need to make more crates. What I'm thinking about is where to put them. There's a reason I don't have more crates in this column here, and that's mostly because this column is garbage. I need to get rid of a lot of the stuff that's in this column. I recently discovered that you can scrap these neck guards, so I'm actually going to do that. Safety scissors and medical shears literally cannot do anything with. I do have some stuff I would want to stick in the... I need to build a couple compost bins so that I can get rid of... I've got some poo and some rotten stuff in here. Just taking out now stuff that I know for certain that I can just completely get rid of. Okay, so everything that I picked up, the neck guards and the foot wraps, I did not know when I made those that you can scrap them and get like one or two rags back. Did not know that, so I was like putting them in a designated trash bin. So all this except for that flashlight, all of this goes in here to be deleted. See, when I first started tossing stuff into that trash bin, it was because I did not have a trash can yet. Now I do. These orange trash cans right here, they're the biggest trash cans in the game by far. They're technically bigger than the dumpsters. If you're organized, they can fit 65 encumbrance each. You can only find them in spiffos. Fun little fact about that. Good thing there's a spiffos directly to the south of me, right? And then this backpack was meant for like really low priority stuff. Decorations and other stuff. So I got a trophy here. This is a gold trophy instead of a silver trophy, so now I got one of each over here. Cute little decoration. These photo albums and wallets. So what I need to do with these is I need to extract all the stuff that's in them, and then I can throw the wallets and albums out. I want the photos, right? Not the albums. None of that other crap. Matchbook goes into the fire starters here. Okay, so everything I just dropped on the floor, I'm just going to scroll through it and take the stuff out of it. I don't usually take all the money, but since this is right in my base, that's fine. So basically, this is a remnant of when I would sometimes just take people's wallets completely. There was a point in time where I thought that you could scrap wallets for leather. Unfortunately not. Even if the wallets are made of leather, you cannot scrap them and get like a single leather strip. That would be cool if you could. I'd do it in a heartbeat. I'm all about that min-maxing. But I believe all of these wallets came from Riverside, so all these ID cards, business cards, photos, all for the Riverside Epitaph. Do I have room for it in the box designated for the Epitaph? I think just barely. Just barely. Just barely gonna fit it. Okay. Let's remove. I don't need that. I don't need that. Money. Can I make a bundle of money? You need 100 money to make a bundle. I need more money if I want to make a bundle of money. Whatever. All that can go in here now. So once again, our epitaph bin is almost full, but we've successfully emptied a garbage bag of overflow from it. This is a backpack that needs to be washed and then put in containers. We picked up a pillow that goes in here. A seed packet of hemp that goes to the seed packets. Now, with seed packets, as you can see, I just have them all over the place. I have not... One of the things I like to do with seeds is separate them based on the best month to plant them in. So what I do is when I get the time, sooner rather than later, probably before I deploy back to Muldraugh, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go through all the seeds and separate them into like a shopping bag that is named March, a shopping bag named April, shopping bag named June and July, for just, things that are optimal to plant in those months. So now I want to rip up these items here. This will reclaim a few strips from them. And the strips can just go right in here. And all of these wallets and photo albums, I no longer need most of them. I'm going to take, like, I don't know, one photo album as in case I needed decoration. All the rest of these wallets, yeah, into the trash. There's even a couple wallets over here that I forgot about. Let me drop those real quick. Basically, I only want to keep like one copy of each wallet type as a decoration, perhaps. And just like one photo album, and that's it. So I got a plastic bag full of plastic bags. I'm taking that out because I want to actually use those. Okay, this is why I thought you could not strip leather neck guards, because the leather one you cannot reclaim. Stupid. Looks like there are there are 4 types of wallets. You got the purple wallet, you got the black wallet, and then 2 different shades of brown wallets. So I'm keeping one of each just for decoration. All the rest of them I've removed the stuff from and tossed them in the trash. Alright, so I'm now renaming these plastic bags based on month, starting with March. 03 March. And I'm naming them starting with the month number because that way they will sort alphabetically. So 04 April. 05 May. 06 June. I don't know if there's anything you plant in July. Like, there's things that grow in July, but I don't... Same with August. So another thing is, I know there's things you can plant in July, but what I'm talking about specifically is optimal months. I don't think anything has its optimal month as July. Like, there are things you can plant in July, but none of those are optimal. But I will go ahead and make these regardless. August... September. And then October is the last month you can plant things in. And then I'm going to make a plastic bag called ZZ Empty. Reason being I want it to show up at the bottom of the list. And that's going to be where the seed packets go. And the rest of these plastic bags can go into my container. Okay. So first things first, I am going to empty. Or I'm sorry, I'm going to open every single one of these seed packets. And then put the empty packets into this container. Now, it's a lot of clicking to like go through and right click on everything. So what I'm actually going to do is there's a open seed packet. Just keep doing this until all of them have been opened. You can see why I put this off for so long. It's a little tedious, but it's necessary to, if you want to just plant everything you pick up. That's kind of what I like to do. After I've collected a whole bunch of seeds from, the better part of a year of looting, I just open all the seed packets and gauge how many seeds I have of everything. And that determines what I'm going to plant when the time comes to plant things. Okay, so what we have done is we have opened every single seed packet we have. The seed packets will tell you what the growing season is for the plant that you're getting out of it. So I've already read all of them though, so I no longer need these empty packets. Just setting them aside now into this plastic bag. Same with the empty packets that are already in here. So now I have a bag full of nothing but empty packets. I could toss it in the trash, but I'm gonna hold on to it for now so that I can verify that I've read everything. And now I take the rest of the seeds out of here. I have a lot of wheat seeds. So the first thing I'm going to do is separate the October plants, because I have the October plants memorized, because that's usually when I first start planting things. So that consists of flax, rye, hops. Where's the H? Hops. Flax, rye, hops, wheat. Okay. I need a second bag of October. I was not expecting that. Let me get another plastic bag. Actually, you know what? I am not going to use a plastic bag for October. I'm going to use something bigger. I probably have like a hiking backpack or something. Yeah, use that. Use an entire goddamn hiking backpack for my this should theoretically be able to carry all of the seeds. Flax, hops, rye, wheat, barley is the only other one. Barley. Where's B? I don't have any more barley seeds. Okay, that's fine. I planted a bunch of barley and it all fucking died because, of course, it did. So now I can put that back in there. And now I resume where I left off. Now, when it comes to finding out what month to plant what crops, aside from memorizing it, which I've done with October, I'm not going to do that for other months. It takes too long for me to circle back to the beginning of the year to find it necessary to memorize these. One of the best ways that I like to do it when it comes to figuring out what the optimal planting season is, you could scroll through the list, or you could get a crop plot or a furrow, dig just a single furrow, right click on it, go to plant, and look at that. When you mouse over it, it'll tell you exactly. So carrots are March. There's only a couple things in March. So what I'm going to do first is just scroll through everything and look for March. Carrots are best planted in March. Now, there are some things that you can plant that don't have a best month. And those are like herbs and stuff like that. Right, lemongrass does not have a best month. Planting season starts in March. So lemongrass is a March plant for me. Rosemary can be planted as early as March, does not have a best month. So rosemary goes in the March. Onion actually is best month March. So onions go into the plastic bag. Hemp is an October plant. Cool. I did not know that. So I need to go, once I put the March thing back. Okay. So I need to put the hemp into October. October back into the fourth box in the row. All right, so now I just need to do that again with April. Our girl is getting really hungry. We're gonna feed her. So now for the rest of these bags, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to drop them on the floor so that they leave my inventory when I start separating them. Alright, so we've got the April bag open. I right-click here. It's going to be basil, broccoli. Basil, broccoli, comfrey. Green peas, kale, lettuce. Oregano, parsley, potato. Radish, sage, spinach, strawberry, sugar beets. Radish, sage, spinach, strawberry, sugar beet. Thyme, tobacco. Thyme and tobacco. That's it for April. There's no point in planting tobacco, but I'm going to try something wacky with it. I say there's no point in planting tobacco, so for anybody joining, I'm separating my seeds for growth for the month that I need to plant them. It's coming up on March, so I need to start thinking about this. I've already set aside the March seeds. I just set aside the April seeds. Now I'm going to do the May seeds. I'm talking some shit about tobacco because tobacco, I want to show you guys something really, really fucking stupid. You go to your learned recipes, go to agriculture, scroll down to tobacco. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and I'm gonna blow it up so everybody can see it. So look at this right here. The minimum water 70, average time to grow 180 days. Planting season, April, May, June, July, August. That's 5 months. Do you guys know what 180 days is? That's 6 months. So do you know what happens when you plant tobacco in Project Zomboid? Every single fucking tobacco plant immediately fucking dies as soon as the month changes to September. Because September is outside of its planting season. If you plant a crop outside of its planting season, it fucking dies for no fucking reason. So, me assuming that the devs know how to count, I planted a lot of tobacco one year, and you know what? I took a screenshot of it. Let's take a look at what happened to my tobacco. I want to show you guys. I really want to drill this fucking point home because this is so fucking stupid. You have to see it to believe it. I'm opening up my Project Zomboid screenshots here. We're going to my 42.7 run, I believe it was. Here it is. Take a look at this. Dead tobacco. Why is it dead? It's September 2nd. That's fucking why. Why did the tobacco die? It was September 2nd. When the plants the plants can sense that it's September and they commit Sudoku. They remove themselves from this plane of existence because it's September, and that you can't have that. You can't have tobacco existing in September. No, we can't have that. That's outside of the growing season. It all needs to fucking die as soon as September happens. September is just the genocide month for your plants. Sorry, I just my brain breaks a little bit. I reported this as a bug months ago. The devs have not fucking touched it. They've completely fucking ignored my bug report. And that, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Like I said, I strive to give the devs good data for what few bug reports I put in, and they just fucking ignore it. So, it is what it is. I don't think the devs like me very much. They don't pay attention to most of my feedback, but I can't really blame them. I am a little abrasive. Chamomile, chives, cilantro, corn, cucumber. It's basically everything between bell pepper and habanero goes into May. pumpkin, sunflower, watermelon. Pumpkin, sunflower, watermelon, zucchini. Pumpkin, sunflower, watermelon, zucchini. And that is all of the May plants. We are now looking for June. Bell pepper, habanero, jalapeno, tomato. Not very many seeds left. These potatoes, I actually thought you could directly plant them, but no. They're decaying into dust. I'm just going to toss them out. Sweet potato and turnips are for July. And then August is... There is nothing for August. However, I could plant wild garlic then, but no. So I'm just going to put a little asterisk in August. There's technically nothing to be planted there. It's going to remain empty for now. September, wild garlic. That's it. Okay. So we have separated all of our seeds into bags based on what month we plant them in. As you can see, April is by far the biggest. Literally hundreds of seeds in here. That's fine. We have room for it, as you can see. We got a lot of room to plant stuff. I just wish that I could say that all of this room was spent on crops that were harvested. No. No, the devs have once again done a really stupid thing with the agriculture system. Its growing seasons are modeled after reality, with one major exception that they just added for no reason. Well, for a reason that I have yet to find out. In fact, let's look at my Steam notifications really quick. So I posted a thread about this. Winter wheat growth time changed to 108 days. All the crops you plant in October, you harvest them in January. I just want to know, anybody out there who has ever done agriculture of any sort in real life, from gardening to factory farming, have you ever fucking heard of a crop that gets harvested? Its harvest season is in January. I feel like I'm going insane here. I'm pretty sure there is no such thing as a crop that blooms in January. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some super crop out there, some super corn, the super winter corn. I don't know. Sorry. Agriculture in the game as it currently is really gets me heated. This is not complicated. It really isn't. I mean, it might seem complicated. It's not. It's not that complicated. The devs should not be having these problems. Like, agriculture, I could fix it in a week. All the agriculture in this game, I could fix it in a fucking week. But this game is closed source. You can't submit pull requests. It's not being developed on GitHub. It's a fucking mess. But whatever. We have sorted our seeds. Seed sorting is complete. I know exactly what I need to do for March now. These decorations that I picked up. I don't think I have room for them in my clinic. That's unfortunate. Suppose I could check. Can I even put them on top of these posters? Nope. Cannot put them on top of the posters. So, yeah. These are just going to stay in this garbage bag for now. And I will put it here in the clinic for, I don't know, maybe in the future I will have a super clinic somewhere else. Okay. Got some sorting done there. These two gray lamps, I don't really have a home for them. They are vertical as opposed to horizontal. I could put them I'll put them in the bathtub area. Oh, you can't. They can't be in the bathtub area. Why? Fuck you, that's why. I guess. I don't know. Actually, I kind of feel like I could put them over here. Over the, Okay. I've discovered the limitations of ceiling lights. They cannot be put over certain... Good to know. Good to know. You cannot put ceiling lights over top of certain objects. Most objects. That feels weird. It feels like that wasn't the case with other things. Whatever. I don't really care. Ceiling lights are just something that I wanted to put down somewhere. Maybe I'll put them on the... Put them over the laundry room. Why not? I don't really have a good place for them otherwise. I was going to do a dining room of some sort here. But if I'm going to do that, can I put the furniture underneath it? So if I did a dining room there, I just want to test. I'm going to pick up one of these stools. Can I, like, put a chair beneath the lights after I put the lights down? No. The lights block everything. Good to know. I didn't know that. So, as cool as they are, they block stuff. Lots of stuff. To such an extent that I will probably... I don't even know. I'm going to have to put these back into storage. No longer in a garbage bag in the middle of my base because, nah, they need some more attention to detail for those. Can I put them over top of the... I can. So I can put fluorescent wall lights over top of the sinks. Or, I'm sorry, over top of the mirrors. That's important for base design. That just means I need 2 double fluorescent wall lights for that area. And then I can move those elsewhere. Why did I not put those in the shower area? Okay, that's good. Fluorescent lighting for the bathroom and for the showers. And then for over here, we've got one dedicated for the mirror. And then one we'll have for the... we'll get some double lights for these. Okay. Got a plan. Plan is in work. I'm not going to execute the plan anytime soon. I'm just thinking long term for those. Garbage bag back into the bin. I have 100 garbage bags back here. 8 boxes unopened, so make that more like 200. All of this paint here, I don't think I was ever actually going to end up using. Oh, girl's hungry again. Bad habit of not feeding her when she needs it. It's alright, she has just as much tunnel vision as I do, seeing as she only does what I do. Okay. So now that I've sorted everything that needed to be sorted, we've got room to make some more crates here. I can actually remove the duplicate books that I put over here because I now have a dedicated duplicate book bin. This bin up here is basically just dedicated to duplicates now. As you can see, I got a lot of duplicates, so it's not going to last very long, but for now. Oh, shut this off, never turn it back on. Oh, the light burnt out. Fuck. Oh, that sucks, because I don't know if I have another purple light to put in there. No, I don't. I don't have any more purple light bulbs. That was my only one. That sucks. That really sucks. This is like a pinkish light bulb, like a dark pink. Guess that'll work. No. I really wish the special light bulbs wouldn't burn out as quickly as they do. That's alright, I guess. It's not a perfect match, but... you can't go out looking for things like purple light bulbs. You get really lucky and find them. That's it. That's the only way to find them, is getting really fucking lucky. So I picked up a whole bunch of cow shit, and never really had anywhere to put it because I never went out of my way to build more stuff. Since I am finally getting closer to planting season, I can actually finally start thinking about extracting compost from my compost bins that are already in existence. But I'm not quite at that point yet. See, filling up a compost bin entirely is not the best idea, because if it's the big kind of compost bin, then it will just... It doesn't work the way it used to in build 41. This container right here is almost completely full, and it has nothing but bundles of strips in it. Mind-boggling. I now have 10 buttons over here. He who thought he would never run out of storage space for hair dye. Fuck. I started using this this container right here, which previously was just for hair dye. Now it's for furniture more than anything. Guess I will start putting overflow. I don't have any more place to store shit. My pack rat habits are finally starting to hit me right in the face. Okay, I can fit them in there. I'm just dropping dye bottles on the floor over here for now. I got 42 dye bottles. Total of 88 encumbrance. I I'm finally probably ready to do a load of laundry because we've got a lot of stuff here that is dirty and bloody and needs to be washed. Okay. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The washing machine is not on any electrical circuit. That's actually not a bad thing. Not necessarily. What that means is I need to establish a generator specifically for this wall. Because then I can put the some of the freezers on this wall too. So let me give me a moment to think about that. I'm gonna put a sack in here. This is where sacks are going for the moment. Garbage bags up here. I'm starting to put leather and denim bundles in the third tailoring crate because that's just how much tailoring shit I have right now. I should have no excuse to not go straight to level 10. Should, but no, I won't be able to get level 10 tailoring from all this. If I tried, I would piss away everything and not quite get there. By having books, I have all the tailoring books. Books are not the problem. Okay, I'm not currently trying to refrigerate or freeze anything, because milk doesn't expire yet. I'm sure the devs are hard at work on that, but for now, they don't expire, so this generator can go off now. The fridge no longer needs to be turned on. And then I can actually turn the lights off too, because I'm about to go to bed. I'm literally based next to a gas station. There is no reason to be hyper-conservative of gasoline, but I am. I'm treating my character as if she's going to live forever. That's just my approach. And therefore, gasoline must be conserved very carefully, because once it's gone, it's gone. There's no more gas production. There's no way to make refined pre-war gasoline. I'm using pre-war in this context as somebody would if they were interested in, like, World War Z, for example. So I never did get a load of laundry started because I never did get... I need to go get one of those generators. I brought a generator back with me, didn't I? Tell me I didn't. No, I did not bring any generators back with me. I guess that's okay. What that really means is I need to move the generator that's powering my lights. I need to move it up a few spaces. So these 5 propane tanks can go here. The fire extinguisher, I'll move that. I generally like to have a fire extinguisher in the corners of my bases by the doors. So if that tile is full, I can go there. Beautiful. Radios in with the CDs. So I am going to move my generator for the lights. I'm just going to move it up like a couple tiles. I don't even know how far I need to move it, but I want to make sure that it's not going to start powering the fridge. so let's see if that is far enough to power the washing machine. It is not. I'm going to be cutting this very close. Like, very close. If that is not close enough to power the washing machine, then that means I should be able to move it up 2 tiles at least. It should still not be far enough to do the Why? Why is that close enough to power the fridge? I'm really mad about this. I'm really mad about this. It should not be close enough to power the fucking fridge if it's not close enough to power the fucking... And the best part is, I think it's ghosting. I think it's ghosting. See, I can power the washer and the dryer. Oh, it's not ghosting. Okay. I don't fully understand that. I'm going to try moving it back 1 tile. I get the weird sinking feeling that it's not going to be able to reach the dryer. But we're going to find out. I'm going to pick it up, drop it right here. Okay, this is fucking infuriating, and here's why. Somehow, on this tile, it is powering the fridge, all the way to the fridge. This tile, not only was this tile not able to reach the fridge, it wasn't able to reach the washer. The washer is like 3 tiles down from the fridge. What the fuck? I'm sorry, this is fucking infuriating. Fuck it, whatever. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna need to move something. You know what? Let's see if this is actually able to reach the... It can reach the washer, but not the dryer. I was right. I hate this so much. I hate everything. I am full of hatred and spite and anger and rage. Whatever. I'm It's very ephemeral. I'm not going to be too... I'm not losing sleep over this. It makes me mad in the moment. I'll forget about it in less than 5 minutes. What this really means is the generator for the fridge. I need to move that back a little bit. I built this very pretty steel basin for it back here. Until I get another generator up here, I need to move this. So I'm going to put it right here. This is going to be enough for it to power some of the fucking lights if I turn it on here. But at least, okay, it's not powering any lights, but it is taking up the fridge. It should also be close enough to hit the washer and dryer, right? Okay. Starting to lose my fucking mind here. Starting to lose my fucking mind here. You know what? I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go to fucking sleep. My character has been at this for a while. She needs a break. It's 4 a.m. You go to sleep, you wake up, you go back to sleep at 4 a.m. That is my sleeping schedule. Had a few of my live viewers bail on me there. I can't blame you guys. I'm sorry that I get hung up on the randomest of things here. But base design is one of the big reasons I play this game. And when things don't work the way they logically should, does it make me mad? Does it make me mad? We've moved it back 1 tile. Watch, it's going to start powering the lights now. Not yet, not yet. Okay, it can reach the dryer there. I get this really nasty sinking feeling that if I pick it up and put it back down one tile further, it's going to start catching lights. And I don't want it to. I do not want this generator to fucking touch the lights. Okay, thank God it's not touching the lights. Okay, so this generator and its current spot, as fucking stupid as that spot is in the middle of my goddamn crops, it's fine. I'll deal with it for now. It powers the fridge and it powers the washer dryer. I can finally do a load of laundry. Fuck. Okay, I need a break from this game for a minute. I'm going to step away just briefly. I will read Butchering 3 while I'm away here. I'm just going to sit down and read a book for a minute, and I'll be back momentarily. Less than 3 minutes. I just got to step away briefly here. Close some of this stuff that I opened. If anybody watching my streams has watched them before, I've made the point about agriculture before, and I'm sorry if you're having to rehear it, but I need to spread the word somehow. This is my tiny platform. This is the only way I can do it. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Yeah, Benjamin, with spears in this game, lately they have really increased the damage. They have really increased the damage. They're possibly one of the best melee weapons in the current patch. They kill zombies so effectively that I'm actually, I would be surprised if they do not get nerfed in the next patch. The devs of this game don't like us having too much fun, so I expect they will be nerfed post-haste. So, for anybody joining, we are currently doing laundry in-game. Really, really compelling content here. This is that hard-hitting gameplay that you guys are all interested in here. So I'm doing another load of laundry. This is just going to be bulletproof vests. And then I've got yet another after that in this backpack here for a third load. You cannot wash bandages in the washing machine, so these 3 bandages I'm going to hand wash while that's going. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and hand wash my own clothes while I'm at it. This is why I designed my base with a open floor on the river, so that I got my own river tiles to just dip on into. Imagine the base is on stilts. That's what you got to imagine. And if it was on stilts, that would be a well right there. Proteins are getting a little low, so I'm going to drink a 2 liter of cow's milk here. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of clothes I need to, no, these bulletproof vests are not for wearing. I'm collecting them as materials to level my tailoring skill. I would never wear a bulletproof vest in this game unless I was in PvP. Or if NPCs were a factor. If NPCs that could shoot you were an actual thing, I would probably... depends, obviously, on what situations would lead to such NPCs coming across. So it's kind of hard to think about that. If I was playing this game multiplayer PvP, I'd probably never take a bulletproof vest off. I would just deal with the discomfort. But, yeah, these bulletproof vests, the only reason I'm holding on to these is to level my tailoring. You can turn bulletproof vests into bulletproof arm guards and shin guards and thigh guards, actually. So that's why I have 3 bulletproof vests of each variety to mess around with that, and that will get me a bunch of tailoring experience. And the rest of this clothing that is kind of almost broken, just so that I can fix it once I get high-level tailoring. This backpack by itself, I'm going to hand wash it. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think it would ever be worth the effort without something that would actually shoot you. If you're just trying to protect yourself from zombies, no, never. Use metal armor. If you really want to protect yourself from zombies and just only have a discomfort debuff. Speaking of that, I've got some stuff here I need to put in my mask. Got some leather vests and jackets. Unique type ones. Got some knee pads. These are just regular knee pads. These gaiters are brown for the Browns. We've got some elbow pads of a tinted color. These are, I don't know. They look white, so I'm going to put them in here. then we've got a bunch of tactical black elbow pads. What color is this? It says just elbow pad left, but that is not a... I think that's a black one. Put it in here for now. Black crash helmet. An intact bulletproof vest. I'm going to put that on my mannequin here, showing off my military gear. These gloves are intact. They can go in the light blues. We've got some berets of variety colors. Here's that one, and here's that one. These other berets. This one is a pretty close to the green that I want. Same with that. Oops. That's a generic green. And then this one is black. So then we've got some stuff with holes in it that I need to fix. These pants, this formal shirt, these socks, t-shirt, waistcoats, the bunny ears can go over here's in the pink because that's where the rest of the bunny suit is going to go. White bandana, and then the beanie. SCBA in here for now. Eventually I'm going to need a... Yeah, I need a different container for armor. Protective equipment, because it's just way too many in here. Thankfully I do have another clothes stand. I'm just going to put that down. Right here. Start a separate row for armor, I guess. And then I'm going to start a garbage bag over here. It's just going to be clothing that I need to fix. No, I don't play mods. Not in Build 42. Build 41, I would play mods, but see I was talking about this before, but basically the NPC mods that currently exist, they're trying to monkey wrench something into the game that the developers themselves need to be the ones to add it. Mods are always going to fall short in terms of the ones that try to add NPCs. There's some other really cool mods out there that do way more than the devs do, but NPCs is not one of them. You need the NPCs need to be able to interact with the game on a much lower level than what you can get just from patching back in stuff that's been taken out. So this is all tailoring here. This goes over here. Not to say that they're not fun, but things like Week 1 and Bandits just feel like a completely different game that is not balanced very well because the, you know... Lost my train of thought there. Not balanced very well because it's adding stuff back into the game that the rest of the game is not balanced around. It's trying to balance itself around it. You can see that the way they're splitting up skills, they are leaving gaps intentionally, hoping that the gaps will be filled by players, or not players, but NPCs. Okay, so all of these bulletproof vests over here. This one has no holes in it, so I need to not use that for tailoring. Intact bulletproof vests can go elsewhere. That means I have 4 law enforcement vests and 3 military ones. Okay, I got those separated. That is all of my loot related to tailoring has been excoriated from the loot container here. Let me put all of these books back into my library. Ah, the denim fabric roll. I knew I was forgetting something. Got another stars and bars here. And then, of course, an entire pallet of gold bars. What am I going to do with that? Literally nothing. It's just a decoration. Just put it over here next to the metalworking area. I no longer need to put stars and bar flags outside. We're at capacity on that for the lower level, so that can go in here. I have an entire fabric roll of black denim. Really rare. These are not introduced properly into the spawn tables yet. So I happen to get really lucky with one in Muldraugh. All of these books into the library here. A very finite number of books that we still need to get. Otherwise, we've got a lot of full sets here. 5th tailoring book is waiting for me as soon as I finish the next level. And all duplicates in here. Okay. Yeah. Let's, trailer's empty. Vehicular trunk is... yeah. Some of this stuff can wait. Let's do some tailoring. I've been waiting my whole life for this. I'm going to make sinew thread with all the sinew I currently have. So sinew is relatively new as of the latest patch. You get animal sinew when you butcher an animal. I got 10 of it. I don't know how much thread I'm going to be able to get out of that, but I'm going to see what I can make. Because sinew thread, there's certain types of armor that you can only make with either aramid thread or sinew thread. Aramid thread you can only get from firefighter clothing or bulletproof vests. I've never seen anywhere else you can get it from. And I have some firefighter clothing here that has holes in it, and therefore is going to be sacrificed to the aramid thread gods here. I'll consolidate all the aramid thread I currently have. Stupid thing is full again. Getting a little tiresome. Alright, now I just consolidate all this sinew thread. Would have loved there to be more of this, but there's not. I think all the animal sinew that I've collected so far in this entire 150-hour run game. That being said, I have not butchered that many animals. I've actually saved all of the cows from the local farm. So there has been opportunities to get a lot more sinew, but haven't done it yet, so That's alright, I guess. What I need to do now is... depending on what I'm going to use to level up first. I would like to go ahead and make my bulletproof vest armor, because I've been kind of sitting on that for a while. You can make bulletproof vest armor in 3 different flavors: forearm, shin, and thigh. So when it comes to the military bulletproof vests, I can only make 2 at the moment, because one of them I set aside as a... Right? What did I do with the other one? I'm pretty sure... Yes, I have one more bulletproof vest here to be used for tailoring. Beautiful. And then all the rest of these just need to be fixed. Okay, so I can make a full set of both. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with a full set of military forearm and thigh armor. Bulletproof forearm armor. And I'm going to start with sinew thread. So that got me 234 tailoring experience, so very, very worth it. This also uses duct tape, which is why I've been very conservative with my duct tape expenditures. I've been saving it for tailoring projects. All right. So we've got our forearm armor. Now we're going to get our shin armor. And now our thigh armor. So this is going to start eating into our airman thread. It's alright, it's what it's here for. So we've got 2 bits of forearm and shin armor and thigh armor now. So I just want to see how ridiculous this looks on my character real quick. I'm going to wear a full set of bulletproof vest armor. So the bulletproof vest itself... You know what? I'm just going to LARP as a military, full-on military person really quick here. Take it for the sake of a screenshot, why not? So I'm going to get military pants and green camo. We wear the helmet. We wear the pants. We wear the vest. We wear the forearm. This is forcing us to take a lot of stuff off, including our frickin' watch. Look at how fucking goofy I look. I gotta take off the I'm being a little salty in my Discord channel right now. I can't help it. Can't help it. It's fun though. I'm having fun here. I'm already miserable. I'm extremely uncomfortable. That's fine. I was expecting that. We are putting all of the stuff that I don't feel like wearing back on this mannequin here. So the helmets, the bulletproof vest, and all of those armor bits. So that mannequin can now be extremely uncomfortable. Now I gotta put back on all that shit that I had to take off. My wristwatch. Scarf, my bracelets. My knee pads. And now we're gonna do the exact same thing we just did, but with law enforcement bulletproof vests instead of military. And this is going to suck up a lot more of our aramid thread, but in turn it's going to get us a lot of tailoring experience, so it'll be worth it. I think. Yeah, we'll have enough aramid thread. We'll have a little bit left over after this. There's forearm armor, shin armor, and thigh armor in the law enforcement bulletproof vest flavor. So what I'm going to do now is just put all those on my mannequin here that's currently wearing my intact law enforcement bulletproof vest. Now this mannequin just needs a couple more of my dark blue set here. So let's give her a blue Hawaiian shirt, deputy shirt, t-shirt. We've got some nice dark blue brawn panties too. I've been meaning to check to see which of these actually fit. We even have leg warmers that might match. Police deputy hat. She's gonna look really ridiculous, but it's this is what we're here for. I've been waiting my whole life for this. Not really, but so I actually got to take the bulletproof vest off her chest. Make sure the undies actually match. They do. It's a close match, not a perfect match, but it's close enough. It works. And how about the leg warmers? The leg warmers are a bit light. I'm willing to bet that the Hawaiian shirt probably is too. Yeah, the Hawaiian shirt and the leg warmers are a bit light, but they're also an underlayer. They're going to get blocked. I don't think I have any law enforcement pants, actually. Wacky. I do have these shell suit pants, though. So I just need to make a point to replace these at some point. So that matches. And then I have a t-shirt, police deputy. And then I have a shirt and police deputy. And then I have a head balaclava and a hat. And then I can put the bulletproof vest back on. It's a little wacky looking, but I like it. It's like a SWAT deputy. Except instead of a... You know what? Let's give her a... I don't actually think I have any law enforcement helmets. I've been meaning to find some, but I don't have any. See, a lot of the law enforcement helmets are like white, like a riot cop helmet, for example. I don't think I have any helmets here. I could give her a motorcycle helmet. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Let's try a motorcycle helmet. Ooh, that looks like a riot cop helmet. Like it's not a perfect match, but that actually looks cool. That actually looks really cool. Let's give her some military boots and black gloves. Like I was saying before, I've been waiting my whole life for this. Now I finally have a full law enforcement set that all matches, and I'm never gonna wear it. It's alright. It's fine. My mannequins are gonna wear it for me. because mannequins don't have discomfort to worry about. Ah, it's great. I love it. I love it. I've been building up for this. Now we have pretty things there now to be happy. We'll get more mannequins when the time comes to do purple and pink. Yeah, that looks cool. What about glasses for the military ones? I have some retro gold frame, but those are really light. I have some horn rim prescription glasses for brown. That might actually be a match for the desert camo. I don't think there is such a thing as green glasses in this game. If there are, I have not noticed them. So how about sunglasses? We'll give that one sunglasses. So then we just need gloves for both of them. I'm kind of mad the game doesn't have military gloves. I mean, at BDU's standard issue, they all have gloves. And they all match the camo patterns that we have that are in existence, but whatever. I ain't too mad about it. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. We have our little procession going there. Okay. Next up is we are 2,400 out of 6,000 tailoring experience. So 6,000 minus 2406.48. So we still quite a ways to go. That's all right. We have a lot of materials. We are going to just do tons and tons and tons of what? There's a couple things I'm going to do before I start doing the rag neck guards. Neck guards are like the go-to way to grind tailoring if you don't want to use anything that is hard to find, if that makes sense. But I'm not quite at that point yet. What I'm going to do is I want to take off the gloves I'm currently wearing. Or actually, no, I'm going to favorite them. I'm going to favorite them. Because I want to make sure the gloves I'm currently wearing do not get used by this recipe. I want to make some bone armored gauntlets. 3 of them. Each of these should be about 100 or so tailoring experience. And I want to make sure that the aramid thread does not get used up by any of the recipes that I'm working on. So to ensure that, I put the aramid thread over here, which is out of my reach. Coming up on the halfway point for tailoring here. So, something that I found while I was out in Muldraugh is a roll of... Oh, did I already put it in there? I found an entire roll of black denim fabric. Yeah, it's already in here. Very rare thing. I believe there's a bunch of recipes that you would otherwise use burlap for. So we have leather strips. Where they at? Oh, they're in here. Those need to go away. My remaining aramid thread is going to go towards making armor, metal armor. We're going to make a full set of metal armor next. We have the materials. The only thing that was preventing me from making more metal armor, like knight armor, think of. The only thing that was preventing me from doing that is aramid thread, or sinew thread, really. So now that I have a bunch of aramid thread that I can use for that, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some high quality metal armor here. I don't have very much wood charcoal, so I'm going to need to get a lot. So that's what we're doing next. I need to cut wood anyway. Hello there. How is it going? Two containers of black floral wallpaper. Excellent. We've got more of these dispenser bottles than I possibly could know what to do with at the moment. Gonna need to start a container just for those. Start a container just for those, he said, as he realizes that he is out of containers completely. You know what? This one right here. This one is my dispenser bottles. I'm wearing a hoodie right now. I need to not be. That is overheating me a little bit. So I take the hoodie off. I'm going to put it in the greens over here. Okay, I would like to... I'm going to read for the remaining hour here, because it does not make sense to go out and get started with some wood cutting operations until we got daylight, if I'm just going to be going to sleep in the next hour here. So, read until 4 a.m. We go turn off the light up top. And actually, now that we're done running the... we can move the generator back to where it needs to be now that we're done running the washer for now. So this generator needs to be all the way out here in this spot right here. See, if I put it right here, it will only power the fridge whenever it's on. So that is the purpose of that generator, to be a separate generator for the fridge. The fridge doesn't need to be refrigerating anything right now, so I can leave it off. And then the other generator that's up on the roof is just for the lights. Which I'm not going to need to start running until I'm done with my wood cutting operations. That is coming up next here. I should have an axe outside already. Right? Yes, I still have a wood axe down here. So I'm just going to take one of my vans here that are currently empty, along with the wood axe that I already left on the floor. And this is now my logging van for the moment. I'm going to leave this van running because the battery is actually not very fully charged at the moment. So here goes. We cut a few trees here. Fun story behind this glass on the floor and this tree right here. Because that large tree was blocking sight of this small tree, I didn't fucking know it was here. I was in my ambulance, my favorite ambulance, just cruising down this road, and then I rammed into this tiny tree right here. Because it was in the shadow of the big tree. I didn't fucking see it there. And this glass on the ground was my windshield. It was, my entire windshield was annihilated by that. Fun, embarrassing story for that. Our girl has taken a few injuries from highly preventable sources. Alright, so she has... That's a lot of logging. She needs a break. She can sit down and read a book for quite a while here. Let the muscle strain go away. And now all we gotta do is back over those stacks of logs and toss them in the trunk. Now, because I also need charcoal, I'm not just picking up the logs. I'm picking up everything. Logs, branches, whatnot. This thing really needs its tires inflated. It's, you can feel how, drifting it is right now. Leave the axe there for the moment, and now I'm going to get out another backpack here, pick up a couple of these logs off the ground, because they're free, they're right there, might as well. What we're going to do is park the van directly in front of this here charcoal burner. Alright, I'm carrying 12 logs. I'm going inside now. I'm going to saw them up after we get something to eat really quick. Alright, logs sawed. Planks into these backpacks. Now we get some nails, and then we can build some more crates. Alright, we can make several more. Back behind here, I think, is another good spot. And then the remaining ones I'm going to turn into compost bins. Okay. Now what I do is, distribute some of this crap, literal crap, into these other compost bins. So we've built everything we need to build. The remaining wood that we collected is going to be purposed into charcoal here. I made bundles of twigs. Is that count for anything over here? No, it doesn't. Shame. Okay. Now I power the lights back on because I am ready to do some more indoor work. So if we wanted to forge armor, we would need aramid thread and needle and leather strips and buckles. So that's what we get over here. We've got some leather strips in this bag over here. And aramid thread. Grab one of them there, needles. I think that's everything we need. We'll double check. Yep. Okay. So now we can make some metal armor. These are some of these are level 4 tailoring recipes, it looks like. So let's start with shins. That went too fast. Didn't even get to see what the return was. That's fine. So I'm going to make a few steel sheets here, right? Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, I'm going to make a few steel sheets. I'm going to turn around and use welding to split the steel sheets up. Nope. Well, okay, this is the only mod I'm using. Stat bar. Everything else is exactly as the developers intended, for better or worse. Few things better, a lot of things worse. There are no mods that change the inner functionality of the game. So we are making some steel sheets now. We make 8 of them. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we're going to turn around and use welding to split the steel sheets, because we want to get experience in welding. I believe I have some torches that are in use right now. Over here. Yeah, no? Yeah, a bunch of welding torches in use here. So I'm just going to sit right here and split these sheets with welding. So each time I do that, it gets me about 100 welding experience. I'm already maxed on metalworking, so I don't need to be using metalworking to split these sheets, which I could do. So that comes up with 32 small steel sheets. Got 1 welding torch left over, 3 are now empty. empty welding torches are getting put over here. And we resume making armor now. So we started off, we just managed to make one shin armor piece. We're going to make another now so that we have two. And I want to see how much tailoring experience this gets me, because that's the main goal right now. $39 tailoring experience? This is a level 4 recipe. Fuck, that's annoying. Well, this hardly even feels like it's worth the aramid thread if that's the case. I mean... Shit. How much aramid thread do I have left? Alright, I guess I'll make a full set of metal armor. It's fine. It's just... Thankfully, it only uses one usage of aramid thread for, like, this articulated thigh armor. I mean, 39 tailoring experience, that's a level 1 recipe right there. I should be getting at least 4 times that. Doesn't make any sense, but whatever. 2 thigh armor pieces. Oh shit, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I've been at this for 11 hours. I need to stop before YouTube cuts me off, so I need to start thinking about that, the end of the stream here. We are going to keep going for another 40 minutes or so, but then we are going to be forced to be done. Alright, we are doing full metal forearm armor next. We're just going to do 2 of those, and I think that's all the charcoal we have left. That will also cease and desist the aramid thread usage. There is 1 forearm armor piece. And here's another. And once again, we are out of charcoal. Happens a lot around here. Small steel sheets I will toss back into here. Down to 2 3/4 of aramid thread. Now the armor, thankfully I've started a new clothing container over here exclusively for armor. I don't yet have a mannequin for the metal armor. Eventually I will. This welder mask needs to go back. Into the welding kit. Nails can go on the floor in the construction zone here. Alright, needle aramid thread back into this container. Do not want to be using aramid thread for anything else, especially if I don't have to. Got a skirt to shorten here. And we've got some trousers to shorten. One of my buddies, CA, he's a Marine. I was making fun of the full set of military armor here. He said it might not actually be as uncomfortable as it looks, because these bulletproof vests probably are not. They don't have plates in them. They're just the flak vests without the metal plates. So it probably is not as uncomfortable as it looks. Interesting. I can take his word for it. He's a Marine. He's actually worn that stuff, so. Alright, denim strips. Can into this bag. We got one rag that came out dirty. We wash it over here at our exposed river tile here. Now we've got a few socks to shorten here. And once we finish with that, we will be back to... Most likely we'll be doing... This one pair of jeans can get ripped up. Oops. No, let's not do that. We are trying to shorten the sleeves on some of these formal shirts. And then we are trying to shorten the rest of these socks. Denim strips came out dirty. We washed them over here. Now loose denim strips go into this garbage bag here. Rags can go back where they came from here. And socks I literally do not need. Once they've been shortened, they go into the trash can. These backpacks in my hands can also get put away now. Okay. Other strips also need to go in here. So that leaves us with some leather coats that need to be cut up here. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's going to leave us with a lot of strips that need to be washed. Got them all washed up. It's another 26 leather strips to work with. And that does it for most of my stuff over here. What I'm going to do is just read this butchering book for the next 20 minutes or so, hit the sack, and then as a midnight activity, I'm going to cut those belts up. Got a whole bunch of belts over here. 21 of them. So by the end of last stream, I got tailoring to level 6. By the end of this stream, we'll definitely be level 8. Possibly higher, but level 8's the target. Oops. Leather strips are going to go on this far side here. This garbage bag just needs to be stuff that I'm going to fix as soon as I get to level 8 tailoring. And this garbage bag is finally empty. It's been there a long time. Okay, now... how much experience do I get for knitting things? Let's knit a doily and find out. 20 experience. That's pretty weak. Like, that's super weak. I literally could do anything else for better return on investment for that. This is a red doily, so I'll put it in the red box. And never knit one of those again. Can't put it in the red box. Just put it in household then. Fuck it. We're gonna, Gonna make some bone chokers. Yeah, gonna make some bone chokers. We got a lot of bones over here. Oops. Wait a minute. Huh. I can damage my own crates by pushing them. I didn't know that. Fascinating. Yeah, so we got some animal bones. What we want to do is carve bone beads from them. Let's do 10 of those. I only have 6 animal bones to work with. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That got us 24 bone beads. We need to make them in sets of 4. Could use the large animal bones for this. Fuck it. Fuck it, I will. Yeah, we're gonna make 10. That means we're gonna need to go get some more twine, most likely, but that is... leather strips. We just need 10 leather strips now. Now we can make 10 bone chokers. This should get us about 1,000 experience right here. Because each one of these bone chokers should end up being 117 experience. Yeah, this will get us a solid 1,000 experience right here. Now that unfortunately exhausted most of my bone supply. And I should have gone to bed a couple of hours ago here. So what I need to do now, toss those bone chokers into the armor bin here. Get myself a hearty meal here. And hit the hay. So we need about 1,600 tailoring experience now. I'm gonna kill one of my cows. I'm tired. I'm impatient now. I'm impatient. I'm gonna kill one of my cows. I've been needing to kill the weaned juvenile male Holstein, because otherwise he's gonna start fighting his brother. Basically, we've got 2 bulls in here. They're both young. One of them is older than the other. Baratheon here is a weaned juvenile. Kill me. I literally named this one Kill Me. Right this way, kill me. Alright, let's go. Holstein cows are only good for their milk. So male Holstein cows are literally 100% useless to me unless they're breeding. But you can only have one in a pen of breeding age, otherwise they'll kill each other. So this guy, if I don't kill him myself, his brother will most likely kill him as soon as he's old enough. So I am going to detach him from the rope. I'm going to pet him because I'm not a cruel person. And now I'm going to kill him. I did have some bones over here already that I forgot about, so that's cool. Gonna slice his head up, toss his brain and his skull in here. His leather, I need to process it. So the meat into my backpack, along with the rope. I've got a couple bowls here, and I've got a brain. Gonna mix a bowl of brain tan. I'm gonna flesh the leather, fur the leather. And then I've got a bucket here. I'm gonna tan the leather with the brain tan I just made. And now it's wet. Then I'm just going to dry it here. So that is a large piece of leather that is now dry. Leave the bowl on top of the crate to get filled up with rainwater for the next bowl of brain tan. And now with this large leather, we're going to use that for crafting. We are going to can I make leather gloves? I can make leather gloves. I need small leather and sinew or aramid. Fucking, I hate sinew and aramid thread right now. There's so many fucking things that you used to be able to make. Oh, the devs thought it was too easy. No, that's too easy. Can't have things too easy. Can't use regular thread for leather gloves. No, we gotta use special, super special sinew thread. Fuck. I really hate these devs sometimes. Because, I mean, you know, my hatred is very mutual, because they're making my life miserable. Just trying to play the game the way they present it to me, and the way they present it to me, some parts of it are fucking miserable. And I hate to say it, but it's going to get worse. What we're seeing right now, it's going to get worse. I'm pretty sure most of metalworking right now is just a placeholder. It's just a placeholder. It's going to get much worse. It's going to be much more tedious. Because right now, if you think about it, we don't have to light the forges. That's that's not going to be that way forever. Someday we're going to have to light those fucking forges before we can do anything with them. Alright, so we got some sinew thread. We can sew some gloves. That gets us a fair bit of tailoring. That's good. There goes all the sinew thread. I am not going to spend aramid thread on leather gloves. Fuck you. Fuck the devs for even making that an option. I mean, imagine, so aramid thread, again, it comes from firefighter gear and bulletproof vests. Nothing else that I've seen. Fuck the devs if they think I'm going to use something that rare to make some leather fucking gloves. Fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little salty about that. These leather gloves that I just made, I'm going to turn around and make them into bone armor gloves. There's one. There's two. Those go into the armor container here. Now the beef and the steak that I just got from the cow that I butchered, gonna need to go in the fridge along with some other stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the fridge generator back on for the moment. And now to spice up the meat that I've harvested, we are gonna open some of these jars of food here. So let's open a jar of uncooked cabbage, YOLO. And how about a jar of potatoes too, so we can have our steak and potatoes. So we've got cabbage, potatoes, and beef. We're gonna make a couple of stews. Put a helping of steak in each one of these. It is cooking time, absolutely. Alright, so that's most of the fresh ingredients used up. In addition to what we've already put in there, we are going to put some eggs, which I do not have any fresh eggs at the moment. All I got to do is run over to the chicken coop over here, which I have not visited since I've been back, so there's going to be plenty of eggs. Hello, chickens. I come for your eggs. $30 eggs. Neat. I've got room for one more ingredient in each of these stews, so that gets the egg. Rest of the eggs back into the fridge. So we've got 4 super chunk and hunky stews. I need to put some butter in each of those. And what else? I'm going to put some more chunk in each of those. I've got some chunk, right? Maybe not. That's alright, the butter will be fine. Now each of these stews are going to come out really big. I mean, they're so damn big that I cannot fit all of them in the oven at once. Whatever. I read a butchering book. Wait for the first 3 to cook. Alright, while those are cooking, I'm going to turn these pots of stew into bowls of stew, 2 each. So each of these stews came out to about 100. So these are going to be bowls of, I'm going to name it bowl of 50. So in order to do that, I name the stew 50. So by naming the stew 50, I go over here and I split it into 2 bowls. That means I get 2 bowls of 50. 50 is an approximation of how much hunger they reduce. It's great. I love it. Works out well. And while that finishes cooking, I am going to take a couple pans for the leftovers. That one is done. Turn the oven off for a moment here. Emptied all those jars. And we've got some leftover beef. Okay, I can toss these stir fries into the oven now. While those are cooking, I am splitting this last bowl into two 50s. Or, sorry, this last stew into 2 bowls of 50. And one of these I'm just going to straight up eat. Got ourselves a 30 fry and a 15 fry. Okay, got that all sorted out. Now we can do some more tailoring. What I'm going to do is probably just a bunch of more bone chokers. It's droll, but it's going to work. Because we got ourselves, from butchering that cow, we got a lot of bones. Not very many small bones, but lots of large bones. So we're going to carve a bunch of bone beads. There's 4 times. We're gonna need 10. Ten more bone chokers. That'll get us very close. That'll get us very close to leveling up. I have a bathroom on my base. Yeah, it's down here. So here's the salon. The salon is right here. It still needs some lights. But we've got the bathroom over here in the corner, and the shower's on this side, and then we have the actual bathtub behind the curtain on this side, and the sinks, the bathroom sinks. It's kind of hard to see. They're on this wall here behind where the actual stalls are. And then, of course, over here is this is like a bigger sink. This is for, that's for the salon, for hair washing. But yeah, got a very expansive bathroom there in the south quadrant. We are now doing carving 4 bone beads times 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should we still have quite a bit of twine actually, so this won't use up too much twine, or at least not as much as I thought it would. So now we are doing 10 bone chokers, right? No, we need to go get 10 leather strips first. 10. Okay. Now we're doing 10 bone chokers. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tailoring level 8. I was not expecting that to be exact on the money, but it was. Beautiful. We can now read the last tailoring book. And I'm coming up right on the time limit of the stream here. Remember, YouTube cuts you off at like 11 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. We're at 11 hours, 33 minutes. And we have gotten to tailoring level 8. Fantastic. I've got the 5th tailoring book right here to read. when did I get the military suit? It's just been a gradual set of collections. If you're talking about the full military suit over here on this mannequin, I've just been building it up slowly. The rest of this military gear I've had forever. Like part 2 of this live stream series was when I first acquired the military jacket and backpacks. But yeah, the armor I just built it just recently. So while I'm reading, I'm gonna cut the I'm gonna stand right here so that I can eat from the fridge while I eat or while I read. Keep reading until I'm ready to eat one of these 30 fries. And sleep time. Military base was Brandenburg. I hit the military checkpoint in Brandenburg. It was that was a fun time. There were a lot of zombies there, way more than I could kill at once at the time. So I used a vehicle to split them apart and run over the ones who had the gear that I want, then lure the other zombies away from the dead one that I killed, come back really quick, grab the loot, and then rinse and repeat. Did that a few times. Came away with a total of 4 military backpacks. I only really need 3, so that was a good time. So I'm now reading this book until 4 a.m. or until I get hungry. Looks like both. I'm about to get hungry, so we give her a 15 fry. And time to sleep. After we wake up this time, we should be able to finish the tailoring book, and I can, as a victory lap, I can start fully repairing clothing that has holes in it. But I'm waiting until I've finished reading the book here before I start doing any of that, because you actually get experience for patching holes and things. So if you have the 5th tailoring book, make sure you read it as soon as you get to level 8 before you start going nuts with repairing all the clothing that you've stocked up. So I have a bowl of 50 to eat. So I'm actually going to go ahead and let my hunger decay quite a bit before I eat the next bowl here. This will be slightly overeating, but that's fine. It takes quite a while to read a level 5 book. This is going to amount to almost 2 days straight of reading here. But that's what the fast forward button is for, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 380. So we have finished reading Tailoring Volume 5. We are now at maximum experience gain for the next 2 levels, and I have read every single tailoring book now. I can pack them into a set. I no longer need to worry about tailoring books. That has been a long time coming. Set of tailoring books in with the other books that I've packed into sets. Alright, now I've got a whole garbage bag full of clothes here that needs to be patched. I'm going to grab some, like I was saying before, if anybody was here before, you need to have all the materials separate in order to patch these. So I'm going to grab a bunch of that, Grab a bunch of thread. Whole bunch of rags here. And we get to work patching holes, finally. Starting with this hunting camo jacket. Fully restored. It's beautiful. Hunting camo jacket in here. On to the next. Some skinny leather pants. We've got lots of those. Recently found an intact pair that I'm actually wearing. But now we've got some broken pairs that I can fix up completely. It's beautiful. Alright, so there's 3 pairs of skinny leather pants, fully patched, into the black clothing bin here. Now there's some in here. There's actually a number of things in here that still have holes in it that I gotta patch up. So I'm taking that back out now. Yeah, so I got some leather jackets, leather vests that are broken completely. But I can fix them all up now. Apron. Oh, it's so good. I love being able to fully repair clothing. And each time I do this, I'm getting as much tailoring experience as I would for a level 1 recipe. So it's not too much, but it's something. It's experience. Yeah, like we've already got about 100 experience just from patching holes. So we won't be leveling up from patching holes or anything like that, but it's not nothing. I need 2, 4, 6 leather strips for this. This wild raccoon's leather jacket is now fully repaired. And we've got an iron rodent's leather vest. Back to pristine condition. That's everything in my inventory has been fixed. Back into the black container here. Alright, more stuff in this trash bag to fix. Military jacket, military pants, formal shirt. We'll do those first. There's another green camo military jacket. I think we've got more holes in this than we have rags for. Up to 11 hours, 43 minutes, so we're almost done. It feels so good. Some of these clothing items I've been sitting on for a very long time, waiting to be ready to fix them. Came away with some shorts. Those need to be fixed. Skirt, that needs to be fixed. I'm out of thread. So I go grab a couple more units of thread here. Some more urban camo pants. Urban camo shorts. And a knee-length skirt in bright white. Patch that up. Military jacket in green camo back over here. Some leg warmers that match green camo. Need a bunch more rags to continue that operation. Oops. Got a pair of bright red pants here. Patched up to 100%. Bright cyan socks. T-shirt. And a couple of Gigamart waistcoats. These waistcoats, I think these go in the, they go in a specific slot. I forget exactly which slot. But it is it's the chest slot. And you can, it does give you a little bit more insulation than I would be happy with normally. But, it's another platform to add, padding to. I can put those in the blues here. The light blues to get the t-shirt and the socks. And then the pinks and reds for the pants. And that is everything that I had set aside that I needed to fix. Now I just want to do a quick pass over through all of this stuff here. Nothing jumps out at me immediately as stuff that I needed to fix. Prisoner jumpsuits. Gaiters, I need to fix those. I think I need leather for those. Barrel dogs, leather jackets, and then the gaiters. So I need leather strips for those, I think. Perfect. Those can go into the browns here. As can the barrel dogs jackets. Anything in the golds here that need to be patched up. So we actually have a ton of firefighter pants. Way too many. Some of those I will sacrifice for airmid thread. Okay, we're up to 11 hours, 48 minutes. I really got to wrap things up soon here. Let's get this hoodie patched up. Denim shirt patched up. Both of these skirts. Okay. Alright, the skirts are patched. Got a hoodie here. Ran out of rags again. Is that all my rags? That is all my rags. I'm unbundling some here. Goes back in the light blue. These go back in the dark blue. And this goes back in the light blue. And then these, I need a couple denim strips for this shirt. This will be the last of it here because we've gone through everything at this point. So 3 holes in this skirt, 4 holes in this formal shirt. Yeah. Two holes in this long sleeve shirt. So I need one more rag. Really cutting this one down to the wire. That's alright. It's worth it. I've been waiting so long for some of these. Okay. So all those go back into the purple. That is everything in my clothing collection that had a hole in it has been patched back up. Now, I'm going to wait till next time to do this, but the next tailoring-related task that I'm going to be doing is unsewing all of the leather patches that I put on my currently equipped gear. I have a lot of leather patches on it from a long time ago that are weaker than what I can put on it now. I can put some stuff on it now that is like twice as strong. So my armor, basically at the beginning of next stream, my armor is going to become much stronger. Just by me doing some upgrades on it. So that is what we're going to be doing next time. But for this time, we are now completed. I'm going to take a screenshot because my base is really pretty. I think I've done very well here. Alright, I will see you all next time. Good game, folks. Good game. And then, of course, the last thing I always do, and I always encourage everybody else to do this when you're playing Build 42 Unstable, make a new folder somewhere. I'm going to name this one 19 because this is my 19th backup, and I'm going to back up my entire save folder. We are up to, how big is it? 630 megabytes, 245,000 files. That's going to take a while.